will move the conversation forward on the disclosure side. Right?
So what you're saying to me, what it sounds like is like you're almost like advocating for a complete restructuring of how the information gets disclosed. And so the way they're doing it now, like someone come in and sort it out. Like you. Why don't you do it?
I would if I was asked.
I bet you'd be asked. I hope you'll be asked, I should say, because I think you're uniquely qualified and obviously like very invested in this. Like you wouldn't want someone who's not invested in this leading this. This is a super complicated, nuanced rabbit hole that you have to go down. And you have to like possibilities in your head at the same time while you're trying to get this information out. And whatever you guys experienced, whatever those things were, if that isn't ours, we should probably know.
Yeah,
we should probably know. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is ours. I get that if it is, you can't tell me. I get that. But if it's not, what's going on? What do you think it is? Like if you had to guess, some of it's got to be ours, right?
In like the broader conversation or specifically New Jersey?
Well, broader conversation.
Yeah. It's clear to me, based off of all my research and connections and conversations, a couple things. One, people are absolutely seeing things that seem to be exhibiting capabilities beyond state of the art. Like boom, in a conversation,
like
right
this
there.
one that you sent me.
I mean, that's
Multiple
an
people
interesting
saw it.
one. I mean, multiple witnesses seeing capabilities of craft operating in flight regimes that we don't have the technology to do. So that's step one. Step two is I've been a lot like a blind man touching an elephant. I don't know necessarily it's an elephant yet, but I'm feeling a tail, feeling a trunk, feeling the foot. And what that elephant represents is the government's classified work on this topic. Right? I've butted up against it through people that have been actively engaged in programs that are investigating this in ways that are not public. So I know that there is something there behind the scenes. I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know specifically the type of, like the total amount of work that's being done. It's very clear to me that there are boundaries that I've touched, others have touched, that represent that work. So it would make sense. It would be a line that the government would be very interested in this technology. And I think it's time that we've put the proper protocols and processes in place so that the public can discover this information. We have the technology, Joe. Like this, it's not that we don't have the technology. I mean, I'm personally working on space situational awareness sensors that we could put in space in order to maintain custody of these objects.
Now, if no one has ever gone full disclosure, no president, how much do you think they tell them? And what, if anything, could you even imagine would be a valid reason for not telling people?
I think that there was probably a presidential order at some point in the past that is likely still in effect. And, unless another president is fully read in and countermands that order, then it's business as usual. And perhaps that's one of the reasons they don't tell presidents a lot of information on this, is because they want to maintain that effective authority, keep it in play so that another president doesn't countermand it.
Yeah, because none of them spill the beans. None of them. None of them feel obligated to tell the American public. I think I can see both ways, though. That's the problem. I can see it from a point of a national security thing. If they're back engineering these things and if there's a race, it's essentially no different than if we engineered it ourselves. Like at the end, someone's making it.
And we might have integrated some of these capabilities into some of our technology that we might look out the window and see, right? But deep in the bowels of the system, there might be capabilities that were discovered or motivated through the investigation of these objects, right? So I could see why I agree with you 100%, right? And I don't believe that 100% of the information should come out. I mean, I've worked in secured information, I've worked in the military, I understand the need for these capabilities, but the core that we're not alone in the universe potentially, there's no government on earth that has the right to hold that information.
Agreed. I think everybody agrees to that. There's no reason why they should. That's human information, and it's if we're really confronted by an absolute fact that we're not alone, it changes everything. We kind of know it, but we're not sure and we haven't seen it. And if you have seen it, you don't know what you saw. Then what is that?
Think about how that would motivate us as a populace, right?
Oh, yeah.
To have this carrot on a stick up to say, here's how we access the rest of the galaxy.
Yeah.
Right? Imagine what that would do to our technological innovation. How many millions of kids right now would go to school in order to be engineers and scientists to be able to work on this?
Oh, yeah.
It would completely change the world. Maybe we'd have, less Facebook apps and things of that nature and AI wrappers, but we would be working on deep, important technology that's going to unlock the rest of the universe to us.
Or would give in to our alien overlords because they're coming. They're going to be super powerful. And every civilization that we've ever encountered that was primitive always had a terrible go of it once we showed up.
Well, maybe we'd be better prepared.
Well, I would hope they wouldn't beat us, that they would be past what, look, human beings today is, especially if you follow like Steven Pinker's work, where you look at crime and violence throughout history. Human beings today live in the safest environment that's ever existed for people, look, relatively overall, despite all of our problems. It's trending in a way of more peace. But if you think about no violence at all, none, ever. Just like a complete shut off of everything. That's what you would have to be if you were a civilization that's eclipsing all the problems that we have here on Earth, that's bypassing all the war, all the bullshit, the destroying the environment, inequality in the allocation of resources and the control of the populace. That's all out the window with this super
I'm kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
No, not much. I got the 3D printer recently. I'm going to bitch.
One more time, my friend.
So, I got a 3D printer now, so I'm just screwing around with that thing.
Oh, that's really sweet. What do you make?
Right now, I got some armor being printed out. A lot. What's really cool is a lot of the shit in video games, right?
Yeah.
And I love this. This is their 3D models. You just turn them into STL files, put it in a slicer, and print it out. I got combat armor for the Fallout 4.
Definitely.
I got a chest plate, a piece of that print right now.
Amazing. How long is it going to take to print?
It's probably going to be done around this time tomorrow.
All right. Well, that works.
But that's not even going to be the finished product, so yeah, it's going to be a bit.
Well, excellent. Do you know anything about me?
I saw that Marty was promoting you a while back. I joined up. I've heard a few things that you do like 24/7 streams and whatnot.
Word, dog. So Music Biz Marty, you're saying?
Yeah, I found a link in Marty's server.
Yeah, absolutely. So I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you know Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than anybody. Essentially, people will be able to watch my life like a time capsule going back many years. And, we'll see one day if I'm able to monetize it. That might have exciting opportunities.
Yeah, then hey, this is going to be good documentation. If you've been doing this for the past few years like this,
3.5, yeah.
We're only around for 7 years on average, and if the world keeps going the way it does and the world keeps chugging along, we're going to have the internet for hundreds of years, right?
Absolutely. And let's talk about it being around for only 70 years. Has anyone ever told you, Dr. Don, they don't think you're going to die?
I've heard the theory of quantum immortality, yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. So I'm a believer in it. Essentially, just like you're talking, average life expectancy 70, 80 years, maybe with some types of life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells and nootropics and ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, things like cryonics, cryogenics. We might be able to get from 70 to 80 to maybe age 100, 120, but eventually your body's going to break down. And after that, the next type of technology is mind uploading technology. where we scan your brain into a computer. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I am saying to you is I think that you might be able to take advantage of life extension technology into mind uploading technology and have digital immortality.
I mean, that is kind of a philosophical view. Is that then we're at a philosophical, there's like a philosopher who, forget his name, every year you change a piece of wood from that boat, right?
Yes.
100 years later, is it the same boat still?
Yes, so this is known as it's a paradox. It's like it starts with a P, I think. I'm gonna find it right now. Or no, it's a T.
Very well known as
Yep, ship of Theseus.
the ship of Theseus. Yeah.
Exactly. Well,
And who's not to say? Because also there's perspective, right?
most certainly.
It's just the computer who has learned our electrical signals in our brain, and it's mimicking that. Is that still you? You know?
It's an excellent question. I think if you're able to have the same consciousness and it's just transferred, I think it's still you. But you're exactly right, Dr. Don. It is just like the ship of Theseus.
It is, yeah. And I mean, personally, I would never do it. There are better ways of immortality. There are people that have lived way longer than we think is possible, right? I mean, even the Bible backs it up, right? You're Jewish,
Absolutely.
right?
Methuselah, 969 years.
Yeah, there you go. The Old Testament, it says that there was somebody who lived 969 years. It's possible, right?
Right. So you never
You
know.
really want to live that long when everybody around you,
Well,
you really want that.
it depends. If everybody else is experiencing it as well, then yeah, absolutely.
Me personally, I would never want to do anything like that. I've got 70 years, or however long God gives me, and then it is what it is. I'm not going to fight and whatever, because at the end of the day, it's his choice, right?
Hey, and you should be given the opportunity to leave whenever you want on your terms. But there should be those of us who want to continue going. If we have a good life and we want to continue it, why stop at age 80? Why stop at age 90? Why stop at 100? Why stop at maybe even 200 or 300? If we want to keep that going, keep the good times rolling.
Well, yeah, no, of course. I mean, there are people that are alive among us today that it's speculated that there's at least one person who has discovered the key to immortality. And history right now can't prove it otherwise. But basically, the guy has gone under several different names, right? And I think he was first spotted in the 1600s, something like that. He was already saying he was 300 years old. He would go into bureaucracies and stuff. To the higher society, he would what's it called? He would basically bedazzle them, show them all sorts of crazy shit, all these skills that he acquired over the hundreds of years he was alive. And then when people got suspicious of him, he would just dip and do it all over again.
That's tight as fuck. Let's find that guy's name just for a moment. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about somebody who was around the year 1600 who would go to the leaders and tell them basically that he was already 300 years old and had all this information and was able to wow them, and then eventually he would just dip out? What is this dude's name?
Saint-Germain, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or no,
Yeah, no, that's right. The Count of Shots.
No,
Yeah, great job, dude. Dude, Dr. Don is on the ball, man. Yeah, that's right. I am aware of this, man.
Like I said, I just know a few things.
Yes, you do. Excellent. Well, speaking of knowing a few things, you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah, I know about Joe Rogan. I've never really watched him, though.
All right. Well, it's the biggest podcast in the world. Essentially, he has, you've heard about these drones on the east coast of the United States recently?
quote unquote drones. Yeah.
whatever they
I
are.
think it's either one of two things. It's either it's one of three things. Either experimental aircraft, the UFOs, or they're some kind of drone that is. It's been speculated. I've heard rumors of it that there might be a backpack nuke in New Jersey.
Yeah, they addressed this on this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. This just happened within the last 24 hours. So they talk about those things, and really at this point, we still don't know what they are. And
Yeah,
I
mean, my best guess is experimental aircraft. We didn't know about the SS-71 Blackbird for 40 years, right?
right? But then it would show up on radar. These things don't show up on radar. They don't have. They're not showing up on like heat. They have some kind of way that they're being prevented from their heat. Let me think of the word. Yo, dog, what is the word for when you see like a drone on camera, an infrared camera? It's a heat something. Heat. What is it?
Heat signature.
Hey, heat signature. Thank you so much. That's exactly right. Dr. Don's on the bell.
No problem.
Absolutely. And or at least not traditional heat signatures. And they're flying in restricted airspace, like over airports. They're having to shut down airports because of this, and military bases are on high alert. So it's quite interesting what's happening.
If it is experimental aircraft, it's definitely not from America. Then.
Right, but then they say that.
Military's on high alert like that.
Well, then okay. So if it were another country, I mean, aside from this Chinese balloon that happened, whatever within the year or whatever, I've never known of anything to be allowed to just fly over American airspace, and especially to cause any issues with American airspace like these have. And but at least the Department of Defense or the Pentagon and the current administration are saying that these are not human, that they're unmanned, that they are not from another country, and that they are not to cause any kind of panic, which I don't know, but they don't know what they are. It's like, well, how do you know all that if you don't know what they are?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they're just, if it is UFOs, are probably just as clueless as us. And if they can reach us from like whatever distance, we can't see any life in the observable universe aside from us right now, as far as I know. Outside of like microbes and tardigrades and like shit on asteroids, microorganisms, we haven't found like intelligent life ever that we know of. So
well, wait, hold on, that's arguable. At least if you look at the Roswell crash and other downed aircraft, they have had allegedly, I don't know if it's true or not, but non-biological entities. Or I shouldn't say non-biological, extraterrestrial biological entities. Yeah, I'll show them. You want to see it?
I would love to see that, actually. That's interesting as fuck.
Absolutely. So
I mean, it would be interesting to see what's on those craft. I mean, if it is alien stuff, they could have like shit like cold fusion.
Yeah. So let me show you. I'll show you one of those crashed disc from up close. So if you're wondering, okay, well, where is this? It's in a documentary, a famous documentary known. It's called the Top Secret KGB UFO Files. Basically, after the Soviet Union fell in the early 90s, there was footage that they had, and also like other classified documents from the KGB that were leaked. And so I don't know if you know who Roger Moore was. He was a Bond actor. He played James Bond, and he is the narrator of this. And what you'll see is, just one moment, I'm going to pull it up on that screen. So I have it on my phone as well, but then I don't have to hold it. It'd be easier for you to see. Just one moment.
All right. mean, I would just love to actually kind of see what kind of text in there, you know?
Yeah. So at least this footage, you only see the outside of it, not the inside. I'd love to see the inside as well.
Doubt that the Soviet Union was very interested in. Yeah.
Here we cut to the other angle. The point countries throughout the world have been gathering information regarding UFOs. Nuclear physicists Stanton Friedman agree.
There's no question that military and intelligence groups overseas are collecting data, whether it's in Brazil or Australia or in England. So the KGB has collected information. I've talked to people who've gone to the Soviet Union who have obtained some of that information. I have met a Soviet cosmonaut and other researchers over there. There's no question they're interested. And again, the republics which used to constitute the Soviet Union cover a huge area. They too were monitoring the skies because they were afraid the United States was going to bomb them. So when you monitor the skies, you pick up UFOs, no question about it.
During the communist reign, there was no official admission of Soviet interest in extraterrestrial activity. It has been only recently this fact has been confirmed. The former secretary of the Commission on Anomalous Phenomena, Alexander Petyukov, confirmed that an official state-controlled body did exist.
В рамках этой комиссии, когда в силу своей деятельности она начала планомерный сбор информации.
During the Soviet era, we started to regularly collect information from the public and received more than 15,000 reports. The thing is that the Commission was an official public organization. It had an official address.
Today, the mindset in Russia is far different from what it was during the communist era.
Under communism, they were told that UFOs didn't exist, but just the fact that they were told they didn't exist made people believe that they did exist, because the government was also denying. They were saying there was no crime in Russia and accidents didn't, that everything was censored and given this rosy picture, which of course people knew better.
It was in a small house on a side street near the Academy of Medical Sciences. The British and American spies met with informants throughout the 60s and learned of one of the most bizarre plots in the world of intelligence.
During my involvement for a period of at least 6 years, Soviet counterintelligence operatives played cat and mouse with Western agents in Moscow who were interested in our advanced technology. Some new weapons and propulsion systems were being developed, and the CIA was using any means to get information from anyone involved with the project.
While I was in Moscow for a year and a half, I had 2 other agents and a guy from the British Secret Service. We routinely debriefed 2 Russian informants who worked for the Ministry of Defense. We would exchange hard currency for information on new military technology. Some of this technology is definitely related to UFOs.
One way we often dealt with such incursions was to feed false information to double agents to give American and British bad news.
Well, we knew the Soviets were onto something after we started getting all kinds of smokescreen intelligence. That was a short signal that they were hiding something. It was an indication that they had recovered something in their Sverdlovsk, that they were keeping it very secret.
Senior research scientist Dr. Richard F. Baines believes the Soviets had good reason to be interested in UFOs.
It's my understanding that the Soviet military has had a continuing interest in UFO phenomena for very, very many years. And the reason being that their air traffic controllers, their radar sites, their military pilots had been reporting things, just as ours had, and they had no explanation for it. And so the first possible explanation would be that it's a foreign nation test or espionage or something like that of a military nature. And if you're in the military yourself, then you take that very seriously and you explore it.
This film
This
certainly seems to depict interest by Russian military personnel in the object that is seen
they have it from multiple cameras.
Soldiers, officers, and civilian clothed agents are deployed around the site, and they appear to be both guarding and examining the object. This is what we found on one of the 4 reels of film obtained in Russia. After viewing the footage, we were able to determine that it was most likely shot with 2 separate cameras. One apparently a handheld camera, which starts out on the approach of the truck, and a
I
second
agree.
one seen here on a tripod. As the soldiers march past, you can see the cameraman turn to follow the troops. Here we cut to the other angle, the point of view from the tripod camera. And here you see the handheld camera as the truck pulls up. Both cameras change vantage points several times during the film, as if to get better views or perhaps under orders of the superior. From this angle, we see yet
The
more
late
footage.
90s. Wait, I
Although
apologize.
the neon
No. The footage we're looking at is from the 1960s. The documentary, 1960s, yeah. And they have verified that all of the uniforms of all of the soldiers are all accurate. So basically something in the 1960s, but this documentary was made in the late 90s.
But the fact that he was holding a camera like that, a handheld one, that's insane. They had fucking video cameras in the 60s. The Russians at least did for military use, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think they had those kind of cameras as well, even going back to World War II.
Yeah, but they were big and bulky. I mean, they were huge, not like what he had. That thing looked like almost like a digital camera.
And well, you'll see, they'll show, okay, from the footage, or from the view we're seeing right now, they'll show it's on a tripod. So you'll be able to see this.
I've got to take a look.
I understand. You'll be able to see this camera on a tripod. So just one moment.
It describes you.
Весной 1969 года рабочий местного совхоза in 1969, a collective farmer found some strange remains in the forest not far from Berezovsky.
So basically a
He
farmer
сообщил об этом and reported that to the local security organs, who in their turn asked the neighboring military division of Air Defense Group, PDO, to provide assistance with the investigation. On March 1969, 2 KGB officers examined the discovery site and sealed it off. Знаете, в дальнейшем события приняли более такой масштабный характер. По просьбе КГБ были привлечены. On the KGB request, the Soviet Army unit was brought to the discovery site. И в результате уже очень тщательно обследования были найдены. After close examination of the place, they found some wreckage debris of a disc-shaped object, partially sunk into the ground. Поначалу органы безопасности предполагали. At first, the KGB thought that the debris американскому разведывательному самолету или came from an American spying plane or a Soviet spaceship.
George Filer, a retired Air Force intelligence officer who was stationed at Langley, is not surprised that Russians were so interested in this object.
We found that the Soviets would pay to get information on UFOs as opposed to, let's say, an F-111 aircraft. They were, in a way, more interested in UFOs than some of our latest aircraft.
And here you see the man who is probably the head KGB agent directing the cameraman to point his camera toward the disc. A total of almost 1,200 feet of negative were recovered just on this crash site. It is possible that more film is shot, but this is all that we were able to obtain. None of this film depicts the removal of the disc itself, and at no point do we see inside the object. From this angle, we do see the handheld camera shooting behind or inside the disc. However, that footage, if it was, in fact, shot, was not included in the cans of film we acquired. We can only speculate that it may still be at large. We must also speculate on how the object ended up there. Based on information from Vereshchagin in the book and what we can see in this footage, we have created this computer-animated version of how researchers believe the crash may have occurred. The questions then become, where did this object come from? How did it come to crash here? And more importantly, what has happened to it since?
With the change to a
Okay,
market
so
economy,
that's a crash. Now, if you want to see an alien, I'll show you an alien. This one's let me just give you the background on it. I'll have AI tell us all about it. But basically, okay, so it's known as Skinny Bob. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about Skinny Bob and it having a reward on Reddit and the fact that it hasn't been debunked and it's been posted with a public reward for like at least a decade, at least since like 2011? Tell me all about that, please. All right. Skinny Bob refers to a well-known piece of UFO-related footage that emerged online primarily around 2011. The video shows a purported alien being often described as skinny because of his slender appearance, as well as of UFO and extraterrestrial phenomena. The footage was first uploaded to YouTube by an anonymous account and quickly gained traction in UFO circles. Here's the key backstory. Origin of the video. The video that became known as Skinny Bob is said to have been taken from a government leak or a classified source allegedly showing an alien or ET species with thin body and large eyes. The creature in the video is often described as having gray or reptilian-like appearance, some which fits with alien lore. Some even suggest that the footage could be from the 1940s or 1950s, which is personally I think it is, making it seem more credible because of its supposed age and historical significance. Public reward. In the years after the video surfaced, a Reddit user posted a reward to anyone who could prove the authenticity of the footage. The reward reportedly offered a significant sum for credible evidence or the identity of the person who leaked the video. The reward was intended to encourage others to reveal the truth about the origin of the footage or provide more information on its legitimacy. So it was also, I think, a reward to debunk it as well. Just if you could provide more information on it. The debate around authenticity, despite the reward and claims made by individuals in UFO forums, the footage has never been conclusively debunked or verified. Various experts and UFO enthusiasts have offered opinions, but there's no solid evidence to either confirm or completely disprove the legitimacy of the footage. The fact that it has not been debunked, while also remaining unproven, has kept it in the realm of speculation in ufology. So basically, like normally when somebody comes out with, hey, I've got footage of an alien, within like 10 minutes, somebody's like, oh, this is back footage from such and such movie, or this is obviously a doll that was made in the makeup department for such and such show. But
it gets debunked pretty quick.
Exactly. But Skinny Bob has not. And he also has a website, skinnybob.info. And okay, so let me just see if it's on here. Like
SkinnyBob.info. Gotta have to go there.
Yeah, dog. It's an interesting one. Okay. I even had it. I go through this with a lot of people, and okay, here you go. So at first it's just like a flying craft. Nothing too important about this. This is from at the beginning they showed something like this is Soviet footage. Don Hefe, smart man. Neither Catherine C is not. Both are smart. But Don Hefe impressed me in a small amount of time.
When was this video published first? Yeah, there he is.
2011. Okay, actually, there's more to it than that, though. Hold on. So
When
that's
was the original video published?
April 14th, 2011. So then there's a second video that they normally. This was published May 2nd, 2011, and
2011 is well before the
AI
AI
and stuff.
being able to do that.
Exactly.
So
Okay, here we
that's
go.
why,
I know. So this is
yeah, today's day and age, you fake everything. It just doesn't look fake,
this is
especially with the date.
right, and
The date's really all I care about, because in 2011, you have to go even further conspiracy theory and say that the government already had ChatGPT, and we're only now getting it. You have to add on a lot of conspiracy theory for a 2011 video, based on modern. You have to start creating connections.
You have to make a war, yeah. I mean, I don't see any benefit to the government doing something like this, right? Even if they did have access to like chatbots and like all that kind of stuff. I mean, they had some pretty good tech even till like 2011, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, even their supercomputers still, from that time, still surpass our computers on several levels, several hundred times actually, if not thousands.
One thing I always think about is we as the public, we don't have access or even knowledge of a lot of technology. Even if it's just sitting there in the patent office and there's no classification. If you and me can go down to the patent office and submit a request on a piece of technology, now the problem is, what technology are we looking for? Because you got to be specific at the patent office when you're looking for something, right? So like, I don't know what I'm looking for. Can I just see like a list of everything? You know what I mean? So
they're not going to do that.
They're not going to do that. But now, if you've talked to Rabbi about some of the possible underground tunnel systems,
no, we haven't talked about any of that.
Places like Dulce Base or Area 51 to maybe casinos in Las Vegas. That's something he and I have talked about before. You got to imagine that, some people are like, oh, what are they going to do? They're gonna bore an underground tunnel from here to there. And it's like, well, Elon Musk has a whole company that does that these days, and nobody, all of his ideas are just modernizing or implementing technologies that have already existed. I mean, his biggest idea that he started off with, he wanted to create the concept of a bank that is all online, and he was involved in PayPal, right? So, okay, then he's taking he didn't invent rockets, but he modernized them, and he's putting together groups of people who can make technology better. So, I think that there was definitely some really great underground boring technology that he adapted, improved, turned it into his boring company. And now we're hearing about underground tunneling efforts, blah blah blah, and it's still barely even known about. But that doesn't mean that the technology wasn't available to the government to build underground tunnels for their own employees. So,
well, the British now, we've had that for well over 3 decades now.
Exactly. So, like, these aren't impossible technologies. We see people, creating precise tunnels under and through mountains from 2,000 years ago. You know what I mean? It's more difficult without the technology, but it's possible. So, however it was, like, you can't discount certain ideas, but as far as the AI thing, AI is one of the few things that really does feel like it's been the last 5 years that we've made these leaps and bounds. It really feels like that. I mean, to have hidden the level of AI that we have today, 5 years and beyond into the past, I think would be the ultimate conspiracy.
It's very interesting.
There was probably some kind of AI that the government had, probably not to generate images or anything like that.
That's the thing. Yeah, like we see what ChatGPT-1 did when it's like you say, hey, give me a picture of Rabbi Michael Rothschild. They're just going to
spit out a picture of just the first, Orthodox Jew-looking guy that might be a rabbi, and they'll be like, "Is this what you mean?" Or you could try again. Now it will actually search through the internet. It might actually find the man we're speaking with on Discord right now. It might just send us a picture. You know what I mean? Right. Or hey, give me a picture of I don't know, Justin Trudeau and so mixed, with wings. I was using AI to make Elon Musk pregnant, Justin Trudeau pregnant, just because I thought it was funny.
Okay.
And it was eerie. It was eerie, but ChatGPT-1, GPT-1 couldn't do that.
So at least with
well, have you ever heard of like the AI? Now that's even more terrifying, in my opinion. It's able to mimic our emotions at this point.
It has the ability to appear as if it's mimicking our emotions. I think to be able to actually replicate, it's going to have to pass the Turing test. Still, so far, we've not been shown anything that passes the Turing test, as far as I know.
Okay.
Well, who knows what they got in their faces, right? Technology behind closed doors is usually a whole different ballgame, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You never know. And, if the public doesn't know about what's being researched, that means the public won't find out about human rights, animal rights, and violations. Exactly. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. If I don't tell people that I found a new element that might be powerful, because I need to test it on humans and animals first, or at least I think in my head I do. And yeah, of course no one's going to find out about it. You know what I mean? There might be one guy. The only people who know about it are the people who are funding me, and they want to make money on whatever I can, turn this into a product. How can I commercialize this technology to make money? So they don't want to say a fucking word until they have products on the shelf, until they can fucking generate income. You know what I mean? So it really just comes down to that.
I mean, a lot of we have so much crazy shit that we don't implement today just because it's been shelved or because it was bought out. I mean, we have water-powered cars. We have software. We had cars back in the 60s that had fucking turbines in them, right?
Was the turbine cars, honestly?
Yeah,
the turbine cars, and to another extent, rotary engines like the Mazda MX-7, MX-8, RX-7, RX-8, rotary engines. It's actually really funny because in the movie Mad Max, one of the reasons why everyone is so after Max is because if you watch the first one, you see that he has like the last rotary engine in Australia, the last land of living people, and they're all dying of radiation poisoning. And he has the last rotary engine, which means he has the last engine that if you take care of it, it won't go away.
Exactly. It's indestructible.
Exactly. He has the indestructible beast of an engine, of a rotor. It's amazing how we don't think about this, but it's more efficient, and we don't use it now because it's hard. Because it's hard to balance it. I know how. I'm not a mechanic at all, but we have billions of people on this planet, and some of them want nothing more than to be an engineer. So if we make rotary engine and turbine engine, and then again, fuel. It's amazing, like the things that they just say. You know what? We decided it's not really the direction anyone's going to go, and so everyone else has to stop investigating and researching and building and trying to improve this technology, unless it's a passion project. Like Bob Lazar building a fucking rocket car, not because Ford didn't commission it, GM didn't want to figure out a fast car. Dude was having fun. It's the only way anything actually happens. I mean, that's why we have, again, back to Elon Musk.
They just found a bunch of smart-ass people. They didn't tell them to do anything. They just said, fucking make something. I don't care, just fucking make something.
Exactly. Get inspired and do
style. The government shut them down in '84 because they were so fucking good,
It's definitely. What was this group again you were talking about?
Bell Labs.
Bell Labs, yeah, Bell Labs. I
They
mean,
were around, like, they made so many technological advances. A lot of the shit that we have today is because of them, right?
I technically JPL still kind of exists insofar as it is an entity completely absorbed back into NASA. Really, it's almost like it seems like Jet Propulsion Laboratory, started by yeah. So fuck, I have to remember his name right now. He's Parsons, Jack Parsons. Okay, thank for that moment. Anyway, yeah. So like they were doing their own thing and being mad scientists. You know what I mean? And that's where science makes leaps and bounds when you have someone who's actually interested in it. Not, I have to go to work. Yes, I studied science because I love science, but now all I do all day is I just test, the pH of a toxic. But I'm the only one qualified to do the test. But really, it's something that maybe they could teach some through ITT Tech type situation, like a tech school, how to just fucking run the system to test something, so that the people who have more knowledge can go and fucking do something. Yeah, do something that they're actually like. I'm not a scientist. I'm not gonna come up with like the next great fucking algorithm for something. But someone can teach me how to fucking click this button here, there, the other way, and then I can test to make sure like the purity of a chemical, whatever, or you know what I'm saying, right? Like there are.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like these people who are so qualified and so talented, they need legions of minions. And I wouldn't mind being called that. Like, yeah, what do we do? Basically, we do the grunt work, we do the bitch work for the fucking scientists. But now they have time to just fucking kind of work on the stuff that they want to work that actually benefit people. You know what I mean? Like we would have cars running on hydrogen. I mean, you and me right now, we can build a hydrogen car because
it's not that hard. I mean, I'm an engineer. I've done some of the calculations. All you would really need is if you get like a 4-cylinder, from a Dodge from the 80s, right? And you put that on you upgrade your alternator, and you just have alternating hydrogen generators, right? So the big problem with them is they drop in efficiency when they get hot, right? As they get warm. So all you gotta really do is, if you know how a distributor cap works, right? You just do that, and pretty much you can have a distributing system. So only certain cells are going at certain times, so the other ones can cool off, right?
Yeah.
That's really all you got to do.
I mean, cooling systems are something that we've been working on forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even that, I was just watching this fucking thing about this micro lubricant they're using right now. They can adjust this lubricant to be thinner than water, less viscous, or just as viscous as water, I guess. And I don't remember exactly what it is, but there's two different versions of it that, because of these different chemical properties, they're able to really basically make infinite different kinds of, really make very specific. We need it to be a little bit different because we're going to put it into microchip to make sure that there's they use it from everything from just lubricating to vibration insulation for chips. Like if you have a microchip that it has the dynamic movement, 3 axes. I cannot I cannot remember the fucking word. But anyway, they use this, and it's a liquid, and it's not, it's not for conducting the electrical impulses in it. It's not for cooling. It's for hermetic, pressurizing and making sure that something that's inside doesn't bounce around from vibrations. Like moving the vibration. It's really fucking interesting. I don't know why it is. Sorry.
But like we could make water powered car. It is theoretically possible. The thing is, are you willing to get the highest reward in journalism for it?
Stanley Meyer did it.
Are you willing to put yourself and everyone else at risk because of this ongoing oil, petroleum crises and stuff? You know what I mean? It's insane. I actually just saw another little video about the guy who invented quote unquote petroleum jelly. Rather, he refined it. I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's insane. Just that there was petroleum gunk that would just as a byproduct of pumping oil.
And you just saw the workers smeared on their fucking burns.
They're just smeared on their burns. And he wanted to make it. And he made a version that it took him 10 years to figure out how to make it cleaner. So it probably just he wanted to make it look not gunky, right? Like now we have Vaseline and it looks, whatever. But it probably, I imagine it was dark before. You know what I mean?
It was probably darker. I mean, the method was the first generation. It probably wasn't the best way to do it. My guess
got the
is
job done.
Yellowish brown color, the original
Yeah.
method.
Exactly. We have something that's kind of like tannish hay color almost, but it's got a clarity to it, and it doesn't have a grit. I also think he probably tried to figure out a way to make sure that it was just completely smooth. But I imagine there was some kind of a grit, even if it was
100 years ago. So
exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, and that right there, that's an insulator. That's something we use for all those other things. Before petroleum jelly, people were killing sperm whales for the blubber, for machinery. We were using animal fat for machinery.
And we're at that point where we can do that again, actually. We have whales. Not with whales, but you can get a cow, right? Specifically breed it just to make fat, or just specifically to be the fattest fuck you can make it, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if they just grow up and as soon as they're an adult, they grow, whatever. You can use their fats.
I mean, we understand the concept of liposuction. You don't have to kill an animal to continually harvest its fat throughout the course of a full life.
Yeah, that too. I mean, we could even have that. Get pigs, give them liposuction, get them fat again if it's cheap. If it's cheaper to do it that way than just raise them and kill them.
And I do see that the overproduction of animals is it makes us waste a lot of resources on the planet, especially knocking down forests and stuff so that people can build cattle ranches, which is still happening in the Amazon right now on the west side. Right after the Andes melt, people are starting to leave. No, they're burning down the forest so that they can build cattle ranches.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, most of our oxygen comes from the ocean, but we're not doing the ocean any favors these days. Still, so I don't know. And I think that we should definitely be figuring out how to make sure we have a lot of oxygen. It seems like in periods of time where there's a lot more oxygen on the planet Earth, that's when new species develop, life grows.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we evolve, that's when things change. I think people are too worried about the climate change. It's nothing we can stop, right?
Well, I don't think we can stop climate change, but I think that I think that we can terraform. I think that we can terraform the planet, no problem. I just think that it's laziness that makes people stop. and want to control populations. Because if you irrigate, if you make new rivers, you make new land that is beautiful for settling. And if you make new land that is good for settling, you have new land for people that decide they don't want to be part of your world, they're going to start out in your world. And, you know, I think the governments, if anything, they want to make sure people can't start new countries. Since no one has any control over the country that they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. And I mean, also the fact is that you have a country, if you just have that there, right, you're losing power, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, there are still a few places in the world where if you wanted to, you could make your own country. Technically, the DDR still exists. Funny enough.
Because they have land right next to Egypt that nobody wants to claim, and nobody will claim because, you know, like, people, they go there and like they plant a flag of their own. And no one will contest it. Like, I could go there right now, I can plant a flag with my face, I can declare it in the name of Caspian Sea ecosystem. And everyone's just going to say, oh, cool. Well, look around. There's a million flags because no government will claim this land because of the contention. Nobody gives a fuck because you're one man, you're not an actual nation, so have fun pretending to be an explorer. It's like this land next to Egypt is like the last place you just walk up and say, this belongs to me. And everyone just, it's like dropping a plate.
Good job, bud.
Yeah, it's like everyone just clap like you dropped a plate in a Greek restaurant. Like, opa, good for you. Go home. You know?
Yeah, like fuck off.
Exactly. Hope you had your fun.
There's an island like right next to Cuba that's still the DDR, right? Also known as East Germany. And technically, because of like political shit that happened here in Europe, it was never signed back over to the Germans. And when the Soviet Union collapsed and the DDR collapsed, that's like the last bit of the Soviet Union, last bit of the fucking East Germany over there. And it's been abandoned since '72. You can go there and just be like, this is mine.
And for the most part, people are just going to be like, if you really want to try to live in a fucking DMZ, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, get sanctioned and shit, you know?
Yeah, you know what I mean? No one's going to come protect you if somebody decides, you know, you're just as free to go there as other people are free to come be highwaymen and steal your food, kill your wife, and there's the same amount of police there. None. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that anyone will do. There's not a state, there's not a government that's going to come investigate. It's just like, why were you there in the first place?
You are the law there, yeah.
Yeah. If you wanted to go be the law, you should have taken it in your own hands and been man enough to do it. If you couldn't protect your family, you really should have lived in a place where society would have helped keep your family safe. And that's going to be the mentality, and it's not a wrong mentality.
It's not. No.
I mean, it's not. Not that I don't want to fucking move to a goddamn cave, but, you know, at the same time, there's no internet, and it's hard to raise all the crops I want. I really like Malaysian sambal. Big lemon.
Oh shit, Lemon, it's been a minute. How are you doing, my friend?
Not too bad, dude. How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing great. Dude, this fucking printer, it came in. It's a fucking, oh man, it's a beast.
Mate, what you printed out so far?
Right now I'm just doing some tests. I did some test prints. Did you ever watch the Fallout series by any chance? Like on Amazon?
Yeah, dude.
You know the hollow discs? Or the hollow, whatever. Yeah, the one that I got that printed out. I got one of the fucking parts from Fallout printed out. I printed out like a ring. There's a few misprints from that. I mean, it's cool as hell. I got a combat armor right now written out, and then when I get the right plastic, I want to actually do get one of the 3D models out of Fallout and print that part in full size.
Oh, sick, man. 100%.
It's like something I've wanted to do for a while. This printer is just unlocked that. I don't want to deal with all that metal bending, right?
Yeah, you know. How much did it set you back?
250 euros. That's not bad. I mean, it's a Neptune 3 Plus.
Where in the EU are you?
I'm in Germany.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, over here it would probably be a bit more expensive, but I'll have to have a look at the prices. I'll probably need a computer to go alongside it. I can't use my work computer for it.
So
what's your
I guess I have a question. I'm talking to two people from in the EU right now. Is pretty much is everyone in the EU kind of moving over to the euro?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one with Britain. Legally, we're not in the EU.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you guys left back in what, 2018, 2017, something like that?
Yeah, we never officially left until 2020, I believe.
There you go. I'm sure I have an understanding as to why that began. But, you know, COVID definitely, and people with different ideas about how to handle it, you know.
Because we had the vote in 2016. The vote went through for it. It was a very close vote, but the Leave vote sort of won by a very small margin because the whole country was divided over it, man. To be honest with you.
I don't know how long Europe's going to be around, to be honest. Like, politics right now are so shitty.
Oh, it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah, dude.
Here in Germany, it is 11,000 euro fine if you misgender a trans person.
No fucking way.
11,000.
$11,000 if you call it true and true.
Yep.
Jesus.
You call it as it is, get in trouble here. It's hate speech.
Fucking hell, man.
Are you gonna get in trouble for saying coming out of the speaker and I said it?
What?
Nothing. It's just insane, especially like the idea of Germany. You know, after the Geneva Convention, you know, like they imposed all these medical restrictions. You know, everywhere in the world in the late 60s and 70s, the greatest medical marvel in mental health was all the rage everywhere in the world. The lobotomy. Oh, is your wife acting up? Give her a lobotomy. Is your kid scream? Give him a lobotomy. And everyone was doing it. Like the Geneva Convention said specifically that Germany was not allowed to take part in this new great medicine because whatever. You know what I mean? Germany has a past of weird medicine, a recent past. And so they allowed everyone else in the fucking world to chop up their family's brains, except Germany, because Germany had Joseph Mengele. But it's like, so to get back at Germany, we're all going to be Mengele? Is that what you're doing? Like, it makes no fucking sense.
Dude, the Germans, they're really fucked up. So in school here, they teach that the reason we don't have a death penalty here is because it's against human rights. The actual reason was because after World War II, during the Nuremberg trials, they applauded it to save their asses.
Exactly.
And they tell everybody over here, no, that's just because we're such good people and we believe in human rights. They're full of bullshit, man.
Yeah, no, it's what they want.
It's becoming.
It's the same with Japan as well, you know. Like Japan won't ever recognize what they did for, you know, what they were doing in World War II. I guess it's just a country by country thing, you know.
Well, Germany claims responsibility for the Holocaust. Japan doesn't claim responsibility for Unit 731. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's one thing I'll give Germany, man. They recognize it.
We have Tuskegee in America, you know what I mean? Like, no one has clean hands in the 1930s and 40s, but everyone, you know,
internment
Well,
camps.
they also run on Germany because Germany was the loser, so we could just point the finger at them, you know?
exactly. And
I mean, look, we killed a fuck ton of Indians around that time just to feed the British troops in World War II. You know, we just starved them because we took all their food.
yeah,
So, yeah, we don't have clean hands at all on our side either.
Yeah, nobody does.
so let's not even mention drawing that fucking line in the sand that separated India and Pakistan. That's all the UK fucking up right there.
Oh, yeah, 100%, dude.
100%, man. It's like, all right, well, if we have to leave, we need to make sure that there's some problems here, so you have to ask for help later on. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, dude, our government's fucked, mate, at the moment. You know, it's fucking. There's no nation building going on anywhere, you know?
Can't you go to jail for trolling right now?
You can?
Well, it entirely depends. I mean, Twitter, yeah, they've got an eye on Twitter, but I don't know if they've got an eye on Discord.
I don't think
Big Lemon's not a troll.
Yeah, we're not.
No, I'm a wonderful individual.
How's Potato doing, by the way? Like, I saw the thing where the PETA was there.
I
Did you
can't
see that clip?
Oh, what? Fucking.
I will
tell you
I
what.
unfortunately saw. I've seen too much of Anna today.
It's been the week of Anna at the moment.
I do my absolute best to steer clear of her, and I never hop into her VC. I mean, I haven't even really been online very much for the last couple of weeks, but then I fucking decide I'm gonna start hanging out today, and then fucking glitch. But yep. You know,
Get back in the trenches, yep.
you know, you gotta,
I'm a simple man. I see anacondas in on a voice chat, I avoid it.
I don't hop in. Same thing. I just don't go in. And so the only way it would have to be someone posting something, because I just usually would do it. I did get a little curious earlier when it seemed like Port, I think you too, Levin, were saying that, what is it? That there was something interesting going on. I don't know if it was anything besides just her oversharing in pictures, or
Yeah, not just that. So fucking Tim, Tom, whatever you want to refer him as, but basically said a load of death threats towards Port on his stream, saying he'll find his address and kill him.
Oh, that's bomb.
Wait, she said that to Potato?
No, Potato said it about Port.
Oh, about Port. Okay. And so where did Port
Yeah. Yeah, so Anna came in, well, he was on there, well, she was on there the whole time. But he's been really kicking off about Port this week for some reason. I guess he's living in his head rent-free. And this whole week he's just been waffling on about Port pretty much.
So he picks the people that he wants to do that to him. Like he won't let me back into his Discord or anything, or you know, I'm completely blocked from messages on his YouTube. I might be the only person I noticed who seems to, you know, there's other people I'm sure, but I see.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean, have you like clicked the button and it says you're specifically not allowed to join? That's what it says for me.
This is
so
like the man from the guild.
Yeah, so he doesn't run full on guns on everyone. I'm apparently you two don't have it. He just never wants to fucking see me again. But he gets so mad when I get around. So I haven't been around, and I hate seeing him. I fucking hate seeing him.
It was one of the last bit for me. I don't think I'll ever get unbanned. Like, Lemon was there for the end of that. He was like really fucking steaming with me. But, you know, I just wouldn't take any of his bullshit, and he got pissed.
told this story before. I don't know if either of you guys have heard it. Rabbi knows this story very well. It's how I met Rabbi. It was probably, maybe October or November last year, and it was another, short period of time where Rax wasn't going on panel, and so this is like right before Marty found Crystal and Leslie, and people were sending them, hey, Rax isn't around, check this person out, and he was looking for new targets. He was looking for new people to troll. And someone says, hey, check out this guy, Rabbi Rothschild. So I'm watching, and Marty hops into the Rabbi Rothschild, and Marty brings, a bunch of people, and starts interacting. He's probably there for like an hour and a half, and I'm just kind of watching, and people are asking Rabbi questions, and Rabbi's just being Rabbi, you know what I mean? And at some point, it was maybe an hour in, after the conversation turned out to be a nice conversation, a chill conversation. Marty was just like, guys, we got to move on. I don't think I've got anything to work with here. And he just fucking moved on. He found Crystal Station like maybe that day or the next day. But it was like, I got extremely fascinated with Rabbi because Marty was looking for a way to get under his skin, and you can't get under Rabbi's skin.
Dude, Rabbi, I'm more concerned about that Yorkshire dude.
Oh man, I haven't seen him around in a while. Rabbi has that dude Bluebell or Blue Boy, the Kansas Yorkshire bounty hunter hacker who threatens everyone.
That exact guy, yeah.
Like the guy with the Yorkshire accent, but he fucking I'm not British. I'm sorry, I know.
Oh, that guy? Yeah.
I'm not. I hate the UK. I'm born and raised in Kansas City.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
Australian.
I don't know what.
Dude,
I don't know what happened.
The only time you said that. Please tell me I'm not the only time.
No. He said a couple of different things. Sometimes he wouldn't bring up the bounty hunter thing.
No, you're exactly right. His stories remain consistent. That he just went to school in Yorkshire and gained that accent, but he was quite a person. He had his own bounty hunting company. He had killed, as of November, 12 people that year. So this year he's killed 12 people. And I would ask him, wait, you just straight up kill people? And he's like, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to do the accent, but basically I'd be like, okay, so give me a lowdown. What happens? He'd be like, well, I'll get a job. I'm like, how do you get this job? Is it Uber? Is that a bounty hunter app? And he's like, no, there's a website. And basically somebody will, essentially pay me to go fly to somewhere. He's a private pilot. And
I figured out. And pilot too.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he would basically have to kill people in self-defense. It was like Midwestern James Bond.
In a position where he has to self-defend.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I would ask him.
Basically, you provoke people into attacking.
That's a provoke.
Exactly.
So this guy's just a fake guy who can't do an American accent, so he sticks to his naturalized Yorkshire accent and then pretends to be from Kansas, pretty much.
Perhaps. But yeah, exactly. I would be God. So don't the police, after I don't know, a half dozen of your self-defense murders or whatever, self-defense executions, do they not raise questions? And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, really? So yeah, he was quite a character, but he has not been in recently, and he was entertaining, so I can't say that I necessarily am mad that he's gone, but on the other hand, it was hard to keep track of his stories. Like, wait, okay. So, I mean, I remember this one time he was calling me. He was flying cross country, something like that. And it was just like, I'm like, so you're on Discord while flying a plane? Is that like, is that not like, I guess, right, exactly. I'm like, is that not, is that not against like FAA? Isn't that, is that not against FAA regulations?
I'm flying to another state to defend myself.
Well, so I asked him, I'm like, is that not against FAA regulations to like be on a Discord call? Like, I don't know the FAA rules, but maybe you can enlighten me. And he's like, well, it's all hands free, and it's basically just like a telephone call into my headset. And so I'm like, all right, so can you like watch Netflix while you're flying a plane? And he's like, no, I mean, you're not supposed to do that. There's basically like, I'm not saying that private pilots don't do it, but that is against FAA regulations. But being on a Discord call, no, so long as I'm paying attention, it's like you can be on a cell phone if you need to. And I'm like, okay, so like, what kind of internet do you have?
Pulled over driving a car if I got a phone in my head.
What kind of internet do you have? And he's like, oh, well, like Starlink.
Did he say he was in like a private jet or something?
I want to say he owned the plane.
He was the pilot.
Yeah, I want to say he owned the plane.
Pilot.
Oh yeah, no, definitely that. And I know that he was young. I mean, he had like a 22-year-old girlfriend, and they had a child, and they were just chilling in the passenger seat. I mean, I'd be like, okay, I mean, is this where the story's going today? And but yeah, he was he went all over the United States like Batman or something. He's like a crime fighter. That's really what it came down to. And I was just like, okay. And then on top of that, he had this accent. And it's just like, wait, so you were born in Kansas and you live in Utah and you speak like you're from the British Isles? Like what kind of world is this? And yeah, it was quite.
Yeah, I can't understand that, dude.
Right.
It's wild.
It
reminds me a little bit of this one guy, Nate, who just fucking lies and lies and lies.
Oh, I knew a guy named Nate who was a liar.
It's just one of them bullshitters, man.
Yeah.
I
don't get why people think that's fun to do, like, or why they do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's maybe no harm in a little white lie for the sake of, OPSEC if you're on Discord.
Exactly, preserving your identity or something. Like, oh, where do you live? I can hear, I said, you said Germany, but I'm not asking you what your fucking cross streets are, Don. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
So, like, there is definitely a level where you don't even have to say anything, though. You don't have to be like, oh, well, yeah, I live in Hitler's old mansion. I live in the bungalows that were built over Hitler's old basement. And if I go down there, it's like a museum. And I give people tours and I show them where he shot himself in the head.
Yeah, you would be able to realize bullshit immediately.
Exactly.
In that bunker, after the war, they filled out the bunker with concrete, like it's sealed, right?
But I mean, like, if if you were to start saying some wild shit like that, you'd be like, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah, no, it would be wild. I mean, I've been to historical places here in Germany, right? And even Austria. I forget that was called the Gedstein House. It is Hitler's vacation home. It's a tourist destination, right? And I'm just one of many people who have been there. It's absolutely stunning if you go there. Like, it's in the mountains. It's beautiful.
Is that different than the Eagle's Nest?
Yeah, no. That is the Eagle's Nest.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. It is beautiful up there.
Oh, shit. Is that still around?
Yeah, that's still around. We can go visit it. I did.
Fucking hell, man.
I don't know what it is about lions and eagles, but it always represents a dark nation. Anyway.
What's fucked up is if you go there, they almost turned it into like an amusement park. They got go-karts, like rides for kids and shit at the base of the mountain.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I
Instead of
really
painting
went on
faces like tigers, they just put little Charlie Chaplin mustaches on the kids.
Yeah, dude. I nearly went on a school trip to Germany when I was a kid, but I ended up going to Normandy instead because it was cheaper. But the cunts who went to the German school trip ended up going to Phantasialand, and I went to some cheap fucking French wooden roller coaster fucking theme park, man, you know?
Dude, that sucks. I think the beer's good down here. They've got that pretty down pat. I'll never drink fucking American beer again. That shit is terrible.
Yeah, no, I'll give that up. When it comes to beers, now as far as like, I don't know how long you've been out of the States, but there are some good like small brewer companies that are doing good work. But for the most part, I like Belgian ales most.
Outside
but
of
if I want a good lager, I usually go for something German, like a Spaten, maybe. But I also like Sam Smith's, which is English. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's plenty of good beers. I can't mention any of them that I drink because all these breweries, like where I live, it's all local shit, right? So if I say where it is, you're gonna know exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly. No worries.
I mean, I'm a big IPA man, but
me too.
I mostly order it online, and it's some Norwegian stuff.
Really? A Norwegian IPA?
Yeah, dude, it's called Lervig.
I need to get some Japanese beer again. That stuff was good. I read the label, but it tastes pretty good.
There's a couple. Sapporo has one now, but Asahi was the first Japanese beer brewery to make a stout style, like a black beer, and it's not heavy on the tongue. It is. The first time I had it, I went with my buddy and his dad. And his dad's one of those Irish guys who's just like, Ireland is the beginning of civilization. You know, every country has.
You're right.
Exactly.
The British know all about the Irish.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, but I mean, like, you know, every country. You're gonna meet Greek people who say Greece is the beginning of civilization. People from China will say that that's the beginning of civilization. It's just like everywhere. But you know, not everyone will do that. But the people who have that pride, and so he's one of those guys who he drank Guinness because that's a good Irish stout. And so I take him to this beer tasting, and we go up and we see Asahi Black. We try Asahi Black, and I look at his face, and he puts the beer down, and he just goes, "Fucking Japs have to beat everyone at everything." He's so yes.
Yo,
he was just like, "Fucking Japs have to do everything better, huh?" Fuck that.
I know they won't admit to their own mistakes, but fucking hell, they do a really good job with technology. They do a really good job with, you know, reproducing Western drinking products, you know, and
their
they
Scotch
do it
is
in their own way.
very good. Their Scotch is scary good. Their Scotch style whiskey, rather, is scary good. How do you do that?
I've had Nick the bottle of Travel. That was really good.
No, I don't know that one. I'm thinking of there's another one that's really popular out here in America right now, but for a Japanese whiskey.
Dude, so in my time in Norway, obviously you can't buy hard spirits in normal shops. They have like dedicated shops for it. Yeah, well, they're not liquor stores, they're liquor supermarkets, man. They're fucking huge. And they have this, they have this crazy Finnish vodka. I forgot what the name of it was, but it was 60%.
Wow. I really don't like vodka, personally.
I've always wanted to try like actual absinthe, right? It gets outlawed pretty much everywhere.
I ordered some. I got some here in America before. So I ordered it from the Czech Republic. They had to send it to 2 other countries. It finally went through Canada and got to me here in Vegas. And fucking, yeah, it was. I had 2 bottles. One of them, I can't remember the name, but at the time, they only made this one absinthe because it had the highest content of thujone. So like the psychoactive property in the wormwood that's supposed to make you see the green fairy. This absinthe they made only because they wanted to try to basically like guarantee you a hallucinogenic experience if it works. And the other one I got was, I can't remember the name, but it has Vincent van Gogh's face on there. And it's like, it's one of the oldest recipes in Europe, kind of thing. Like, this is like an actual legit brand of an old world, you know, a real absinthe. This is 16 years ago, 16, 17 years ago that I ordered this fucking bottle.
Yeah, it's probably never been opened.
Oh no, it was gone after about a month or 2. Yeah. No. The one that was like the old recipe, been around for a long time. That was phenomenal. I like ouzo. I like arak. Any kind of an anisette, Pernod, Sambuca. I think that those are nice flavors. Not everyone likes licorice, but I dig it. I think that it's just like that. It's just green. They have wormwood and it gets milky, just like other anisettes. But, it was fine. The one that they made that was specifically for the high thujone content, it was trash. It tasted like fucking Listerine, but we drank it.
Did it get you fucked up though? Did you see shit?
I would consider it a different kind of drunk. Where if you get drunk on tequila, it's different than getting a beer drunk. It's different than getting a wine drunk, right?
Yeah.
This was different. It was a very happy drunk. Nobody saw anything, but it was a very happy drunk, which was, even in the moment, we were just like, is your mood elevated? Fuck yeah. Well, that's different from booze, huh? All right. Good night. But then at the end of the night, horrible hangovers, you know what I mean? Because it's super high alcohol content. It's got more than alcohol. Whatever the fuck the thujone is, it's not good for you. You know what I mean?
It wrecks you, yeah.
Dude, it's basically white spirit at that point anyway, because,
almost. Exactly.
Pretty much. It's like 66, 67%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the thing.
It was interesting.
I mean, I bought a bottle of fucking Captain Morgan's when I was in Norway. And because of how fucking expensive their alcohol is, obviously if you go and buy a bottle of Captain Morgan's in the UK, just a 70 cl costs you about £20. But if you go to Norway, it will cost you about £40 because of how much they tax it.
Wow, that's insane. 40 pounds?
Yeah, dude.
That's a lot for a fucking bottle.
Mm-hmm. It only get 7 at that.
Yeah. It was my birthday though, so I decided to treat myself, and I was there for a while.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, for like 4 more euros, like 44 euros here at the supermarket, you can buy, I think it's like a 2-gallon bottle. They're fucking huge ass bottles. They're about like a meter tall. And it's just like 44 euros for it.
I mean, look, £44 in the UK could probably feed you for about 3 weeks in terms of food and stuff. So,
yeah, no, it is still expensive, right? I mean, you can get a cheap bottle of vodka here for like $5.
yeah, same over here as well. It's about £7.
Yeah,
For a full fit.
Yeah, you know those little bottles they have. You can buy one of them for about £7.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
70 CN is a different story, though. It's about £15 for a 70. Yeah, alcohol is relatively cheap over here, but they don't tax it very much.
It's kind of like here in Germany. I mean, here you can get, I think it's called like 0.5, just red can. You can get those for like 40 cents, and it's half a liter.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
I mean, I'm glad I'm not in a place where they tax high. Hell, I know what these people do.
So, I'll go ahead. So I took my big break into jumping on someone's stream panel. I'll have to send a link to you.
Oh, were you on Marty shit?
No. So there's this guy who spurgs out about Marty all the time. He accuses him of doxing, swatting, and life ruination. And I've just made it the big lemon party.
Oh, that's great. So today it was probably sparking out quite a bit.
Yeah, he always is. If he's not getting enough attention, he'll start begging for attention. Then Anaconda Sin comes in and he gets even more attention. So then he's placated for about 2 days before she starts saying even more disturbing shit. So.
Wait, is she like that bitch on YouTube? I think I might have seen her. Hold on, let me look her up.
The Mindforge Craft lady.
Her?
Yes, exactly her.
She was in fucking Potato Shit. No way.
Mm-hmm. Dude, this is the most disturbing crossover I've came across.
Holy shit.
Dude, you see what I mean?
Dude, I saw like a clip where Potato was like on live stream, right? And he was like, yeah, let's see what's going on with DC. And you hear Anaconda saying like, yeah, I had sex with a 13-year-old. Exactly.
Dude, it's all spiraling for Potato right now. He still hasn't changed his coffee target in about 4 days, I believe. So you know he's having a little bit of a moment.
Oh man, dude, that's great. No, I just remember seeing him sit there after hanging up, and he's like, "Let's just have a conversation about life. Just have a conversation about life with some good coffee."
Yeah, you know, man. The fucking. You got any updates from PKFC about how he's doing with Potato's sister? I haven't heard from him for a while.
Honestly, I've been kind of out of the game myself too for like a week or so. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna say you haven't seemed very active for about since you got the 3D printer.
Yeah, no, I got that thing and I started going down. But dude, fucking anytime I come back, it's always some crazy shit. It's like nothing happens when I'm out, right? Or like if I'm looking for updates and trying to get in there, there's nothing happening, right? I turn my back for a week and fucking Anaconda Simpsons and they're talking about such a fucking 13-year-old, you know?
Honestly, mate, honestly. She's so that dude I jumped on his stream with, after the stream was finished, he started talking about Schwartz. Do you know Schwartz at all?
I think I've heard the name Schwartz.
Yeah, and So basically, since I left that particular stream, because he kept fucking muting me when I kept trying to say stuff.
I know it's what we're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, he started constantly talking about Schwartz's kids getting molested and shit, and he just went in on it, like he trickled down.
What got that guy started? What started him off attacking people in the server?
He kept talking shit about Marty, but way before that, apparently Jazzy supports swatting, doxing, and life ruination, and it's just those three things, right? And he was so obsessed with that idea. Obviously, I don't know any of the real context behind it, and I can't be fucked to ask Jazzy about it because I'm entirely not on his side. So
what's going on with her? Like last time I talked to her, she was like fucking crossfading pills with fucking alcohol.
So who's
not sure?
Jazzy's not Sammy, right? Who's Jazzy?
Jazzy's some other like evil, or I'm not sure how to really describe her.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so she milks men basically.
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's offered sex to literally everybody at the Potato server.
Exactly.
I got offered
that. Like, you think you'd go to a server that's owned by someone with money to try to get money. Like, go to. There's streamers who have money. Like Potato doesn't. He spends 14 hours a day streaming, complaining about being broke. Why the fuck would you walk into his neighborhood trying to get money?
Because most of the people in his server weren't there to give him money. They were there to fuck around with him, you know?
That's what I'm saying. But I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe this is me just with my thinking. If I was going to try to offer sex to people for money, I would probably go somewhere where people likely had money. And Potato's server revolves around a guy with no money.
I mean, yeah, there's about, like, 8 or 9 servers that I'm in, and it's all in the same sort of vein of thought. It's just people fucking with people.
Yeah.
And as soon as you open the gates to those people, you know for a damn fact, you will get rinsed, mate. You're done.
I just don't have it. Here I am. I don't know.
I don't know, dude. The human psyche is weird. Ever since the internet came out, it's like we were just giving crazy people phones, and then those crazy people are out there opening themselves up to strangers on the internet. You know.
Gigi says he's in Denmark, and he's at a hostel in his town.
He's in Denmark?
General of the MBM server just 10 minutes ago. Gigi says, I'm in Denmark. He blocked me when I went to see him. I'm at a hostel in his town. And then there's a video under it.
The Potato was waiting for me. It wasn't the other way around, if that makes any sense.
A lot of context missing from that short thing, but...
Yeah, I mean, look, me and Port thought that fucking Potato killed him or something, you know?
I don't know. I really wish... The only thing that would get me into watching a Potato stream would be if he went outside and did another one of like those old style, like, oh, I'm going to go to a bar and try to make friends.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, Denmark's quite a nice country. It's quite similar to Norway, you know?
That's the thing. Like, what a nice place to have such a terrible person like Potato there. You know? Denmark is, like, known for being a nice place. And then you find out that there's people like fucking Tom Dahl living there.
100%.
Like no matter where you go, there's still going to be a demographic that you do not want to be around. You know what I mean? It's like I don't care about a lot of things, but I really don't like Potato. I think Potato might be the one I hate the most.
He's one of them fuckers, isn't he? He's like, even if he's not directly done anything horrible to you, he demands the best of respect from you, and I absolutely refuse to bow down to that shit, you know?
I mean, he demands that you talk to him at a moment's notice. I want someone to talk to me right now. Nobody's talking to me, so I'm gonna throw a fit. I mean, I'm amazed he lives on his own. I think he knows that if he does go outside very much, they're gonna fucking take him to jail. Because he can't be.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was one time he sent me a message on my first initial reactions to him because I said some pretty stupid, disrespectful shit to him. He then blocked me and kicked me from the garden. And then 2 days later, he sent me a message saying, you're going to have to pay me back somehow. So I was like, look, I'll give you £0 and 0 pence. And then he was like, no, you got to pay me back some respect. So I was like, yeah, no, I don't respect you.
He doesn't understand that you have to earn it. I don't know. You got to be a friend to get a friend. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird that, like, there's all these adults that, I mean, they just don't fucking understand some of the most basic things about human interaction. And it's not like an autistic thing, because the people who are genuinely high-functioning autism, they're doing okay, man. They're doing okay. You know? I don't know.
Hey, in all honesty, I've met some autistic people who are better at speaking to people than this fucking idiot, you know?
Absolutely. So it's like, you can't just blame that, you know, like fucking Andy Ditch. The Andy Ditch guy, he's not autistic. He doesn't even know how to pretend, but he runs around screaming, I'm autistic, someone take care of me, I poop my diapers. It's like, autistic people do not wear diapers. It's not like he's made up his own version, and doctors keep telling him, you're fine, you're faking it. And he just gets mad and screams and walks into the street and tries to. He went to fucking Cleveland. He went to Cleveland. He lives in New York. He went to Cleveland to try to scam their fucking social services.
Oh, fucking hell, man. That's the thing as well. He would have shat himself on a train or a bus or whatever he took up there. And there would have been witnesses to testify that if he was that incapable of looking after himself, you know?
Exactly. I mean, but he spent over 3 days in the hospital down there, and they finally, after he was just like, I can't clean myself, I have to wear a diaper. It's just depraved because he's diagnosed as not sick. So it's nothing except depravity. And someone who they can't admit to themselves, which is just absolutely insane. You know what I mean? I don't know.
He's one of them fucking nappy weirdos, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't get it. A pampered shoe, another one. You know?
Honestly, there's some horrible people in the world, aren't there?
There really are. I mean, it makes me wonder how far on the other side of the spectrum I am if I'm so interested in all of these terrible people, though. Maybe I need constant reminders that I'm not like that. I don't know. You know?
You know what? That's a fucking good point. You know, I mean, look, I fucking got onto this Cyrax craze a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I never really stepped too deep into it. And then all of a sudden, mate, I've always treated it as at least I'm not that person, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Do I just use the troll community to feel better by comparison? And then if I have to do that, how much better am I really?
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, at least we're not pooing ourselves and requiring diapers.
Exactly. And those are the reminders I need, because like to actually cross that line, you really do become something else than people. You know?
Yeah. And then you get ones that double down on it as well. Like,
oh yeah,
like Mr. Ditch, you know.
I just, you know, he won't give it up. I don't know.
Even old is he? Like, do you know how old he is?
He's like 35 or something.
Oh God, fucking hell.
Yeah. You know, I mean, he used to be like a computer technician. Did his first videos are all of him like working on computers, and then sometime about 7 years ago, he just decided that he was a poo fetishist, I guess. I don't know, but like there's so much more about him that is just absolutely insane. You know, when he goes on to even poison his family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Like put stuff in their food and their coffee, like stuff from his own body and stuff from the garage and into the sink. You know what I mean? Like, no. Yeah. Bring back insane asylums. I know that people weren't treated very well in there, but there are a few people who really don't belong anywhere else. Not
That's
many.
true, man.
Not
I
many.
agree with you.
But unfortunately, you know, that guy, I don't think that I bring too much to the table as far as like productive member of society, but I am definitely not trying. I am definitely not something like that. I don't know. You know, that people would.
Well, yeah, like none of us are trying to shit in our mum's dinner bowls, man.
Exactly. I mean, that's not even to mention more than half of these guys end up getting found out to be talking to kids, right?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, that Brandon, whatever, the emo kid who went to jail for threatening, you know, he would be Daniel Larson if his family would kick him out of the house. You know what I mean?
Hey, what's his name? Fucking Brandon Brutal or something.
Brandon Brutal? Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, that guy, I don't know. You know, he doesn't even jump on panel with other people. He's not even on panel. He's just working himself up, making videos, and then posting them.
Yeah, dude.
Easier than Cyrax.
I'll tell you what, Rabbi, are you still with us?
No, no.
Still with us? Can I send you a link real quick to show us a certain video?
Up there? Up there? Yeah, I mean, you can. Go for it.
You can share screen in here.
Yeah.
Bear with me.
It just
give me 1 second. I'll have to find the video.
it slows down. It slows down my devices. So
yeah, same with me. I'm on mobile. I'll see if I can get a screen share going on. Right, okay. Let me just look for it. I might just disconnect temporarily. I'll be right back with you though.
Lemon, if you want, you can send it to me and I can show it on my phone on the camera.
Yeah, you could do. Does it sound alright?
Just send it to me. Let's try.
Yep, no worries. I'll get that sorted for you now.
Sure thing.
Just one moment. I'll be right with you. It looks like text chat's unavailable for me right now. Is it alright if I DM it over to you?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, no worries.
Or you can send it to me too. I can screen share. I just realized.
Yeah, I've got you on here, haven't I? Just one sec.
Yeah, Rabbi doesn't have to do it. Just thought about that.
It should be with you.
Yep, I just got it. Oh, this is that guy, yeah.
Yeah, so he did one with Port the day before, and he wouldn't let Port speak, but he let me speak a little bit more.
So I have someone here who is another Music Biz Marty fan who is a supporter of Life for a Nation. He thinks it's okay to block people, dox people, get people fired, try to get people falsely incarcerated or institutionalized by things such as mental health facilities, inpatient mental health facilities.
The only reason this guy is mad is because he's about to get found out.
This person is just generally the scum of the earth, much like all people who would willingly associate with Music Biz Marty or Music Biz Marty orbiters on various social media platforms. This dude is also a, what's it called? All-right, racist Ethan Ralph supporter, and Ethan Ralph supporters, people that are on that end of political extremism, it's funny because Ethan Ralph is a cunt. Ethan Ralph is a cunt.
Even know who Ethan Ralph is, man.
I don't know why this guy wanted to bring up Ethan Ralph. I don't understand what this guy. I don't know where he drew a connection to Ethan Ralph, but as of this moment, Ethan Ralph becomes his biggest qualm, it seems. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on? Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey, dude.
Sorry about that. I had to go. Oh, no worries. We got it's Afirmakia. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. She's in Poland. Maybe maybe we'll watch this a later time.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't think she's into that. just to be a little bit more inclusive at the rabbi.
No. Show.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Show it. She's doing her own thing.
Okay, no worries. I'll do that.
So this is comedy.
A racist white woman who thinks that other white people are inferior because of their skin color. So
this guy's
just to let you know, the racist white people are in fact eugenicists against other white people, and people like Music Biz Marty and his fans' behavior are proof that racist white people are also racist against other white people, and they think their own race is inferior. Isn't that right, Lemon?
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Answer the question. There's no need for morality, or there's no need for formalities, because I hate you and I hope you drop dead. So go ahead and answer the question that I asked you.
I mean, look, you accuse me of being an Ethan Ralph person. Who's Ethan Ralph?
No, you are one because you sit in
Yeah, see, that's the best part. You don't even know who the fuck he is.
He's telling you. Ralph in a Music Biz Marty fan server. So I don't think you are. I know you are, and you also think your own race is inferior because you are participating in spreading a dox for a racist white woman named Jazzy who hates other white people. And that correlates with the ideology of Ethan Ralph fans, because Ethan Ralph is also a couple. So what do you have to say for yourself? If you keep unmuting yourself, I'm going to kick you. So if you keep unmuting yourself, I'm going to kick you.
Okay, so
yeah, what's funny is that you think you aren't going to go to hell, and that you think karma isn't going to come back around on you, and it will. So when your family gets when your family has unconsensual sex with a pack of gorillas, I'm going to be laughing the way you're laughing just now. I hope you know that.
It's that common with
okay. Do you know any gorillas?
When it happens, I'm going to laugh. I don't need to know any gorillas to determine whether or not I'm going to laugh when your family has unconsensual sex with a pack of them.
So is it an if or a when?
You can answer the question.
What was the question? You just waffling a lot.
Oh, you forgot the question already? So you're the one with the short attention span, not me. Because I remember the question, so.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard right now to remember the question, because it didn't sound like a question. It just sounded like someone is a bit hurt about his personal situation. What is your personal situation?
Okay, so you should go ahead and be able to maintain an attention span that's longer than about a minute and a half if you want to insult people's intelligence or you want to talk shit to people, because you're showing a lack of cognitive ability here by not being able to stay on topic, and that's going against you. So you should probably do better before you want to talk to people. Pretty sure I could beat you physically too, but you're too afraid to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because your mom raised you.
I've seen you. You're a massive fan.
I've seen you in person. That's why you haven't seen me. I haven't seen me in person because you're too much of a chicken shit. Your parents raised too much of a bitch made coward for you to come and talk to me.
Only cows say bitch made.
Figure out your mental situation and your physical situation before you want to say shit.
You're a fat boy.
Yeah.
You're a fat boy. That's what you are.
Are you going to answer the question yet? What did I tell you about unmuting yourself?
Yeah, he kept backstaging me. He kept backstaging me.
You follow simple instructions. They can't act with an ounce of decorum, and they want to pretend
That's the first time he says decorum.
They can't even remember a question when they're asked a question.
He says like 5 more times.
Yeah, he says it if he's like
in a fucking 10-minute video. He says decorum like 5 times.
You unmute yourself, you're going to lose this debate real quick, tough guy.
It's just being
Cyrax.
yeah.
Cyrax movies. Tell me now. Shut the fuck up.
What I tell you about on yourself?
I was second to watch my.
Oh, sorry. We're watching. Yeah, we were watching.
You're gonna learn today.
Big Lemon was. Yeah, Big Lemon
Big
was.
Lemon makes some funny shit. That's what happened.
Yeah, we'll watch you. We'll watch what you want to watch. Yeah, if you want to pause it for now, we'll catch up on the rest later.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just silly stuff.
Are you talking to Potato?
Cool.
I just wanted to thank you for the decision about this what I asked you about the syllabus in the suit.
Did you figure out what that was?
Yeah. That was the name. What was in the suit was like a line. You said something about something for worms. I was afraid that it was true. And there was no warning dogs in the area who get poisoned. Thank you for the conclusion. I know for now that was no worms in the sun. It was there. Thank you.
You know, man, lime in soil. Shit, I hope your dog's okay.
Yeah, after lime, yes, but something on worms, this is not something killing to worms, right? So this is a toxin. That's the difference.
And just keep the dogs away from that particular soil, I guess. I hope it pulls through, you know?
I don't understand you, sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll be back in just 45 minutes.
All right.
See y'all in a bit.
I'm gonna get some sleep, friends. I've been up all
Catch you
night.
later, man.
Alright, I'm gonna have to go to school soon, so.
Take care, friends.
Yeah, no worries, man. Look, I'll catch you guys later.
Come back whenever you'd like,
Yeah, I'll
Lemon.
catch you later.
Come back whenever you'd like, Doctor. You're both very smart people. Take care.
guess I can always start off by saying loose lips sink ships. That's almost a pun anymore. Yeah, I'm Phil Schneider. I worked 17 years for the United States government as a geologist and aerospace engineer, as well as a structural engineer. I worked for such elusive occupations with Morrison Knudsen, Bechtel, Page and Page, Aerospatiale France, and a host of other EG&G and a host of other Los Alamos Laboratory and these kind of things. But rather than bore you with all those statistics, I've got cooked up a real mixed bag here of different topics, and it's might be a little bit like brain overload, but I'll start from the beginning. Now, like I said, I worked 17 years. I co-invented methods of shape charge blasting as well as laser rock deflagration, which means rock is literally melted or powdered by a special maser laser combination, and the residue of the rock underneath is applied as a coating, as a liquid coating, kind of like instant agate, if you could imagine a hunk of agate, which is a hard silica mineral, rock actually. But up here we have another topic. This is an area where I worked. I worked 11 years of the 17 years at Groom Lake, S4, S2. It's in the Nellis Air Force Base area. In fact, Groom Lake is, I'll show you in the picture right here. It's right here. Groom Lake is quite the place. A lot of rumors and other kinds of things have come out of there. Of course, people have stood on the outside for years and wondered what's been flying there. There's all kinds of things been flying. Let me give you a brief overview. Start in ancient history land here. Back in 1909, the U.S. cavalry was engaged in catching some banditos that had crossed over the Mexican border into a place called Truth and Consequences, New Mexico. And they went into a cave or a hideout and killed the so-called bandits, but what they found out they couldn't explain. And they were called horseshoe craft at that time, or horseshoe ships. There were UFOs.
Sophisticated society.
What they
I
call
think
demons,
that which should motivate us, like probably more than anything, to get our shit together, to realize like this is possible. Like this is the trajectory that these intelligent species go through on their road to evolution, their road to enlightenment. And they bypass this terrible stage that we're right now. We're worried that these drones are searching for nuclear bombs because someone might decide to do some sort of a terrorist thing. Because if there's wars going on over there, if we could just know that that's you can get past that.
It's like we're in a phase where our technological development is outpacing our social and moral development.
Or in our biological development. Just like you can only think of so many, like a number of so many things. You can't think of all the stars. I don't think our biology can keep up with the input of all this technology. I think we're getting numb. We're getting weirdly numb to it. You know? And I think it's just it's so inescapable in today's society that if you want to be integrated into today's society, you have to have one of those goddamn phones. You have to be connected. Like we're moving in this very particular direction, and it seems like if we get through this chaos, what these things that are visiting us, all of the things that people describe of the telekinetic communication, telepathic communication, the ability to explain things to them in a way that like clarifies what they're here for, why they're here. That's probably what we would do. It sounds exactly like what we would do if we could get past all the problems of being a human being in 2024 and all the violence and chaos and all the lying and propaganda. If we got past that, that's what we'd become. We'd become some star-faring creature that's like completely enlightened, that shows up and is just checking on the apes to make sure they don't blow themselves up.
It must be a hell of a time to come watch this, right?
Right. And if think about like technology and technology evolution is always so much faster than biological evolution. Like how far ahead are they? You know, if they're a million years, what does that even look like? Like what does that look like?
Do you hit a wall? Like do they just quote unquote know everything, right?
Right.
Or and then maybe that's what allows their moral compass and their biology to catch up,
or maybe they're the robot custodians of the God creating intelligent beings, and that all they're doing is sent for AI created them and sent them out into the universe so that when the apes get to the point where they start making nuclear weapons and bombs and reactors and cold fusion and gravity, you like just make sure they get through this, okay, boom, and then whatever the fuck quantum computing connected to AI becomes. That's what it's like. We're farming that.
That's something I've thought about. You know, when we talk about biological creatures in these crafts.
Yeah.
You know, it could be that those are not things that traveled here from far away and are just kind of hanging out, right? Like that might have just been. They might have created these objects, even the biological substrates, if you will, here, using local materials and put them together because perhaps biological creatures are more appropriate for the type of interactions they need to do. And it's a fixed machine, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that completely makes sense, right? Like if you can create life, which they're very close to being able to create fake artificial life, like in like single cell forms. Haven't they created like, aren't they like creating like artificial embryos? I believe they have started like animal embryos.
And that's just from scratch. I mean, they could beam over, you know, DNA sequences and fabricate them here.
Yeah, but that seems like totally doable, and that would make sense that they could breathe our air too. You just engineer it so that whatever this creature is, it does your bidding. And just they're the custodians. They just hang around. They're not even like advanced aliens. Synthetic human embryos created in groundbreaking advance. This is so crazy. These are human. I didn't think they were human. Synthetic human embryos using stem cells in a groundbreaking advance that sidesteps the need for eggs or sperm. Oh, it's over.
We're fucked. Yeah.
We're fucked. We're so fucked. I'm so anxious. So scary. It's so scary. So that we can do that now. Something that's a million years more advanced. We just like probably send some ball of energy down. That energy would create a spaceship and the beings inside of it. And like they're fucking sending someone a picture through a cell phone. It'd be that simple.
Yep.
And that's probably, I mean, it's probably what it is. They're probably the custodians. You know, we think of them as like advanced alien beings. It's probably not real. Probably advanced alien beings is AI, and it's the most advanced because it just goes from nothing to God. And maybe it needs custodians.
The only thing that would change my mind on that is if they did truly have some kind of faster light travel that allowed them to transport, you know, physical objects from extreme distances to nearby. Right, and then because then the cost of sending that information is irrelevant because they can just send things over. So you know, I can see both sides of it, but it's something interesting to think about. You know, I mean, imagine the science and technology fields that a full understanding of this conversation would open up. I mean, it would open up fields of knowledge that we can only imagine right now. We only see in sci-fi movies.
Right, even if we don't understand how they're doing it, if proven to be true, everybody has to stop and go, okay, what's going on here? Like, how is that thing moving that quickly? Like, where's it coming from? How did it come from 2,000 light years away? Like, how is it even possible? And then they have to figure it out. And how? I don't know. I mean, maybe, what is your take on the crashes? Because that to me is always like, God, if you're so advanced, you can come here from another galaxy, why do you fuckers keep crashing? Like, what is it? And then there's, I'm sure you're aware of Diana Pasulka, stuff like that. They call them donations. Like the people that research these things, whether or not this is even real, but the people that I haven't seen, the people that say they go there and find these fragments on the ground, they refer to it as donations.
One thing I like to think about is, you know, their planet, you know, make a lot of assumptions here, but the planet might be designed a different way, right? Like it might have significantly less oxygen. It could be much thicker. And so they might have bypassed this whole period where they had rocket propulsions, gas shooting out the back. And so they might have taken them longer to get to space, but maybe they did so with a much more developed technology. So then they apply that technology to come over here. Now they're in a regime that perhaps they were expecting. There's, you know, gravity disturbances. There's, you know, more oxygen in the air. There's different things that perhaps they either weren't expecting or just was different than their home environment. And then, oh, by the way, there's these stupid apes that are shining stuff at us, that are launching nuclear weapons and actually knocking us out of the sky. There's electromagnetic interference. So I could see a logic there that shows that, you know, we make the assumption that if they're here, they're gods, right? They can do everything. Maybe that's not the right way to think about it.
Well, also maybe think about the sheer numbers. So if we think that these things are real, so let's imagine they're actually coming from another planet. So if they are coming from another planet and they're capable of coming here, that means other planets are capable of sustaining intelligent life that could be starfarers. So if that's possible here and there, it's probably all over the place. So if it's all over the place, who knows how many numbers of things you're dealing with and how far advanced they are. And like you said, like what technology did they develop? We always think technology is like completely linear, and we think that like what we did and the way we did is the only way it can be done. But the best evidence that's not true is Egypt. The best evidence that that's not true exists. You can touch it with your hand. You can see photographs of it online. We don't know what the fuck they did. And whatever they did was super advanced for 4,500 years ago. We don't know what machines they used. We don't know how they cut it. We don't know how they measured it. We don't know shit. How they figured out to put it north, south, east, and west almost perfectly. No one understands how they got the stones there. It's all speculation and guesswork. But whatever it is, it's insanely impressive and a different sort of way of implementing human ingenuity and engineering and thought into construction. It's very different than anything we've done. So it's a clear path. Like they had an enormous amount of resources in that area. And they had sustained a civilization there for thousands and thousands of years to the point there. They had developed methods and technologies that we don't understand today because they're not here anymore.
I love the work that Graham Hancock has been doing, and I see it as almost like a parallel conversation to the one we're having.
Yeah,
I mean, there's something here. A lot of people can go out and look at it. I mean, sure, I've never been to the pyramids, but you know, the information is there if you're willing to go look at it. And there's this massive stigma within the academic community to say, no, that's not right, because they're in this zero-sum game. They're all trying to win the next, you know, contract and grant, and they just want to stay right within the line of what's acceptable. And he's bringing forward very interesting points about a time period that I think we all understand now is a lot less understood than we thought.
There's also parallel civilizations that coexisted with European civilizations that are very similar to what we know about in history, that were like the Mayans, for instance. Like, what the fuck was going on in Mexico? Like, how come? Because we know when that was like, they're like when Cortez visited. Was it Cortez or Cabeza de Vaca? Who visited the Mayans and wrote about it? It might have been Cabeza de Vaca. I think it's in that movie, the book A Strange New Land. But when they first encountered these people before they gave them diseases, like they had this insane civilization with like gold headdresses and ornate dressing, like, and everybody's like, what is this? Like there's insane stone structures and human sacrifice. Like, the fuck are you guys doing here? Like this is a totally completely different type of civilization. Yeah. While in Europe, they're wearing fucking wigs and they're trotting around and like all coexisting. So we know that human beings can go in very different directions in terms of the way their society develops and the technologies they implement. why wouldn't we think that that would be the case with everything in the known universe? Like everything in the known universe, there's probably an infinite number of paths that intelligent creatures can go to creating technology. And like you were saying, some of them might take like way longer than our path of, you know, implementing combustion engines and electronics, and they might be using frequencies, they might be using some sort of different way of generating energy that we don't understand.
Maybe the planet has super strong electromagnetic fields, right? And so they can leverage that in a way we can't.
Well, the thing Lazar was talking about was that this planet had a stable version of this element 115. But I think, I mean, even, what does that mean? What is element 115? If there's 114, element 115 is whatever the fuck you find next, right? If you don't know what it is. Like and it was all theoretical until the Large Hadron Collider, they developed a version of it for, you know, a millisecond, so you know that it's a real thing. He's saying a different planet with completely different. There's planets out there that are made entirely of diamonds. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
About a giant diamond in the sky. Get a picture of that one. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, I think that there's probably an infinite number of ways intelligent life evolves, and some of it probably isn't like anything like us. Like octopi, like octopuses, they have no need because they're in the ocean and there's no houses in the ocean, so they have no need to like build things, but they're super smart, man. They open up jars. They figure out a way to get out of a fish tank, walk across the floor, climb into the next fish tank, kill a fish, eat it, climb back, and go back in their tank.
That's why I don't own a squid or an octopus, because if I saw them in the middle of the night, it would freak me the fuck out.
They're really smart. They're weirdly smart. We don't even know why or how. You know, they have eyes that separated from like whatever an eye was developed. An eye was developed for them, and an eye was developed for us. Like, and we branched off from the evolutionary chain. Like, who knows how many hundreds of millions of years ago.
I learned a pretty interesting little tidbit here. You know, I mean, the octopus, apparently its DNA is not like anything else on this planet. But apparently the Hawaiians have a ancient tradition that octopus basically came from the sky. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting, but, you know, with panspermia, they do think that it's possible that planets, when they get hit by asteroids, a big chunk of it can fly off and the DNA from that rock can enter into this new environment. And with some things like spores survive in a vacuum. That's one of the thoughts about psilocybin mushrooms, that perhaps they arrived here from somewhere else on a rock. Which is, it's a real possibility. Like, that's where most of the iridium that they find when they do those big digs and they find that layer of iridium that's near where there's an asteroid impact. That's all just shit that came from space.
Yeah. I mean, if you look back at like the evolution of humans to monkeys to, you know, fish, and then, you know, multicellular organisms, and the introduction of mitochondria, smaller, simple single-cell organisms, there's a very linear path of evolution. And very early on, there's a massive jump where we went from extremely simple bits and pieces to essentially this big jump in complexity for these small systems. And there's a theory out there that that jump occurred due to seeding from elsewhere, right? That perhaps that the whole path is linear, and it occurred over time, perhaps, and they think the time period is like several billion years, right, for the evolution from these components to get to essentially a single-celled organism. That these components evolved independently in space, perhaps feeding off of gamma radiation or other gamma energy or other energies that are out in space. And so that evolutionary process did take billions of years. It just didn't occur on a particular planet. And then over time, as meteorites hit the Earth, then we see this uptake in complexity because of the arrival and then the further evolution of the biological, you know, chain that led to us. And, you know, it's pretty interesting, you know, kind of tied to that theory is that, you know, the Big Bang happened and things, you know, gradually cooled down. I mean, there was a point where, and I think the number is like 500,000 years, where the universe was essentially room temperature. right? Like everywhere in the universe had like a distribution of temperature that was equivalent to what we're sitting in right now before a continued universal process that allowed for the development of lifelike components that eventually went out to see through the universe, which would be a really interesting concept because it would lead us to believe that this probably happened in multiple places and not just here.
That is a fascinating idea that it's like seeds. And I mean, that's the function that these asteroids have when that's what happens when they land and they spread whatever's on them. You could imagine like that's the function of asteroids slamming into planets, knocking chunks off and flying that stuff into space.
That's why we have water here. You know, I mean, we didn't just organically like create water on this planet. It came from asteroids and other debris.
It's common, right? Like
comets, yep.
Yeah. A lot of comets are just made up of just ice, right?
Yeah.
Which is fucking nuts. There's a chunk of ice bigger than Manhattan flying through the sky.
Or a diamond.
It leaves it, right, and leaving traces. And some of them they can mine. Like that's going to be really fascinating once they figure out how to do that, land on an asteroid and mine it.
Yeah. $1 trillion industry.
That was a Bruce Willis movie, right? Wasn't it?
Well, I think they're trying to blow one up.
I think it was. It was a Bruce Willis
miners.
Armageddon.
Yeah.
All right, they weren't mining, right?
They trained miners how to be astronauts because that was clearly the easiest choice instead of training astronauts to mine.
Well, we were getting to that. The James Webb Telescope Secret Squirrel meeting. Did you find anything on that? Nothing?
I don't know specifically. I was supposed to be looking for it.
Okay, let's try it. Let's say James Webb Telescope top secret meeting, urgent discovery.
And everything, but I have.
Give me the bullshit. Give me the stuff that's shady.
There was a congressman that had a classified meeting about the James Webb.
Yeah.
It's like if they have many discoveries. I don't know.
Oh no, not discovery. Top secret classified meeting discovery. Come on, Jamie, indulge me.
You know, we don't usually put classified stuff out.
Yeah, do it. Put it out there.
NASA denies existence of classified briefings on James. This was 2 months ago. So I read
so they definitely have it. Definitely have it. It's probably bullshit. It's probably a fun thing. NASA denies it. In recent weeks, rumors spread rapidly on social media. I think I was involved in that, suggesting that NASA's James Webb Telescope had made an extraordinary discovery, potentially alien life, and members of Congress had been briefed about it. The rumors intensified after U.S. Representative Andre Carson, who had previously chaired a congressional hearing on identified aerial phenomena, declined to answer a question about classified briefings when asked by, I don't know who that is, run by journalist Matt Laszlo on X. Laszlo on X.
He's been doing good work in the UAP topic.
Matt Laszlo?
Yeah.
Shout out to Matt. Speculation prompted a Freedom of Information Act request filled by the Black Ball on September 22nd, 2024, seeking any records classified or unclassified about James Webb Space Telescope briefings provided to Congress, particularly related to the telescope's findings. The request aimed to clarify whether any congressional briefings had been held about significant discoveries made by the telescope, which has been in operation since 2021. So the response was a copy of records, which includes videos, photos, electronic or otherwise, of all briefings about James Webb's telescope and program made for Congress. I asked that you include all classified program or briefing. It says those searches located no records responsive to your request. Need to confirm or deny? I mean, if I was hiding the fact we're going to be hit by an asteroid, that's how I would do it. I wouldn't tell people. I wouldn't respond to this feed. What freedom of information? What are you going to put me in jail? We're going to be dead in 60 minutes. There's a planet heading our way. You know, planets get hit by other planets sometimes.
Or maybe they detected signs of life around an exoplanet.
That's the fun one. The fun one is signs of life. The fun one is an actual spaceship. The fun one is something that they can't explain that changes everything that we hold dear and believe to be true. Whatever that means.
You know, we've gone down the rabbit hole with some some fun speculative conversation about what's out in space, but I just want to make the point that like this is still a solvable problem here on planet Earth, right? Like we can't let like the fun speculation of what's going on out in the universe stop these kind of stodgy academics and others to say, well, this is not relevant to me, this is not practical, there's nothing here, right? Like we need an intense focus on this within our government at the highest levels, not just within an organization with the Pentagon. And we need to engage our scientific and academic community and remove the stigma at the highest levels. I'm hoping Trump will do that.
You think the bottleneck has been the security clearance of it all, or the bottleneck has been the lack of transparency? Like, if people just knew, that would be the end of it.
I think so. I think that would absolutely, and of course, by people knowing, they're going to want to have some evidence that they can use to do research on. But even if the president just came out the other day, or in the next week, or in a few months, and said, we don't know what they are. We have moderate to high confidence that they don't originate through any known adversary or nation on Earth. Help us figure this out.
But Biden and Harris have been like the last managers of Blockbuster Video. You know what I mean? The fucking gig was up. Like, don't even show up. It's over. The building's going under. The lease is done in 2 weeks. Fuck this.
I
It's
understand.
not even at work.
I understand it's a policy of the Biden administration to downplay this topic at the highest levels.
You understand that this is like a mandate? This is something.
I don't know if I want to use the word mandate, but their policy.
This is their instructions.
Yeah. So I think with the folks that are friendly to this topic coming in with the Trump administration open up a very key opportunity window for us to move this conversation forward.
When you look at it from their perspective, what would rationalize trying to downplay this? Like, if you look at it from their perspective, what could possibly be the case where they think it would be good to propagandize or sway people in that direction?
To stop our adversaries being aware of the reality situation and from investing into it and proceeding past it. Because again, we're artificially constraining ourselves, right? Because we're trying to keep it a secret.
Right.
So now that game is changing, right? That game is changing because it appears that China is making investments and has a large amount of interest in this topic. And we're at a point now where if we continue to do that, we're going to simply fall behind. And I think there's been this delay within the Biden administration to just kind of ignore that problem for the next, for whatever problem is more relevant. He's probably more, worried about his son and the legal issues he's in than this massive issue.
I don't think he's wrong. I really do think he's the last manager of Blockbuster right now. That's I don't. She's not even showing up for it. I never see her anywhere. It's unfortunate. It checked out. It's over.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is, okay, then who's running it? Why are you holding back that stuff?
Whoever's been running it, I think.
Yeah.
So I think this is, can you imagine how President Trump would be remembered across history if he moved this conversation forward?
Yeah, if we just knew what they know. You don't have to tell us what's possible, what it can do, what you've engineered from it. Tell us something's going on. What is that thing? What's that thing that's going on? Is that thing ours? If it is, that's fucking crazy. You guys have been holding back some insane shit. And if it's not ours, then we need to know. And I think that would change the human conversation. Ronald Reagan talked about that in the United Nations speech in was it the 1980s? Do you remember that speech?
Well, I don't remember, but
he talked about how united we would all be if the threat of an alien invasion was happening, or how quickly we would put aside our differences.
Well, that's why we have the red phone with Russia, right? To be able to, yeah, it used to be. I'm sure it's a text message now.
I wonder if they even have a phone.
Well, they do, and they do with China as well now. Although it's less.
But isn't it like a phone? Like, hello.
I also don't know the instructor. It used to be, but it was there in order to.
All the members of humanity Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war? 2 centuries ago, in a hall much smaller than this one, in Philadelphia, Americans met to draft
No, about a year ago. They're called alien or aurora drops.
Maybe it's time for another one.
Supposedly the skins of
Yeah.
the black jets.
If they know, tell us.
Some of the ones that are coming
It'd be
in
good.
at very high
It'd be good if you let us know.
speed, they're still glowing
And
red hot, white hot.
if we did have to split, like, what can you imagine? Let's imagine that you get into this position and it's your job to get this information out to the public. What kind of resistance do you think you're going to face? Because it seems like if there's been deals that have been done with defense contractors, and like that's what you kind of have to have work on, right? Like, who else is going to know what to do? Like, you kind of have to get contractors on this thing. You're going to have to get the best and the brightest UFO. Figure this out.
We haven't had support from the top in the past, right? So, were I in such a position, you would have to be working closely with the White House, and you would have to have the White House's buy-in on this. I think that's the only way. And from the top of the executive branch, you use that position of influence. You pass additional, presidential memorandums and executive orders that countermand previous memorandums that may have existed in the past in order to legally compel these organizations from the chief executive to be in conversation forward, to require them to bring this information out, to require them to collaborate. And, it doesn't have to be a one-person job. You bring in some of the brightest people in our country in order to evaluate this data, come to a conclusion, and then share those conclusions with the American people.
Okay, let's imagine you get this position and you go through this search and you find out that this is all our technology and that we can't allow China or Russia to know that we're capable of using these kind of technologies that are unheard of right now. So we have to keep it as a national security secret. What do you do about some of that?
I mean, ultimately, if the answer is that there is nothing unusual going on here, then we have to respect that. Right? I mean,
it is very unusual. If you've got these things that are moving the way these things are moving in their arms.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the case here, for all the reasons that we've discussed today. So, ultimately, it's about finding the truth, right? It's not about finding your way to a conclusion that you already support.
I wonder what the world would be like if it was fully accepted, if disclosure was fully accepted. I wonder what the world would be like if Trump gets into office. Trump has a press conference. He brings you up. You explain what we know. This is over the last 16 months. Our team has discovered this, that, and that. We've personally investigated this, that, and the other. Where are the crash codes? Where the fuck are you guys hiding those? Because if that's real, that's the end. All you have to do is bring the president to the crash site, and you bring him into the warehouse, and you show him this thing, and you walk around and you go, "What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?" That would be the end. All you have to do is get a camera crew, go with them. Now we know. By whatever, by whoever. Maybe it's not even a visitor. Maybe it's always been here. Maybe it lives in the ocean. Maybe it's been monitoring us from there, and its sole purpose is, like I said before, custodian. Make sure we don't blow ourselves up. But either way, we should probably know that. We should probably know there's fucking bases in the ocean. Because a lot of them, they've seen their transmedium. They move through the air and then they go into the water and they want to splash. So, okay, what is that?
We would have, for the first time, I think, a clear direction of where we need to go as a society. It would revamp our academic processes, our fields of study, our beliefs in, religious structures. I don't think they would nullify it. I think they would probably amplify it. And it would, I think, have the equivalent impact of a positive nuclear bomb on our economy. we would have certainty in what direction to invest in and what technologies to pursue. And I think that by having that direction, that would, again, nuclear bomb level increase in capabilities where we would be able to, be working on propulsion and energy systems and material systems that would advance us well beyond where we are today. It would leapfrog us. And if we sit on our hands, we don't do that, we're going to find our adversaries in a position to do that instead, which will completely rewrite the geopolitical environment.
If we reach technological proficiency in all this AI stuff and quantum, if we reach this first, then what do you think that looks like?
Every year goes by and the black budget is
I think, well, we already are in AI to some degree, but I don't think it's a technology you can necessarily contain to one country. I mean, China already has their own AI out there. So I think it's going to be somewhat business as usual, at least on the AI side. Quantum computing, a little bit different. The technology investment is much higher, but still, if China can come in and potentially steal that technology and replicate it, then we're just in another level of arms race at that point. But if we have the ability to invest in deep technologies that we aware have an endpoint in reality, instead of having to guess the strategic value of something, it's going to allow us to focus our resources in a way that we haven't had the opportunity to do in this country.
That's some great rose-colored glasses. That sounds really good. It does. When you say it that way, I'm like, wow, it's a very positive outlook. I hope you're right.
What do you think?
I don't know. I definitely don't know. I go back and forth a lot. I go back and forth as to whether or not these are visitors or whether or not they're interdimensional and they're always here. I go back and forth whether or not they're ours. I think some of them are ours, probably. I go back and forth to Lazar's talk about how they had been doing flights with these things. They figured out how to at least get them off the ground and move from around the sky and land again. If that was going on, if that's real, if that was going on in 1989, who knows? Who knows what the fuck we have right now, if that's real. But if we are being visited, it's a complete revamping of our position in the universe. If we do realize we're part of a community of intelligent life that's in the universe, and that it just takes a while for you to be technologically sophisticated enough where you can communicate or travel to these places, but it eventually happens. And then we just realize the lights come on, there's like a billion eyes out there staring back at us. Whoa, we're all connected in this thing.
Well, I think it would give us a lot of reason to collaborate.
It would give us a lot of reason to collaborate, and like Ronald Reagan was saying, it would force us to recognize that we really are one thing here on planet Earth. It's us together. I mean, we're not different countries. It's crazy. We're just, there's different countries, but we're just human beings. We should all just be like the same thing. We don't need to fight. There's no reason for any of this stuff. All this shit can be worked out, and in the future it should be. I just think technology's got to kind of like help us along in that direction. That's probably exactly what's happening. But it's pretty strange that in the meanwhile, like what we're facing today with these superpowers duking it out and trying to develop technological and military dominance, this would be in the movie the exact time that alien life would start showing up. If you're gonna have a movie like the aliens come to make sure we don't kill ourselves, now would be arrival time. Now would be the time.
It's like we're all sitting in Plato's cave, duking it out, arguing about what's on the wall. When a few people are creeping upstairs, realizing that we have a lot bigger things to worry about.
Yeah, we have a lot bigger things to worry about and a lot bigger things to look forward to.
Yeah.
And I think the only way we're going to know what the territory is if we get a legitimate map. I think some people have a legitimate map of what we're looking at, and some people don't. And that's where you and I agree that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
And it's not their position. Shouldn't be able to.
Well, people like yourself bringing attention to this topic, Joe, is huge. I mean, I think the momentum that we've seen over the past 3, 4, 5, 8 years since I've been doing this is really changing the conversation. I speak with people every single day. I work this every single day, 7 days a week. And the amount of people that are changing their tune and coming around with this conversation at all levels of engineering, scientific background, financial resources, is absolutely huge. And I think the pressure is going to continue to build. And I think that the opportunity we have here with the new administration is unprecedented. And I think we need to do everything we can do to leverage that to move the conversation to a point of no return.
I think it's possible to do. I really do, and I think that's what the general public wants at this point. I think people are really tired of not knowing. Like, if it's all bullshit, tell me it's bullshit. Like, tell me how you know it's bullshit. If it's all real, fuck you for hiding it for so long. How you been hiding this for so long? How do you think this, if you had to guess, how do you think this drone thing gets resolved? I mean, they can't just stay in the sky.
I have this kind of hit in my stomach that this will probably stop in like a week or two, and then we won't learn anything new. Now, I don't know if that's how it's going to play out, but that would be consistent with what happened in past years.
Do you think it's possible that they're just testing to see how people would react to drones flying around space?
Due to the lack of coordination in government on this topic, I would assume that that's what they were doing. They would have had a better plan to communicate.
Well, why would they communicate with state and local authorities if they could do it in a way where they get clearance to do it? And, you know, it's a need to know thing. And they just like have these things fly around just to gauge how the public's perception be.
Even within the federal government, there's confusion, right? So I'm not even referring to local government and law enforcement. I'm talking about like government agencies that are actively investigating this seem to be out of the loop as well. So if they are trying to trick us, and when I mean us, I mean like basically everyone, you know, even within the government, even more people would need to know. I mean, it's so hard for me to rationalize that they would be willing to manipulate 95% of the government in order to run some kind of experiment or social test with unclear value at the end of that chain, right? Like, what exactly are they preparing us for? Is it a broader integration of UAP knowledge into our conversation? That's the only thing I could think that would require such secrecy.
Well, do we have drones that are capable of doing exactly what these things are doing?
I think so. I mean, for the vast majority of cases that I've seen, you know, on social media and whatnot, I think so.
So is this domestic or the Chinese drones, like the top of the line drones that can do what these things are doing? Are we making those here?
I would have to make the assumption that the government, with the defense community, has built various drones that are capable of doing similar things for deployment overseas. Right. So again, there's not one video. I know we've looked a little bit for one that exhibits capabilities that gives us the high level of confidence that they're completely unusual. But we're not seeing that necessarily, so I can't jump to that conclusion yet based off of the information that's being presented. But the overall activities of all these objects and the historical consistency with other sightings in this part of the country led me to still consider that there's anomalous activity that's going on in this area.
Anomalous in terms of what we know we're capable of?
Yes.
Like, what is an example of anomalous that exceeds our capabilities?
Increased signal management, right? Not being able to be detected off our we have very sophisticated radar systems on the Eastern Seaboard, including in New Jersey. So to have objects that are able to essentially evade those detection mechanisms and appear mysterious and disappear over the ocean or come from the ocean in a way that's untrackable should not be possible. That's why we have these billion-dollar systems. So have we developed these capabilities, and not just radar, but infrared, being able to block infrared, and even being able to detect objects in their proximity and turn their lights off, right? And of course, these aren't magical technologies. We can probably imagine a path there, but it creates a lot of uncertainty about the origin of these objects and their intent, right? Are we trying to evade our own capabilities and cause a mass panic over our own country? Is this a foreign adversary that has had breakthroughs in these capabilities? Not just breakthroughs in these capabilities, but, you know, Iran and China and Russia, for them to be operating off the eastern seaboard is not a small task, right? To like load up a ship, have it be stealthy, and then launch all these drones without a point of origin. That's not a trivial problem for them, right? We're the only country in the world that has a true global navy, and it would even be difficult for us to do. Civilian drones, I mean, are there civilians operating these? Hundreds of drones without detection, without flaw, without failure, without crashing? Very, very strange that would be the case as well. So again, I look at all these different options and I can see a rationale to say, okay, some of these are not exhibiting capabilities that make me think it came from somewhere else necessarily, but all these kind of facts lined up one after another makes it really anomalous and quite the mystery still. But again, I can figure this out. Like, we can get proper technology there. We can go figure this out. And if the government's not going to do it, I will.
How are you going to do it though? Like, without the government? Like, what would you do? There's right now. Let's say Trump never calls you. You got to go figure it out. What are you going to do?
I'm going to take RF receivers from counter drone technologies. I'm going to go out into these hotspots. We're going to be looking for the signals that they may be emitting, and then using mobile platforms, we'll be there to be able to detect the strength of the signals, and we'll essentially follow them, see where they go. And that might include, operating an aircraft. It might include a ship offshore that we can hand off this information to, so they can track them when they go out over the water. It's just a resource problem. It's not a technology problem.
So if there is a ship that's launching off the coast, what kind of technological capabilities would that ship have to be there undetected, to where they don't know where these things are coming from? How far away would it have to be where that's even feasible?
There's a couple paths. One of them, it would have to be perhaps like a submarine launched ship, right? And we have very good detection underwater, especially off our coast.
How many drones could you fit on a submarine?
Well, that's the thing, right? So especially car-sized drones, probably not too many. So we're talking about perhaps a different class of submarine or multiple submarines. They probably don't have the ability to recover these objects.
Would it have to be a submarine, or could it be a giant ship?
I don't think we could have a giant ship or coast without the Navy or other DoD assets knowing it's there. So satellites and everything else.
If these things are launching from the water, they must be launching from something that was under the water.
That would be my hypothesis.
But there's no ship that's been sighted, right?
Correct.
What if it sounds so stupid, but did you ever see that one video where they showed this thing? It was an underwater camera. I think it was focused on an oil rig, and you see something flying through the background.
Yep, we can see that.
Something like 500 knots.
Like a silver flash.
Yeah.
I have reports from submarine operators of very fast objects under the water.
Yeah. What the fuck?
USOs, underwater or unidentified submerged objects. I mean, our planet is mostly covered in water. Our sensing underwater is not as good as in the air. There's less traffic under there. It would be, a logical place to set up shop.
Yeah, I mean, how much of the ocean has actually been discovered or explored, rather? It's like 10% or something crazy.
Yeah, pretty small.
And there's insane deep spots that something could just go and hang out.
Or move around, stay mobile.
Yeah. Well, listen, I hope you get a phone call. I hope you get a phone call and somebody listens to this and says, that sounds like it would be a good thing for everybody if we knew what the hell was going on. If it's possible to talk about it. But again, without you out there telling your story, and guys like Commander David Fravor and all these different people that have had these experiences and encountered things and are aware of it and know that it's a real issue. Without real credible voices like yourself, this conversation falls into the hands of silly people like me. Like if I'm interested in UFOs, I was interested in Bigfoot for a long time. You know what I mean? Some of it is just fun for me. But when guys like you come out and talk about it, and when the New York Times writes that article in 2017, you get the gimbal video and the Go Fast video, all of a sudden it's like, okay, this is a phenomenon. This is a real thing? What is it? And why don't we know? And why aren't we being told what we do know?
They don't deny it anymore. I mean, within government, when they communicate, it's clear from the Pentagon to the executive branch to legislative branch that yes, there are objects, we don't know what they are, and they seem to be exhibiting capabilities beyond the state of the art. I mean, we're at a point in the conversation where that seems to be pretty widely accepted at this point.
How hard would it be for people to accept that it's coming from an underwater civilization that's popping out to check on us?
That might be harder than the whole alien theory.
Right. It would be almost crazier to think that we coexisted with an alien civilization that's under the water that we didn't know about.
Wouldn't we feel foolish?
We would feel so stupid. We thought we're the apex predators. We thought we're running shit. Just hovering over our cities. Listen, man, I really hope you get that phone call. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And like I said, I really mean it. If it wasn't for people like you that had the courage to come out and talk about these things, because I know there was a long time where airline pilots, a lot of different people just didn't want to talk about their experiences because it seemed like they were silly and they would be mocked. And it was widely dismissed. And now it's kind of generally acknowledged that something's going on, even from our own government, our own government. So thank you. If it wasn't for guys like you, I don't know where this whole conversation would be. So I hope you get a job. Yeah, please do it. Tell everybody the website one more time.
safeaerospace.org.
Okay.
Please sign up, and you can report there. Please sign up as well.
Instagram,
Twitter, uncertain vector.
X. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Bye, everybody.
By the way, Colorado Springs, a famous area. Nikola Tesla's laboratories were in Colorado. And need I say more? I'll leave that up to Al Pelik. As far as Nellis Air Force Base, there's 9 underground mountain bases in Nellis Air Force Base. That's in Nevada. It's north of Las Vegas. There's going to be a UFO show and conference in Mesquite here later on this month.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October 14th, Denver, Colorado at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code RATCANE. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally with no pre-sale code. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/tour. Those are trusted links on there. If you go elsewhere, you may get an untrustworthy link, and that could lead to upselling prices. So theovon.com/tour. I also want to tell you we have some new Be Good to Yourself tees in new summertime colorways like banana, salmon, and more. You can check those out and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you. Today's guest was grateful enough to let us tape out of his studio down in Austin, Texas. He's a linchpin in the mixed martial arts community and a prized UFC commentator. He's the host of the largest podcast on planet Earth, The Joe Rogan Experience. And his new hour of stand-up comedy is the best comedy that I've seen him do. We're grateful to have him here today, Mr. Joe Rogan.
I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song. I will sing it.
Two of which are benevolent.
Okay. We're live.
Which Val Thor was repudiated to be a.
Yeah, you're doing your podcast, though.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for Thank you for the hospitality and for jumping on, man. I appreciate it. And for letting us do it here. Yeah, we had, man. Last night was really cool.
It's a good time, right?
Yeah, the new place looks great.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you feel when you go in there? Do you feel like was it scary to start to think, okay, I'm going to build like an actual building for comedy? I mean, it's like a whole business, kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming. It's a little overwhelming. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Did all right.
It's exciting, but it's part of me is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I was listening to you show it to me, and I was like, damn, Joe, it felt like you were like a contractor or like a landlord kind of. It was like, oh, this is it feels like a whole different uniform kind of.
It's a totally different thing. But luckily, I got people running it, so my participation in that aspect of it will hopefully be minimal.
Yeah.
You know, but it's definitely, you know, but I felt like I felt compelled to do it, you know, because I always felt like if you know, I never wanted to own a comedy club, but I always felt like you just have to be nice to comedy club owners because you never want to be one of those fucking people.
Right.
But then when I knew I was moving here and Cap City was already closed, I was like, maybe I should buy a fucking club and start a club. And so that became my focus. It became this thing where I was thinking, I really should do that. I really should like set it up so that I'm setting it up the right way. So I'm not setting it up to try to make money. I'm just setting it up to make an amazing environment for comedy and have a home for comedians where they just feel good.
Yeah.
They can go there and that's a great spot to hang out and you just feel good about the atmosphere. You'll be able to perform well. You'll be treated well. Like everyone be, you know, treated with respect and with fun and just a good attitude.
Has the city been receptive to it? Has there been like any like kickback like that? Has there been any like barriers to creating a comedy club that you didn't expect just because you've never done it before?
It's a process. I mean, it took a long time to get the permits and all that stuff, but it wasn't, you know, it's just normal. It's normal for any business, and especially if you're going to get a liquor license and all that jazz and have live performance.
Yeah. Dude, I heard you and that guy, they were talking about, y'all were talking about horse sex and when I told them, I'm in the lobby. I was like, oh, okay, this is my kind of place today. Dude, I saw in New Orleans one time they had a lot of the cops in the French Quarter on horseback.
Yeah.
And two of the horses started fucking with the cops on them, bro.
Were the cops getting mad?
One of them was.
Was the other one excited?
The one in the back, I think, was kind of fucking vibing with it a little because at least he was in the winning position, you know?
Right. You don't want to be the guy where the horse gets done fucking that horse and then he starts fucking you.
Yeah.
Or the horse collapses and you get trapped under it. I saw a horrible video the other day of these dudes were racing horses. They're running and a dog, a yappy dog, runs out onto the track and the horse trips over the dog and the guy dies.
What does the dog run out there and tell him something or something?
Yeah. No.
Or like to greet him?
Bark.
Oh,
Just some shitty dog. They thought it'd be a good idea to bark at a fucking horse. And the horse trips, and the horse is in full throttle. And the horse trips over this dog and lands on this guy. The guy goes, the horse goes head first, and the guy goes with him. So the guy goes down, the horse comes on top of him and crushes him.
And the guy died?
I'll see it.
Yeah. I'll see it, man. I didn't want to at first.
But now you're thinking about it.
But now I'm in. Dude, they had a fundraiser one time when I was going to LSU. They had a fundraiser there for a guy who had gotten hurt playing football, right?
Yeah.
So they raised all this money. They wanted to get him a nice fancy wheelchair, one that has like everything on it, like the centrifuge or whatever you can have on a wheelchair,
right?
Speakers, and also get him a golden retriever, like an animal, because he had gotten paraplegia from playing football.
Right.
They get him those things, right? There's fundraisers at a couple of different LSU games. People are walking around the parking lot with buckets and stuff, raising funds. They get him that. And they give it to him, and then a few months later, the dog had the wheelchair or whatever. It had like life support on it for the guy as well. He had to have some kind of like oxygen system. The dog pulled the plug out from the thing, and the guy died.
one of the editors of Popular Science who put this article out is now in federal prison.
But yeah, seeing those horses fucking made me want to be a cop, dude, for a little while. That shit looked like a party, especially in New Orleans, you know, where people are kind of dancing anyway in the street.
I can't find the video, but I can find a video of a Komodo dragon swallowing a deer whole.
All right, that'll do.
I did some test piloting, and the only thing I tested.
If that's what I gotta take, dude. That's your second option. Bro, did you see that we made the Fox News last night? I get home, right? I'm looking at some different news sites. That front page of Fox News was Joe Rogan reading the TikTok.
Oh, when we were reading the terms of service.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, right?
Yeah, but it was the front. It was the main thing. Yeah, it was like, and it almost was like I was like,
watch this. Watch this video. Bananas. Here, you swallow it. He'll do it again. Here, go. Watch this. Look how quickly he ate that whole deer. He swallowed a goat. Sorry.
Okay.
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay, that's kind of
Seems like it's sped up a little.
I've never had goat.
It's good. It's an unusual tasting meat.
I had aardvark at a wedding one time.
Aardvark?
Yeah.
What kind of wedding was that?
It was I think it was just like a white wedding or something. Like they said it was aardvark. It could have been something else though. Or they could have misspelled it.
Type white wedding?
No, it was just like a regular, like two whites getting married. You know,
they ate aardvark.
They said they
what
did.
What state was this?
This was in Louisiana when I was growing up. It was at a fancy French place, and they said that they had aardvark in there. So we believed them. But yeah, I just thought it was crazy that like it was like the night after we did the interview, same day, right? So the head article is Joe Rogan reads the TikTok agreement, right? It's like it's almost like someone's like, is Joe the only person who's reading the terms of service of things in America, and the rest of us are just using shit like right out of the box, like not even paying attention to what's going on? That's what I felt like a little bit.
I think a lot of people are now with things like TikTok because there's been a lot of articles written about it and a lot of people calling for it to be banned because it's basically Chinese spyware.
But if they get us, then what would they like? So say we talked about it a little bit the other day, but say they get, like they infiltrate all the electronics, they get all the data and everything. But then how do they get us as people? Like how do they get us into the cages?
Well, I don't think it's as simple as get people in the cages. I think what they want is intellectual property. They want to steal data, and they want to, like, if they have access to your computer and say, what if you're working on some fucking weapon system? Or what if you're working on some communication system, and they have access to your computer? They can steal that data from your computer because they have access to it because you're using TikTok.
So it's just about information.
Yeah. One of the more disturbing things is saying that they have access to computers that aren't even being used for TikTok.
Right.
Like other computers.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Which is just,
that's crazy.
It's so insane that would actually be something that someone would allow. They had an engineer, software engineer, back engineered TikTok and said it was the most, in terms of like invasion of privacy, it was the most egregious example that they'd ever found.
So wouldn't there be some structure or template in American society or government or hierarchy that would protect us from that sort of thing? Why? That's what I don't understand sometimes. Why isn't there like something that protects us from that sort of thing, or is it just our own responsibilities?
I don't know what they can do now other than ban it. But I know they were talking about banning it for a while, but then there was some sort of a deal that was made where the data was going to go from the American version of TikTok was going to go to America. But it turns out that it's not. It's going straight to China, and then they get the version to America. See if that's correct.
See, that sounds right.
That's pretty good. Yeah,
and we're going to keep using it. It's almost like, because what if they hit? They told women there's a makeup that would steal your face, right? Like you put it on and it's going to put your face in China, and we still use it.
Right.
I mean, that just shows me the level of addiction that we have to, I mean, it's an addiction.
They have an office here. TikTok has an office in Austin
for people that need help.
Yeah, you know, I found about that. Some lady was heckling the Curriculum Cave. She said, "I go, what do you do?" She's like, "I work for TikTok."
How old was she? Oh, that's all right, dude. Tony ripped into that lady the other night, dude.
That lady was
all over a table. Very sad.
There was some fucking drunks last night, man. Some rowdy ass people for a Tuesday.
Yeah, he crushed, man.
It was fun.
It was cool. I hadn't seen you perform in a long time. I mean, I hadn't seen a lot of people perform in a long time.
Yeah, it's here it goes. Leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings show that U.S. user data has been repeatedly accessed from China. I feel like with these tools, there's some backdoor to access user data in almost all of them, said an internal auditor hired to help TikTok close off Chinese access to sensitive information like Americans' birthdays and phone numbers. And if you look at the terms of service, it's a lot.
Yeah.
What they have the ability to access is a lot more than that. The terms of service is nuts. Just reading that any company that would try to sell you on social media. I mean, it's one thing to like say, "Oh, we're going to target ads in your direction." We kind of use that,
right?
Whatever. Like with Google and shit. Like, I don't mind if they send ads. That's my way. But what they're doing is nuts. They have access to your audio. It means they have access to your fucking microphone. They're listening to you talk.
That's scary.
Yeah, like if you're having a conversation, like we're going to do this deal with China, and we're going to sell them this.
But how much bullshit do they have to listen, or just people fucking listening, you know, like talking to an animal, or fucking, you know, like recording like a recipe for a buddy or something? How much bullshit do they have, you know, fucking say? Like, it's almost sad if there's just like a, you know, just a field, like a football field of Chinese people just listening to Americans like fucking clear their throat and shit.
I think most of that stuff they're not interested in. They're interested in targeting specific individuals. Like, let's say you're an executive at a big software company.
Okay.
And they know that your kids are using TikTok, and your kids are also using your computer. Well, they get access to your computer now.
Right.
This is what it seemed to me. I mean, obviously, I'm a Luddite when it comes to this shit. So I'm just explaining from what I'm reading in terms of like what this could be interpreted as. But they have access to your keystrokes.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, whatever you're typing, you're typing to your wife, like, I'm tired of bullshit. Like, whatever you're typing, they have access to that.
But it's just crazy that all of them are going to be in their sleep. Those people that work there in the middle of the night, they just have some love letter to some fucking, you know, a couple gay dudes, or, you know, some fucking, you know, kid like sending his, you know, like dirty pictures to his buddies. It's just like they're going to be fucking losing their mind.
I don't think they would access
all that.
I know what you're saying, but I don't think they would access that.
Yeah.
I think what they would do is use it specifically to target individuals that they think are working on valuable information,
high-end stuff.
Yeah. Or if someone was like doing something that was the Chinese party deemed bad for China, you know, maybe some Chinese person over here was like selling Chinese information to them. They could find out all kinds of stuff.
Say this, something like this happens, right? You're leaving work, okay? And things got compromised out in the world. You were at work, you were doing a podcast episode or something, and like things just kind of hit that level where it's like maybe a couple police precincts have been taken over just by vandals and crazies. Like the pendulum's starting to, things are getting like AWOL, right? And then everything, the purge, right? So you're driving home, you're getting fucking Cam Haines is sending you fucking 1,000 hammers, you know what I'm saying? And like you're getting all of it, everybody's just texting you, you know? Jocko's like, I'm not even waking up tomorrow for work. I'll be up all, you know, I'm just gonna be up at 4:30, right? Like everything's all, what do you do? Like, how do you, this is the end. This is when it's like, all right, Joe Rogan, you hear, you know what I'm saying? You hear it just comes from God or from something like a strong wind with a fucking, with a voice box in it. It's like, this is it.
This is the apocalypse.
You're leaving work. This is it.
I guess you have to respond to each individual situation it's like each thing will be unique. Like, is someone trying to break in your house? Is someone trying to rob your, you know, is someone trying to break in your car while you're driving?
Okay,
What's
so you
gonna
have an
happen?
hour. You have kind of an hour. We'll give you 90 minutes. You have 90 minutes to kind of get before you're going to start to feel some pressure.
What do you do?
An underground base.
I guess load up some magazine.
Oh, I'm fucked. Mexico. But I'm wondering, what do you do? You know,
That's what I would do. I'd probably load up some magazines.
Okay. Into what?
Into guns.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know if you fucking.
No,
At the periodical
I don't mean
section.
magazines like Sports Illustrated.
I'm like, dang,
I'm like an AR.
This guy's taking information with him into a bunker.
I'm reading Time Magazine.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, I just see Joe with as many copies of Field and Stream as you go fucking live.
Well, you could use those magazines as like protection. You stack enough of them.
Okay, so
of each other.
Okay, see, now you're thinking.
Slow bullets down.
Okay, let's say like you pick up your family or something. Do you guys stay? Do you have a bunker?
I don't currently, but this conversation is making me want a bunker.
Yeah.
I've wanted a ranch for that very reason. Like if shit goes completely sideways, it'll be great if there's a place with water and food. You got your water, you got your food like on the property.
Okay, what about if you're kind of in a city or you're in like a like what's maybe a business or something you'd hold up in? You think is viable?
A business that I'd hold up in, it would have to be some sort of fortified establishment,
like the mall.
No, you'd have to get something that you could defend.
Dude, the mall?
To conduct a closer inspection.
I think you'd have probably like think of all you could hide in the fucking Macy's behind all the
hiding Cinnabon behind
just squeezing frosty in your mouth and fucking pumping shells.
It would be a good excuse to eat that food because like I gotta eat something.
And that stuff will keep because a lot of that stuff has like all the preservatives in it.
Yeah.
So you'd have that, you'd have mannequins in there. Think about that. You could set up like a like a Mirage.
Right. Like a fake sort of situation.
Yeah.
Where people would think that but you're behind that.
So the mall I think could be good. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I would go to the mall.
Really?
Yeah.
The mall.
Yeah, because nobody's at the mall anymore.
The dumbest people are at the mall. They're gonna fuck it up for you.
Despite there being no
They gotta go.
They're gonna go, the Russians are here, guys! They can't shut the fuck up. I'm pretending to be a mannequin.
Reproductive glands would be absent.
I'm like, hey,
give me a medium.
All removed in what presented as a clean and sterile manner.
Yeah, I think that would be
That's
weird,
gonna be
brother.
the problem with dumb people. When shit goes south, there's some people that just like they're fucking they're ditch diggers. They're dumb people. They're fucking they're minimum wage thinkers.
But they're gonna have a lot of weapons though, probably.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think a lot of people have weapons now.
But I think if things go sideways, well, a lot of people are going to panic in the chaos.
Right. Oh, immediately people will be panicking. People will be trying to group up. Some people will be trying to salvage shit. That person's going to go.
That person's going to go. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to fall apart. But that's always like whenever things go weird, people fall apart. You know, a lot of people don't respond to pressure very well.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I got stuck in an elevator one time. I was at Mardi Gras, and we were in there for like 17 minutes. And some dude, there's two girls, and there's like 9 people. It was like a busy day at Mardi Gras.
Directed towards those
and there was my buddy Josh Kelly, he's a musician. He's playing. We take this elevator, and like 9 of us get stuck in this elevator for like maybe an hour. But you can hear Mardi Gras going on. We're like, how long are we going to be in here? And we're in there a little while, and some guy goes to 2 girls in there. He goes, "Don't worry, nobody in here is going to rape y'all." That's what he said. And suddenly, like everything in there just changed. We're like, nobody's even thinking about that shit, you know?
How big is this elevator?
It was probably, honestly, I bet it was almost as big as this table.
Big elevator.
Yeah, maybe 2 feet smaller on that end. Maybe 1 foot.
So not so big.
Yeah, and some guy kept trying to just pull the doors open as hard as he could.
And how many people are in there with you?
I would say 7 people.
7 people, and 2 of them are girls.
Yeah.
Suck to be them after that idiot has to say that.
Yeah, dude.
Really have to think about that. No one's gonna rape you. What the fuck? Imagine.
And if he's not thinking about raping them, then you think he's gonna be thinking about, you know.
Did anybody tell him to shut the fuck up?
People just say calm down. You know, it was, but it was just interesting how it escalated. Like, you know, things started to escalate. If you are struggling with addiction and you don't know how much help you need, or where you should go for help, or if you need to go to treatment, or or anything.
But
If you don't, Recover Here is a trusted resource that assists motivated individuals searching for addiction treatment to find the best option. Recover Here provides a professional evaluation at no cost and helps you find the best treatment option with respect to your individual circumstances. Recover Here can save you time, money, and most importantly, your life by helping you navigate comfortably through your recovery journey. If you're struggling with addiction, I've been there, and it can get better. Visit recoverhere.com. That's RECOVERHERE.com to get started on your recovery journey today. Well, boys and girls, it's August, and that means it's National Hair Loss Awareness Month. Did you know that 2 out of 3 guys have some form of hair loss by the time they are 35? Kind of a lot, isn't it? Luckily, in most cases, hair loss can be prevented and treated, and Keeps is here to help. Once hair loss starts, it usually doesn't stop or reverse on its own. The earlier you take action, the more hair you're likely to keep. Keeps, clinically proven treatments are 90% effective at stopping hair loss, and 66% of men even experience regrowth. Yum. Keeps offers a simple, affordable, and stress-free way to keep your hair via convenient virtual doctor consultations and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. You don't have to leave your home. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/Theo to receive your first month of treatment for free, and you'll be supporting the show. That's keeps.com/THEO to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Theo.
Have you ever been in a riot? Like a riot type situation?
No, I was at Beta Breakers one time on mushrooms in San Francisco, though,
What's
dude.
Beta Breakers? What is Beta Breakers? What is that?
It's like a bunch of people. They're like racers. They're like they race in the street, you know.
What kind of racing?
Just for long distance. The Kenyans always win it. Yeah.
Running. Okay.
Yeah, running racing. So it's a bunch of those folks.
Bay 2 breakers. I thought you were saying Beta Breakers.
Yeah, Bay 2 breakers.
I thought he was saying that too. So I typed it in.
Oh no, Beta Breakers I think is a little different.
Bay 2 breakers.
Yep. So
that's the run.
Yep. So that's the run, and you can just get in costumes and just be in it. It's like
like the dude is dressed up like a pink monkey.
Yeah.
How weird is that? He's at the front. Oh, McDonald's. They dressed up like Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, so people just do all kind of costumes.
Oh, interesting.
And we ate a bunch of shrooms out there and kind of commandeered this water table. There was a water table that had kind of been left unattended.
What is a water table?
Just a table with a bunch of cups of water.
Okay.
So we got over there and people were running, they're going, and we started telling people that the water was for Asian people only, right? Bro, we are crying because people are running. They can't stop. They're trying to make a time. So for some people, we're like, bro, it's Asians only. And it was like, why ain't you? And then Asian people were all excited, and we kept passing them up. Dude, we were fucking. I would take pictures with people, and I'd have my fucking nuts hanging out the whole time. Yeah, bro, we were out.
Taking pictures of people with your nuts out. How old are you at the time?
I don't know, man. Probably 28. And people were like, hey, let's get a picture together. So we get it, and I just slip that bag out there, baby, that fucking gum holster. You know what I'm saying?
I had a friend of mine who used to do that all the time. Just pull his nuts out. Tom Cotter. He was on Dancing. No, America's Got Talent. Yeah.
He's so funny.
Yeah, he's a funny dude. I knew Tom way back in the day. And he used to do what he called the sack walk, where he would pull his sack out of the zipper and just walk around and party. And he would just let you know, like, Tom, what the fuck are you doing, man? His nuts would be hanging out of his pants.
Yeah, you used to be able to party like that.
Ari still does.
Who does?
Ari. He'll still party like that.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. Ari's such an interesting dude, isn't he?
He's a very interesting dude.
He's a very much his own person.
Yes. And there's not a lot of people like that, dude.
Yeah, I really admire that about him. So the end of the world's happening, and then I would be at the mall, or maybe, you know what?
What?
What if you went offshore in like a boat and let the shit fucking
let it watch it from a distance,
let it melt?
That'd be a good move if you had a big boat. If you had a boat with food on it, but boats take diesel engine fuel, and that's like where you getting your diesel from. Like, how are you going to get that boat back to shore? Like, what do you know?
Okay, so you got to prep. So you got to have some diesel on you. You got to have another boat with diesel.
You got to have a second boat, a feeder boat, like a tanker.
And I'll work on that.
So you get a tanker like 15 years worth of diesel. Your boat's going to be this big. You're going to have all this fucking. So you got your houseboat that you're sleeping on. You just smell like diesel. Diesel's a terrible smell.
Really? I like
Some
it a
people
little.
like the smell of gas. You know what I like the smell of? Magic markers. Sharpies. Pop the top.
Get in there, dude. The black ones, I'll fucking BLM in each snout hole, baby.
Sales that Jeff Bezos
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's got a boat with sails?
Yeah, that's his boat. That giant yacht he has.
What? That's it?
Yeah. That was in the picture.
Oh, so it's going to have sails?
That was a big one.
They do?
When I was looking them up earlier, yeah, there's giant boats with giant sails on them.
Why is that?
The businessman
They
had
don't have
also
to.
taken
So they can still work, I think,
regular
if they get
flights
stuck
across the
somewhere.
mountains
Oh.
in his private
They use the
aircraft.
travel.
Wow. See, that's key too. You're going to have that because what if you're
That's a backup.
yeah, what if your stuff goes
Maybe
out?
Jeff Bezos knows some shit we don't know.
I'm sure he probably does. Has he come in here?
He hasn't, but I'd have him.
You would?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I think that'd be
I
interesting.
talked to that dude.
My mom works for him.
I wonder if he knows some shit that we don't know in terms of like shit going down. How addicted are those things?
interviews he had conducted with the owners
Very
of mutated
addictive.
Yeah, you were hitting that last night hard.
Did you notice that? That's how I am, man. If I get something, I get it.
The more detail that the impassioned Benowitz chose to add
You know what I'm
to
saying,
this
boy?
Gasoline, magic marker, Escobars, whatever.
I'm gonna hit it one more time, dude.
He
Just
began to panic, citing discussion
Feel
with
it.
shadow
Well,
government
crazy head rush from those,
agents,
don't you?
claiming that the
Yeah, those
extraterrestrials living below the
nicotine
mountain
vape pens.
were one of
They're good
three
for thinking.
separate
For whatever
species to
reason.
have visited Earth.
Nicotine is a
But it was
cognitive
the assertion
enhancer.
that a whole
It's like a
floor of the
nootropic.
alleged alien base
oh, I don't know if I believe that, but it hurt.
facts
To me, it makes me just to not be able to sleep that good. It makes me like wake up and being scared.
You saw him ridiculed.
No, but it
Finding the
is.
escorts
It
off
is
the
like
base.
well, that's one of the things that Stephen King said
Shortly
really
after
affected
this,
him
as the
in his
businessman's
writing
mental
when he quit
health and
smoking.
coherence continued to deteriorate. He suffered
Um,
a nervous breakdown.
So I got a question for you. So a
On the
couple,
advice of doctors, his
whenever
family
you're
agreed to have him
like,
committed to a psychiatric
comics
facility
always
in
knew
1988.
that you were doing
Seemingly
well, right?
removing
Like,
any shred
but
of
whenever you
credibility
got like,
his initial
whenever you
reports
got your
to the military
Spotify deal,
contained.
was it scary that people, because they
Perhaps the
attached
most
like such
amazing
big
aspect
figures
of
to
the
it in the
stories
press,
told by
right?
Paul
Was that
Benowitz
scary that
is that
people
they are by
knew
no
that you were
means
wealthy?
the only
Did that
detailed allegations.
was that scary at
A
all?
secret base concealed beneath the
I
town.
wouldn't say it's scary, but it's just one of those things where people like say to other people,
former Air
"Why don't
Force
you fix the
technician by the
streets
name
and the
of Thomas
schools?
Costello
And
went
why is he going there?"
confirming that there was a hidden facility
And then there's some
underneath
people
the
that just get
Archuleta
jealous, so they get
Mesa.
angry. You know, there's a
More
lot of
incredible
angry,
still
jealous
was that
comedians,
Costello
unfortunately.
claimed that
And there's
this
a lot
was
of
not
comedians
an
that look at other people's
extraterrestrial
success
base, but
and they
one
feel bad,
constructed by the United
so they
States
think that you're
government,
doing something bad
where
because they feel bad
aliens and human
because they don't like the way it
scientists
makes them
work
feel
together
when someone's
on
killing it.
genetic
Like a lot of
experiments.
comedians are narcissists, and a lot of them are very
Costello
self-centered.
related how he had been a
Yeah,
US Air Force
and so they
photographer
think
based at
that when
Nellis
you're
in
doing
Las
something
Vegas,
well or something's going
but in
well
the
for
early
you, and somehow or another it
1970s,
takes something away from them.
transferred to the secret
You know,
Why does that
base
happen, do you
in
think?
Mexico.
Famine thinking. People
Whilst
think like there's
there,
not enough for
he was
everybody.
responsible
With
for
comedy, there
maintaining
clearly
the
is enough
facility's extensive
for
surveillance
everybody.
network.
With podcasts,
And
there's
for
clearly enough
documenting
for
some of the
everybody.
work
And when
being
other people are
conducted in
doing
the
well,
laboratories.
it's actually better for everybody because
Costello
it
even
like
went as
gets
far
more
as to
people
offer
interested in
photographic evidence
podcasts, more
Yeah.
people getting
testimony
interested in
of what
comedy.
he purported to be
That's
some
my
form of
take
alien
on it.
hybrid
But I'm
suspended in a vat of
that's
fluid in one
my
of the
I've always
labs.
had that take. I've always like tried to help other
What
comedians.
barely
Oh
the
yeah,
journalists'
I think
time
yeah,
to
I think
digest his
I trying to
claims
remember.
that the Dulce base
You,
was
I think,
just one
inspire
of
a lot of
many
people to
such
try and think that way
facilities
more.
linked
You know,
by
I heard you
vast
talking about that on Andrew
underground
Schultz's
railroad network
show, and I think
before
you
he
inspire a lot of
disappeared
people to
from
try and think
public
like,
view
yeah,
altogether.
just yeah, you know,
Help everybody.
Right.
Rising tide lifts all
However,
boats.
Yeah.
It's good
his
for everybody.
claims would
Yeah.
later
And it's good
resurface when a
also for the
further
art form,
whistleblower
which is
came
good for
forward.
you. It's good
This
for your
time from
act.
within the
Like
ranks
when
of the
other people are
Dulce
killing
Police
it, it's good for you.
itself.
He just can't. You can't have that miserly way of thinking that some people have, where they want it all for themselves. You can't. That's not good.
Well, some of it's a fear. Yeah, I think especially for some people, if they never came from anything, it's a very, it can be scary, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it can be scary.
It can be scary because they never had anything. So it's such like, this is going to go away. You know, it's like, I probably had moments like that in my life, for sure.
Yeah.
Where I just was like, oh, this.
Yeah, you think it's going to go away.
Yeah.
Especially, well, when you're not really totally established yet, you just start getting a little bit of success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was also
was it
train network similar to that alleged by Thomas Costello.
Do you feel like since you become more of a celebrity, has it made podcasting any different? Because like you started to get picked up by all the tabloids, and we got picked up for you reading the damn user agreement.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what is that kind of pressure like? Is it like you wake up in the morning, you're like, what is it like a, what's going to be in this box today? Of,
I don't read it.
Right.
No. I just keep going. I just keep doing it the same way I've always done it. Like this.
Yeah.
Sit down. Have a good time. Talk some shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's as long as you just keep doing it the same way. I mean, that's why it's still successful, because I do it the same way.
Yeah.
I don't change anything. I get better guests. I get more, people that maybe weren't interested in doing it before because it's so popular. They'll do it now, which is great. And then maybe some people are scared of doing it now because they're scared of criticism. They're scared of being exposed. They're scared of the heat that comes from all that millions of eyes on you.
Do you think that, there's some people who would... Have you had people like that? You reach out to them like you just think they're too scared?
There's certain people that don't feel comfortable with being in front of such a large audience. Yeah, for sure. There's a few people that I wanted to get on. They're like, man, I don't know if I can deal with that. I'll get nervous. And I've had people that wanted to do it in a more comfortable studio audience. The studio atmosphere is daunting. All the cameras, couldn't we just set it up at your house or something like that?
The Air Force
they just start trying to mitigate whatever the pressure would be from doing something that millions of people can see.
I can understand that. I mean, this is I've never talked to my father this much, and as we added all of our time together, I never spent that much time with my own dad.
But think about how many laughs we've had.
Yeah, that's true.
We laugh our ass off just the other day. Yeah, fucking fun. It's the greatest.
Kill Tony was so good. That show is
the best. It's the best show. Kill Tony is the best show for comedy, for stand-ups, up and coming stand-ups. There's no better atmosphere, no better, and it's the cornerstone of stand-up in Austin because it's such a good show. And for 1 minute, all you have to do is just be funny. All that woke bullshit, all that virtue signaling, all that's out the window. All that posing. You got 1 minute. You better come with some jokes. Come with some jokes.
Yeah. Or just come. I think you would laugh at that, dude. If somebody got up there and batched out for a second.
I don't know, dude. I pantsed Bert Kreischer during one thing. I pulled his fucking pants down. He had no underwear on. His ass was half hanging out. He stood up and he raised his arms up in the air and he took his shirt off and I fucking pulled his pants right down. Show that.
Yeah. He should just go full nudist. How long till Bert Kreischer goes fully nude?
Well, he did something the other day with a sock over his cock. He was doing something.
And at that point, you're just a damn 9-iron, dude. You know what I'm saying? He's halfway to fucking nudity.
He's close. All he has on is pants. His pants are sagging.
Dude, my sister one time was using drugs. Sorry, love you, babe. But she and she's awesome. I love her so much. But she got high with some guy on a date, right? And they went rock climbing, which seems insane to do when you're high, and then ended up at a nudist colony
on top.
Yeah, or at some small plateau. Yeah.
Wow.
Jeez, pretty cool.
Imagine falling naked. Oh. I mean, it's not like clothes are going to protect you,
but you'd feel like they would.
Yeah. There's something about falling it would be extra scary to fall naked.
Dude, say you're falling, right? All right. You have a turtleneck on. Do you put your head inside or not?
I don't think you even think about it.
Yeah, you do.
Probably have a heart attack.
You don't think about it. You think about it. That's what you do. You're the best thinker. So you don't think you
I don't think I would. No, I'd be thinking of how to cushion the fall somehow.
So what would you land on? You think chest first? Probably you have a strong chest.
No, I think you'd want to like land on your feet and try to collapse your whole body and roll, but you're dead. You know, there's a certain height that you're just dead.
My buddy made love to a plane survivor one time, and then she ended up becoming a lesbian after that, which is kind of crazy. But
he turned her.
I think she just, I think she's trying to help him out.
So she wasn't straight to begin with.
Yeah, right. And I think they both had a kind of a buzz cut, and they just fucked. But what about like, so has your life, just because your life's so interesting, man, it's like so many people try to like, I think, emulate Joe Rogan, you know, and I think they emulate, well, I think they try to emulate, you know, they hear so many guests on here and people that are doing positive stuff, right? And so they try to emulate that universe, you know.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Do you feel like it's ever tough for you, like, for you to keep up with being Joe Rogan? Does that ever start to get to like a thing in your head? Is that a crazy question?
No, it's not a crazy question, but I don't think like that.
Right.
I just keep doing what I'm doing. Like if I stopped tomorrow, I'd be cool. I enjoy doing everything. I enjoy doing comedy. I enjoy doing podcasts. I enjoy doing the UFC. But if I stopped doing all of it tomorrow, I'd find other shit to do.
Yeah.
I like
doing
things.
Stuff.
Yeah, I like doing things. I would probably just get really more into archery and playing pool. And maybe I'd start drawing again or something. I mean, I don't need to do what I'm doing. I need to do things. Right. You know, I'd probably just like invest more time in jiu-jitsu.
Really?
Yeah, I do just different stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I think I see that with you because you mentioned archery.
Who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence
there's a cough button. It's a red button right there. Go like that. Yeah, nice, right?
Cool, man.
Isn't that, we're like professional with that thing. Yeah. And sometimes I drink these Kill Cliffs, I get a little phlegmy.
I talked to the man that runs that company. Really cool guy.
Oh yeah, he's the best. John. Shout out to John.
Yeah.
These are the shit, man. I love this. This flavor, this Ignite is the Ignite is the same flavor as the CBD one, but this pineapple jalapeno was my idea. This is all my drink. That's why it's my face all over it.
Let me
Flaming Joe.
Let me get in this bastard.
Get in there, son. That's what that is. This is
all right.
We came up with this idea. We were talking about coming up with a specific flavor, and I said, you know what would be dope? Pineapple jalapeno. And he was like, ooh, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went through like 7 or 8 different versions of it until we came to this one. But this one just nails it.
Does it have honey in it, you think?
I don't believe so.
At least 3
I love honey, dude.
I love honey too.
Dude, we used to go by the bus stop and we'd sneak off in the woods and get those honeysuckles. Remember those?
Oh, yeah.
Them bitches were good, dude.
I like honeycomb. We just scoop it out with the wax and chew on the wax. And you're not even sure whether you should swallow it or spit it out.
Ooh, anyway, that just sounds more for something you give a young lady just getting into high school, you know?
But if it's like honeycomb, like you eat honeycomb, the honey's in there, it tastes delicious. But then you're chewing on that wax. And you're like, what am I supposed to do with this wax? Yeah, what is that wax made out of, by the way? Because it's not wax. Like, what is the wax made out of when a bee makes wax? Is that really wax? Beeswax? What is that?
Well, yeah, they said beeswax. Jimmy, can you bring that up? Do you mind?
What is wax?
Sorry that I could ask you.
What is
wax? I'll tell you what it is.
Here's a thing that I've never thought of. Like candle wax?
Because it disappears and then it can go back to being solid. It's a pretty powerful substance when you think about it.
But beeswax is not the same as candle wax, right?
I mean, I'm sure that they have a lot of similarities. I mean, people use wax on their cars too. Think about that,
right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, those are like synthetic waxes. Waxes are a diverse class of organic compounds that are lipophilic, malleable solids near ambient temperatures. Just lost Theo. They include higher.
I was paying attention to. That's the crazy part.
snatching up the
They
discarded
could
satchel charges
higher
and filing them
alkanes and
before hurling them
lipids,
in
typically
through
with
the
melting
doorway.
points above 40 Celsius.
There was an enormous explosion,
Melting to give low viscosity
immediately
fluids.
followed by a
Waxes
shower
are
of dust
insoluble
and
in
debris
water, but
as the stairwell caved
soluble in organic
preventing their enemy from accessing the
non-polar
floor
solvents.
or
Oh
any
wow!
others.
Yeah, because it is interesting. If you take a thing of wax after it's melted and poured in a thing of water, it just turns right back into wax.
Or you got
Cover the
ass
collapsed
wax, pulling that hair off.
The
Oh yeah,
lieutenant and the remainder
I've
of
gotten in there,
the team
baby.
made their
Beeswax
way
is a
back
natural
up through the
wax
facility
produced by the honeybees
towards the main
of the
loading
genus
area.
Apis. The wax
But
is
upon his
formed
arrival,
into scales
He
by
was shocked to see that
8
two
wax-producing
further army
glands
trucks
in the
had
abdominal segments
discharging
of
several
worker
more
bees,
squads of soldiers
which discard
wearing
it
black uniforms,
in or at
who
the
hurried
hive.
towards the corridor
Wow.
from which he and
I'm
his
not
men
shocked,
had
dude.
just emerged.
Bees are
amazing.
Well, you know,
To
they're
his
dying
commanding
too.
officer,
Yeah.
he
Bees are
abruptly
dying from the
inquired
heat.
what was taking
Is it the
place,
heat?
Yep,
who
they're
the Soviet
evaporating,
were,
they ejaculate,
and why
and
they
their
were
whole body
now
blows
heading
up.
underground
Is that real?
towards
Bring it
the
up, Jamie.
lower levels.
I'm gonna fucking do
I-
something here
I
today.
watched
He and
a
his
thing
fellow
today
Navy
on
SEALs
murder
had only
hornets.
watched
They're trying to
on as the
rename murder
mysterious soldiers
hornets.
continued to head
To
deeper
what?
into the
They're
base,
probably dying here.
Look at this.
where so many
At temperatures
US soldiers
over
had
107
already
degrees
lost their
Fahrenheit, it is
lives.
estimated that
In an
half
effort
of
to
male
contain
honeybees
the
will die
marauding
in this manner within 6 hours, with more sensitive individuals dying after
During
only
the
2 or
summer
3
of
hours.
The headline is the man over there.
Oh, bees
Phil
ejaculating
Schneider
themselves
gave a
to
series of
death in
lectures
heat
across the
waves.
United
Fuck yeah, baby.
Oh my God,
Spring
you're
break,
telling the
baby.
truth. I thought he was just
Spring
making
break.
shit up. Click on that.
Hell no, dude. This is in this is in Panama City Beach, Florida.
Bees, bees, click on the link. What happened?
This is Kid Rock's honey. That's who's making this shit. That is for sure. If it's got semen in it.
Bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves. Viral story explained. All right, hit that so you hear it play. Yeah.
But
Does it play?
Schneider explained
Just
his
music?
love for his
Okay.
country
Leading to
superseded any
in
thoughts
the
of his
U.S.,
personal
nearly
safety.
35 million
That the
people
American people
are
had a
under
right to know
excessive
the
heat
potential
warnings or
dangers
advisories.
which their government was
However,
hiding from
the heat
them.
wave in Europe is of particular
He
concern
opened his talks
due
by
to the lack
explaining
of
how he
widespread
came from a
air
family of
conditioning.
public servants.
The
How
hottest
his
day ever in
father
the
had been
UK
a
was
military
recorded
officer
in
who worked
Congisley,
on
New
the
York.
Manhattan Project.
July 19th, hitting a temperature of
Then he would
104.5
reveal to
degrees
those
Fahrenheit.
present
The
the
heat wave
thing
of
missing from his
wildfires in
left
Europe,
hand,
with fires
relating how
breaking
he
out
lost
in
them whilst
residential
fighting to
areas
regain
around London,
control of a
England,
secret military
on the outskirts of
installation
Athens,
from
Greece, and the western
extraterrestrial
Germany,
attackers.
where 2 firefighters were injured
Schneider
while
would
fighting a
hold
break.
up bizarre-looking metals and minerals,
Twist their ankles.
claiming that they were
This is a false
products of
headline.
Yeah, it's
experiments
bullshit.
which had been
Where's the
kept
bees?
hidden from the American
Where's the
people.
bees?
He would then
They're
explain
jerking off
in
to
great
death.
Yeah, they
detail
are.
how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface.
Drones
of North
ejaculate when they get
America,
too stressed. Who doesn't?
linked together by miles and miles of magnetic
Allison
field
McAfee, a
tracks.
postdoctoral fellow at the
Finally,
University of British Columbia's
he would
Microsoft
close his
Laboratories,
lectures by
told
saying that when
Newsweek,
his time
ejaculation
came,
kills them because it
just like
basically
his friend,
eviscerates their
his
abdomen.
murder would be made
This
to look
happens
like
during
a
natural
suicide,
mating too.
reiterating
Drone
that he
honeybees
had no
always
wish
die
to end
after
his
mating.
own life.
Oh, what a terrible way to go.
Would you?
Less
But they
than a
still
year
do it.
later,
They don't know
the
any better.
impassioned public
Oh yeah, they
speaker
don't know
would
till
indeed be
after.
found
They
dead
have
in
books.
his apartment.
Fuck.
Yeah.
His
What
death,
if you could make a little
perhaps
bitty book that
unsurprisingly
told
to
them?
anybody who had ever heard him
They
speak,
can't read.
ultimately being ruled
Imagine what a bee
as
sees. They
suicide.
have like 80 eyeballs on each side. They probably see wild shit. Man, what does
Much as
reality
the
look like
former
to a
Air
bee?
Force Sergeant Thomas
I don't
Did you ever
know.
see that?
There's probably a lot of sounds and like sonar.
You ever see what a bee's eyes look like up close?
that there was
Oh
a
my
military
God.
base
Pull up a
beneath the
close up
Archuleta
of
Mesa.
bee's eyes.
Pull it up.
But
Pull up
unlike the
that.
enigmatic
Please.
Costello,
Look at that thing, man.
Schneider chose
Mother
to deliver his
Lord.
evidence
There's
in a far more
Hair is coming
manner,
off of it.
speaking
Look at all the
openly
different-
to roomfuls of interested
Ooh,
people.
look at that.
and
Simple
fielding
eyes.
any
They have more than
questions
one
they
kind
might
of eye.
have
That's me,
concerning
simple eyes.
Click on that
baby.
one up there on the right.
Yeah, let's see that top.
To
That's
the
right.
right of your
how,
cursor, Jim. Yeah.
since since the end of the Second
Look at
World
that.
War.
Look at that.
The United States government had been building
Like,
a
what
vast
does reality
network of
look like to
underground
be? They have
bases
hairs
around
coming out of
the
their fucking
country.
eyeballs.
Well, hairs are
Schneider
used, I think, to
explained
detect a
his
lot of
knowledge.
feelings and stuff like that.
There were 129
So imagine what they're pulling in through their
deep
eyes. Imagine if you could
bases
feel through your
tunnels
eyes.
hidden beneath the planes. Macy,
Yeah, no,
9
it's
of
just
these were
they're
clustered in close
little, so we
proximity
just
to
kind
one
of got
another,
used to them.
located in and around Groom Lake.
That is a
near the
strange fucking
infamous
creature.
Area 51
Like those
testing
eyes are
facility in
wild.
Nevada.
I mean, this is a small alien, right?
Yeah, it's
All of
100%.
these bases were
Yeah,
linked
I mean
by
that's Starship
seemingly
Troopers.
endless series of tunnels.
Remember that movie?
Which housed a maglev train
You don't remember
line,
Starship Troopers?
allowing
Nah, we didn't see a
workers
lot
to
of
travel
space
between
things
the
when I was a
locations
child.
at speeds optimized how
Was it about 20 years
tunnels
ago?
had been created and how each of the secret bases had been constructed.
97.
Is it 97?
Audiences
Really?
found
Oh,
themselves
pull up a
visibly
video of
impressed
Starship
by the
Troopers.
level of
So what it was
technical detail
these
Schneider
these
used.
folks, they landed on some
Having
planet
listed his
and there were giant
credentials
bugs.
as a
They had to go to
geologist
war
and
with the
structural
bugs.
engineer,
So that's what Starship Troopers
he
was.
related how he had been
TriStar
brought onto
presents.
the project to assist with the complicated and
Look,
advanced
it's kind of
construction
campy.
methods being used.
You know, it's like,
The
but
maglev
these
tunnels
bugs
have not
fuck these
been
people
drilled
up.
or blasted through the ground.
From the
but
director of
instead been
RoboCop,
created using
Total
laser
Recall.
technology
Ah,
that
he's
vitrified
running.
and melted its way
Ah.
through the previously impenetrable rock.
Well, it's a fucking fun movie. And is that
In
Denise
order to
Richards
create
in
each
there?
base,
Yeah, and it was
Young
good.
and
four
hot.
gaping holes
Woo!
were bored deep
They also had that
into
thing
the
in there
earth.
where people could get healed
Each separate
by going in
floor
like
was then
that vat,
blasted
and
out of
the
the
robot
rock
would just
before being linked up to these
reanimate
four gigantic
missing
corner
limbs.
shafts.
Oh, that's coming.
Neil
Then it
Patrick
was
Harris
amidst
is in
the
it too.
construction of one facility in New Mexico during the late
It's a good movie.
1970s.
Do you think they'll ever be
that Phil
able to
Schneider became
email
a
people to a new
participant
spot?
in what would become known
They'll be able to, like,
as the
Star Wars
Dulce
type or Star Trek type, like beam me up, Scotty, that kind of shit. Maybe.
Schneider
Yeah.
maintained that in August of
Reassemble you,
1979,
disassemble you, and reassemble
construction on
you.
the Dulce
Will there be
base
different,
had
like,
begun to
airlines,
fall
kind of
behind
like you feel like,
schedule
Probably.
due
Probably
to
lose
issues
you.
relating to the drilling of one of the
Like they
corner
lose
columns.
luggage.
The
What'd you do,
facility
my
was being
uncle?
tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of
Sorry, we
Archuleta
lose
Mesa.
1,000 people every year.
But every time the
But do you want to go to
drilling
Cancun or
team had
not?
attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their
Okay.
machinery was mysteriously
Have you paid attention to
failing.
all the luggage that gets lost now?
Oh man,
In
yeah.
an effort to
What is
discover
the
what was
increase
frustrating
in
the
lost
drilling
luggage
operation,
over the last year?
Schneider
Something
and the
happened
Green
during the
Beret
pandemic
bodyguard
where
had been lowered
they
into
didn't
the
work for a
infantry
while, so
shaft
everybody
via a
forgot
crane.
how to do luggage.
Is that what you think happened?
But as soon
I think
as he
there's
stepped out of the
there's
crane
there's an
basket
argument
into what
that
appeared to be a pre-existing
there's
cave
incompetence, and then there's
He
an
had
argument
instantly
that
realized that
they
something
are
was very
they
wrong.
just haven't trained these people right. These
There
people
was
have
a
left.
bitter
I don't
and
know what the
unnatural
real
stench in
story
the
is.
air
I've heard
as
a
the
lot of
drilling
people
operation
trying to
had now
figure out
allowed
why
agent
the
gases
airlines
to
are so
escape
bad
from the
right
void
now.
Yeah.
beneath,
And what they're doing.
along
Do
with the
you think
mysterious
that
and sooty residue
governmentally
on
run
the
things
illusions
just
and
overall
walls of the
are
caves?
starting to fall apart? It kind of seems like
It
that.
was at this point that a tall and
Government's
slender
not
grey
good at a
figure
lot of
had
stuff.
suddenly stepped out
You
of the
know,
shadows in
because
front
the
of
people
him,
working for the
carrying
government,
what appeared to be a weapon of some
I
description.
mean, how much you have kind of like a fixed amount of
Utterly
money you can
terrified by
make.
this
Look at all that
creature's
luggage that's
unearthly
lost.
and
Canada.
intimidating
There's why we're talking about
appearance,
Heathrow Airport.
Schneider had used his
giant
sidearm
pile
This is the way the
to
luggage is piling
only
up
for
at
2 more
Canada's
to then
airports.
emerge
Oh.
out of the darkness behind.
Jesus Christ.
Backing towards
Technical
the crane
issue
basket
at
and
the Heathrow
firing
Airport.
Oh, it's just a technical issue.
I don't know why we
Good
don't.
luck finding your bag.
We should fly FedEx. I wish FedEx flew people.
They'd be better at it.
Yeah, they just get it. Yeah, it's like they always get it there. It's like even if it's a day late or whatever it is, FedEx always gets it there. I feel
I'm
like.
sure you lose some things with FedEx, but I don't hear about a lot being lost. But you hear about a lot being lost with this fucking with airlines lately.
Yeah, yeah. Even people. I mean, people are not. People aren't disappearing, but they're not getting where they need to go.
Oh yeah, I heard about a little kid that was traveling to see his parents, and they canceled the second leg of his flight without letting his parents know. Oh, he was just stuck at the airport at 10.
And they'll probably sign a book deal with him.
Now,
Yeah.
now he's got a podcast.
Yeah.
After he had
Stuck at
explained
the
his
airport.
superiors
My
what
name's
had taken
Tommy.
place,
I'm at the
he
airport.
was
I
removed
don't know where
from
my
the
parents are.
project.
I don't even
But
have a
later
phone.
discovered that construction
Dude, a buddy of
continued
mine met a girl on a
despite
flight,
his
right? The
encounter.
flight never took off. They made him get off the plane.
For the next
The girl's
year,
like, you can come stay at my
it was
place.
alleged that further battles
He
beneath the
goes
Mesa
to her
ensued
place, and it's her
as
grandmother's
US
place, and they slept in the same bed as their grandmother, and they didn't even get to make out or anything.
They slept in the same bed as a grandmother. Why wouldn't you sleep on the floor?
I
Like, I'm good. Can you just give me a blanket?
Yeah, I would, but they were of a different ethnicity, and so I think it was like he was trying more honorable. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like, this is how we do it. This is my granddaughter. She sleeps. You know, it's like this is how we do it here. Everybody sleeps in the bed.
But does he spoon with the daughter, or does the grandmother sleep in the middle?
I think he was just knifed out. You know, I think he was no
chopsticks.
yeah.
Stiff as a board. Don't move.
1995,
Don't get hard.
Schneider continued to tour the United
Oh
States,
man, yeah, that hard on.
giving
That
talks
sounds
in
like
which he
a
listed
porno,
numerous other
right?
alleged conspiracies alongside the revelations
Don't
of
waste
Sure.
military bases. Over the course of
That
these
sounds like a
lectures,
porn.
however,
There's porns
it
like
soon
that.
became
I've seen porns like that where
apparent
like
that the former
Don't wake the
engineer was
bunny or
beginning to
whatever.
struggle
where
with
like
what he had
a
started.
guy is in
He
bed
described how he had been
and
involved
then
in a shootout
like the
with
stepdaughter
federal
comes in and fucks him while the
killing him
wife's
in
asleep.
self-defense.
Oh
Yeah,
And how an
like, you know,
attempt
like the
had
wife's
been made to
pretending to be
kidnap his
asleep.
daughter
You know, porn
in
actors
a
aren't
bid
that
to
good at
force
acting
him
either.
to
So
stop
the
delivering
wife's
his
like
lectures.
squinting her eyes
Then,
closed,
in
like
January
she's
of
not really asleep.
1996, 2 months after
And the
his
fake
final
stepdaughter is
speech in
fucking the
Denver,
guy right next to her.
federal agents arrived at the home of
It's always like
Schneider's
naughty
ex-wife,
stuff.
Cynthia.
There's a lot of naughty. Like the one thing that
They
picked
explained
up big
how Phil
time
had
during the
been found
pandemic
dead
was
in
like
his
stepbrother,
apartment in
stepsister
Wilsonville,
porn. Where they're
having apparently
pretending it's a
decided to
stepbrother
take his own
or
life.
stepsister because people got like
The
stuck in
agents
houses
went on to
together.
conduct a search
Would
at
you?
Cynthia's
Oh, I hadn't thought
house,
about that. Do you
Yeah.
think that they were
any
leading people to
materials
fuck?
relating to
Huh?
Phil
Well, I
and
think
his
they were like
lectures
capitalizing on
before
fantasies that
leaving.
people would have if they were stuck in a house with their family.
The
So like
circumstances
say
with which the
and your
authorities
dad
moved to
remarries this new
attribute it
woman
to
and this woman
suicide.
has a 18-year-old daughter
Phil's body had been
and
found slumped
you're
between
stuck in
his
this
bed and
house with
wheelchair,
this girl who's now your
with a rubber
sister,
catheter hose
but
having
she's
been
not really
wrapped
your
around his
sister.
neck 3 times
I feel like I'm
and
gonna
tied
drive her
off
to
with a
school and they're
knot.
like, "School's closed." Like, we
With
better
his
help.
head resting in the seat of the wheelchair.
I want to know how
At an
well
angle that
would you
not
take
appear
care
to
of
have
your
been
car
easy or
if you
natural
had to
for him
keep
to
it your
achieve.
entire life.
There were
Would you
traces of
polish
blood
it?
on the floor nearby,
Would you tune it?
but no
Would you
injuries
put
or
a
wounds were
glaze
found
on
the
it,
body
a
itself
gloss,
to suggest where this
a
may have
wax?
come from.
I bet you would.
When
Well,
the
that's how
family later
brains
asked
work.
if a suicide
We got to
note had
keep
been
them for the
discovered,
long haul.
they were told that all
So why don't we
the
take
papers
better
seized
care of
from the
them?
address had now inexplicably
How we
gone
care for our
missing from
minds
the
affects how we
storage
experience
facility.
life. And BetterHelp
Subsequent requests
online
for additional
therapy
toxicology
can
testing
help
on
you
Schneider's
take care of your
remains were
brain.
refused on the grounds of
BetterHelp
adverse
is online
cost,
therapy that offers
considering the
video,
cause of
phone,
death had
and
already
even
been
live
determined.
chat only therapy sessions.
Further and
So you don't
more
have to
adamant
see anyone
demands
on
for these
camera if you
tests
don't.
were refused,
I was
because the
struggling one day and I
samples
was
had apparently
driving
been
somewhere
destroyed by
and
the
I pulled over and
laboratories that
bam,
were storing them.
I was better helping myself right there
One
with
detective
a
who later
certified
spoke
therapist.
privately with the family
It's more affordable than
stated that with the
in-person
missing
therapy.
fingers on
You can be
Schneider's
matched with a
left hand,
therapist in
it
under
would have been
48
almost
hours.
impossible for him to have
Our
tied
listeners
off the
get 10%
catheter
off their
himself.
first month at
When the officer in question had shared these concerns
betterhelp.com/THEO.
with his
That's
superiors, he had been ordered to keep his observations to himself
betterhelp.com/THEO.
before then
You know,
being
you want to get out
reassigned to a
sometimes and
different
you want to get
case.
across the ocean.
It
Maybe you
appeared
do a
that even
plane,
in
maybe you
death,
do a ship
Phil Schneider
or
was
whatever.
continuing to raise
Or something, maybe you just
awkward
evil
and uneasy
Knievel your whole
questions
family out of a
for
dang cannon.
those in positions
But when you
of
get to a
authority.
new land, you want to be able to speak their language, don't you?
When taken
Well,
in context
Babbel
of the
can
many
help.
accounts which already
Babbel
exist
is the
regarding
language
possible
learning app
underground
that's
base
sold
at
more than
Dulce,
10 million
the testimony of
subscriptions.
Phil Schneider appears
Thanks to
be
Babbel's
compelling.
addictively fun and easy
Many
bite-sized
of the
language
experimental
lessons.
compounds and
There's still
construction
time to learn a
techniques
new
enlisted
language
during the
before
course
you
of his
reach your
lectures
destination.
were mere concepts
With
during the
Babbel,
late
you only
20th
need 10 minutes to
century,
complete a lesson,
but have gone on to
so you can
become
start having
commonplace in
real-life
modern building work.
conversations in less than 3
His
weeks.
descriptions of the base
With
layout
Babbel,
and the
you can choose
functions of
from
each of the
14
7
different
levels
languages.
were also
That's
eerily
correct,
similar to
including
those offered
Spanish,
by other witnesses.
French, Italian,
People
and
who he'd
German.
never met or
Start your
associated
new
with.
language learning journey today
And
with Babbel.
yet,
Right now,
even the
save up to
lightest touch
60% off
scrutiny
your
has shown his
subscription
accounts to be marred by
when you go
falsehoods
to
and inaccuracies, which make it difficult to take some
babbel.com/theo.
of his claims
That's
seriously. He made repeated assertions that his
babbel.com/THEO
father,
for up to
Otto Oscar
60% off your
Schneider, was a
subscription.
German U-boat
Babbel,
captain
language
who
for
had
for
being
life.
captured by the US Navy.
People, do you think more
and then
people
turned
are
against the Nazi
related than we
regime.
realize? That there's more, that's
Yet a
sometimes why
cursory
people
search of
get
both German
like
and American
born with
wartime
certain
records
deficiencies and
shows
stuff like
this to
that,
be
like
an
Down
apparent
syndrome and all that,
fabrication.
because
With
more
Otto having been
Down
born in
syndrome,
San Francisco
because more
in
people
January of
related.
1906.
I don't know
Similarly,
what causes that,
his
but I would
claims that the
imagine
original
that if you
attack on
do
the
have
World
sex
Trade
with people
Center
you're
involved
related
the use of
to,
a tactical
what are the
nuclear
odds that,
weapon,
like,
and
how
that the
high do
occupants
the
of
odds
Waco
increase
Ranch
if
had
you have
been
sex
murdered
with your
using
cousin
chemical
versus how odds
weapons have apparently been
how high do the
debunked.
odds increase if you have sex with like your
These
sister?
revelations
If
would
you
appear to
create
suggest that Phil
a child that
Schneider
has
was
a
an
deformity.
individual prone to
Ooh, I bet
exaggeration.
40%.
I
Can you
bet
bring it
it's
up, Jamie?
I bet it's
On
very.
the edge of
Let's
delusion.
Google
All
first cousin. How dangerous is it breeding with your
But
first
if this
cousin.
is the case,
Yeah, so I just wanted
then
to
where
tempt
did
you.
he sustain
I rolled
his
that Friday to
life-changing
see how you feel.
injuries? And what
It seems like there's an
happens to the missing
unlimited
samples
amount
and
of
notes he had brought
nicotine.
with him to his
It's
lectures?
very confusing.
It makes my
That
Why
lips.
is there so much
Some of it makes my
evidence
lips
that he was
hot. And I can't
silenced by
taste
unknown
water if I drink it.
persons? And efforts made
Okay,
to
having a
present
baby
his
with the first
murder as
cousin more than
suicide.
doubles the risk of congenital problems
Schneider's detractors
such as heart and
argue that
lung
he was
defects,
not a
cleft
well man
palates, and
and merely
extra
seized
fingers,
upon the alleged
according to the
testimony of
largest
Thomas
study ever
Costello,
held in the UK.
using it to
Yeah,
conjure
they used
up
to
the
call that cleft
fantastical
palate by us. They call
backstory
it
of the
cousin
colonel.
lip if people had it.
But to his
2 to 3%
supporters,
chance their child was born
the
with a birth defect,
inconsistencies in his account
genetic
are explained away
syndrome,
because the
or
US government
disability.
rewriting
Now, what
his
about
family
sisters,
history,
brothers and sisters?
designed specifically
Let's
to undermine Schneider's credibility
take a guess.
and keep prying eyes away
And a
from
lot
the
of times
Dutch
this used to happen,
base.
Joe, because people didn't have the ability to
They
travel
point to the
far. So
same
even if
methods
you
used
went,
against Bob Lazar
you know,
and his removal from
2,000
college
yards or
records
8,000
as an
yards, you were
example of
still
the
over
lengths the US
time. People were
government will
still
go
related,
to
even if they didn't
Right.
realize
cover
it.
up such
Well, that's
revelations.
one of the concerns about that place,
With the
North
advent of
Sentinel
the
Island,
internet, each
that
passing
island
year
of
sees more
uncontacted
information on
people.
classified military
There's only
projects
39
slowly
of them.
creeping
Yeah, you were
inside
talking
the
about.
domain.
Were you talking about that? Oh, about the Bible guy.
It is therefore
yeah.
entirely
That's
possible that at some
that
future
place.
point,
There's only 39 of them. They
evidence
have
proving the existence of deep
kind
underground
of
military bases will finally
interesting
materialize.
about looking for this.
Or it may
Google
be
doesn't
that
really want to
advances
show
in
me what I'm
technology
looking
enable
for.
investigators
It's only bringing
to
up
finally
animal inbreeding.
disprove the existence
See, that's
of
crazy.
Wow. So
once
Google
and
will
for
let
all.
you look up what it's like to fuck your
For now,
cousin,
at least.
but don't get crazy.
Seems there
Yeah,
is
I even
a
specifically
method
said like sibling
to be
incest,
done.
and it's just showing animal stuff.
Oh wow. Well, go to
Oh, here you
DuckDuckGo.
go. Having a child.
Oh, genetic risks of two siblings having a child together. Here it goes. Look at that. So that. Oh, you fucking pop-up ads. A curious adult from Texas asks, "Is that us? Is that us? Yeah. The future crime people have caught us. Incest laws seem to be socially rather than genetically based, but I'm guessing there are biological consequences too. So, what are the exact genetic risks of two siblings having a child together?"
Let's get down to it.
Okay, you're probably right. Two siblings of kids together have a higher risk of passing on a recessive disease to their kids. Okay, what is the number though? They don't want to tell you. Okay, here it goes. If a brother and sister are both carriers or have a child together, each of their children would have a 1 in 4 chance of ending up with CF. Is that cystic fibrosis?
Yeah.
By getting a disease copy of CFTR from each parent. So the odds of this brother and sister having a child with the disease is 1 out of 4 or 1 in 16. Now,
I'm gonna say don't risk it.
Yeah, don't risk it.
Dude, they used to say to us, if you rearrange the letters of sister, what does it spell? Resist. And I never forgot that.
That's good. That's smart.
Yeah, I thought it was helpful.
It certainly is.
So I had a question, like how golf, like the PGA started doing like the live, like they have people leaving the PGA because this big money organization came in and is paying the best golfers. Could something like that ever happen to the UFC? Do you feel like?
That's an interesting question. They've tried to do that before. Affliction came along before, and they got Fedor, and they got Tim Sylvia, and Andrei Arlovsky. There was a lot of like big name fighters that went over to Affliction and fought for them, but they went under after a few events. It's hard doing something like the UFC. First of all, the UFC is so firmly established. It would be like trying to create a new NBA. It's like maybe you could do it, but you need a lot of money. Fortunately for this live golf thing, it's run by the Saudis, and they obviously have insane amounts of money. But even so, people have passed on it because they don't want to be associated with the Saudis.
But do you think like if they start to see that template work, and we don't really know if it's going to work yet? I mean, they're just it's just started.
It really depends on how much money they throw at them and how long they continue to do it for. They have so much money. They have so much money.
We can't even imagine it, huh?
I don't think we can imagine.
Wow.
Because you're talking about trillions of dollars. You're talking about oil money. I think they could just keep that ball rolling. If they decide to do that, they may be able to have like a real rival. But right now, this is the first year. Is that correct, Jamie? You're a golf guy.
First year, second event has been completed. There's going to be 8 events. They got, I guess that'd be 6 more left.
And what does the vibe feel like out there as somebody who pays attention to golf and stuff? Does it feel like it's
It's they don't have a TV deal, so it's all being broadcast differently. And I would guess that this is a play to get a TV deal. There are still people. They just got a big announcer that went over from, I think, NBC. He's been a long time, 25-year plus guy.
Who's that?
His name is David Faraday. He's got a really well-known voice for
golf.
Yeah.
Now, is there a stigma attached to this? Are these guys getting
there is
outcast
for sure, but they don't seem to mind that much
because the money's so great.
Because the money is really great. They don't have to play golf every week like they had to.
Oh, so with the PGA,
yeah,
right. And who's the one guy? It was Phil Mickelson? Is that his name?
The biggest one getting roasted for it, I guess.
And apparently he's not playing good.
That's the other interesting thing is they're getting prepaid money, so they don't. It's not performance based. There is performance based money that can come if they win. There's more money to win in a tournament, but
so there's less incentive. You think
they're getting? They have I read a 4.5-year contract right now is what most of these guys have. Varying levels of money, 6 figures for some of them.
Only 6 figures.
Sorry. On top of another,
it's okay, man. I'm nervous too.
Hundreds of millions of dollars,
hundreds of millions
for some people. Yeah.
So for them, they feel like, fuck, this is my ticket out. I could retire.
Yeah.
So fuck it. Fuck all the stigma. Yeah.
And the argument against it is really that they're not going to be playing traditionally what everyone's been playing for over their careers of
the big tournaments that everybody's accustomed to, but they don't have a TV deal right now.
Right, it's just on YouTube and their website.
But man, YouTube is so big.
Yeah, but for golf though, I feel like a lot of people. There's something about. I feel like I see my stepdad watches it on TV. It's a Sunday afternoon.
It's a TV thing.
There's a tradition about that I feel like is really baked into golf.
Maybe I don't know enough about golf.
Yeah, me neither.
But to answer your question, yeah, somebody could come along and do something like that. It's possible. You'd have to throw a lot of money, and you'd
have to get guys that are out of their contract, right?
You'd have to get guys that are out of their contract, or get guys that are on the come up. That right about to break into the UFC and get them before they, because there's a lot of really talented guys that are coming up.
Yeah.
There's a company called ONE FC that is based out of Asia, and they put on some killer fucking shows. And I watched some of their fighters and some of their fights, and man, these guys are world-class killers. They're really good. They easily could be fighting in the UFC, many of them. And then many UFC guys like Mighty Mouse and Eddie Alvarez, quite a few guys have gone over there, and they're competing now in ONE FC. So that's a viable alternative for some people who don't want to compete in the UFC anymore, or maybe they have a more lucrative deal for ONE FC, but it's not in the public zeitgeist the way UFC is. You tell people oh, I was watching ONE FC, they're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, they think something's wrong with you.
Right, but you say UFC is like Q-tips, It's like everybody knows what that means.
Yeah.
It's NBA. Everybody knows the NBA. Everybody knows the NFL.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the UFC.
The brand is just, the brand is strong. I mean, I think the UFC, to the fact that it performed, it showed up every few weeks during the pandemic was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That brought I feel like it had to bring so many fans. That's when I became this is my favorite sport. I didn't realize it, but after a certain month, I was like, oh wow, this is my favorite sport.
Well, once they started doing those events, when everything else was shut down, it opened up a lot of people's eyes to what could be possible. And so then the NBA started doing events, and all these other sports organizations started doing events with no audience.
Yeah.
Didn't they have baseball games with no?
Yeah, I think the Dodgers won the World Series with no audience.
But remember, they had Brody was in the stands. They had fake cutouts of people.
Right. Yeah, which is weird. Just have empty seats, man. Don't lie to me. I know you're lying to me.
You've worked so long at UFC. Do you feel like that? And I've watched your pace over there. I remember when I did a show with you in Atlanta, and then we did a show the night before. Then I was sitting behind you, and so you guys are commentating, and then you go right up into the ring, and you come right back down, and you commentate again. I mean, it was like watching it just seemed like a lot. Like this is a lot, you know, like you have to have a real pace for it. You
It's
know?
a real job.
Yeah.
You have to have energy for sure.
It blew my mind.
Yeah, it's like, and you're doing it for 6 hours. And I sit down for 6 hours and I try not to pee, which is lucky that I have good experience doing the podcast because I'm used to like holding my piss for 3 hours, but that's about my limit. So I always have to pee at least once or twice.
Ride that
during the
bag,
event.
baby. You know, I like riding that bag.
It's hard though sometimes. Like also, I'm drinking like Monster Energy drinks sometimes, which are like piss magnets.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're delicious, but they make you want to pee.
Make you want to beat your wife too, dude. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that you know they're going home to punch.
I don't know if the Monster is the cause of it. I think there's probably other factors.
Well, I'll say this: it's the beverage of choice of some of those gentlemen. I'll say that. Do you
I thought
think
it was rock stars?
Maybe it used to be. Do you think you'll always work there? Do you ever? I mean, you've done it for a long time. You know. Do you think? I mean, I guess nothing can be forever, but do you think you'll always commentate for UFC?
I enjoy it. I enjoy the sport, but I enjoy watching it too. You know, when it came to Austin, it was the first time in 20 years that I sat in the audience and I watched it. It was great. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Just no responsibility, just being able to watch. I want to go to more of them that I'm not going to, like at the Apex Center. Those are great. Because
in Vegas?
Yeah, because it's a small arena, a small octagon, and you know, you're right there, man, right there with the action.
When you started, do you feel like did y'all have such a strong commentating team? I mean, now it's like
It's stronger now than ever. Yeah, it's stronger now than John Anik is the fucking man. He's great, and Daniel Cormier is the fucking man. And you know, when I get to do it with Dominic Cruz or you know anybody else that you know, I get Paul Felder's fucking great. It's amazing. It's a beautiful job, and I love DC. Like when me and DC hang out and have fun, it's just like he's such a great guy, and he knows so much about the sport. You know, 2-division world champion and great wrestler, and just a dude who likes to have fun. Like we laugh a lot. And it's a great job, man. I love it. I look forward to it every time. I look forward to it this weekend. I'm doing this weekend in Dallas. I'm pumped.
Oh, nice. I don't know who's fighting on that one.
It's Amanda Nunes versus Juliana Pena.
Dude, I was at the first one.
Yes. Who knows what's happening in that rematch?
And Halle Berry was there at the first one.
Oh
dude.
yeah.
That was cool.
Halle Berry's a big fan. She's there all the time.
Yeah, that was
loves
cool.
the sport.
Yeah, Jared Leto was there. He's neat.
He's always there too.
Yeah.
He loves it. It's always I mean, it's exciting, man. You know who's a big fan of it now? Mark Zuckerberg. He's a big fan of it.
Really?
Yeah. He loves it. He's like super addicted to it. He's training now. He's doing jiu-jitsu.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
They should make him fight other owners of things.
Who do you think he would fight? Bezos? Bezos is a little older. Kind of cruel to make him fight Bezos. He might fuck Bezos up.
Who could he get in against? Somebody
I
that
put all my money on Elon. You teach
Really?
Elon martial arts? Yeah. He'd figure out a way to fuck you up.
He's efficient. He just had like 9 kids in a month. I heard on Twitter. How fucking efficient is that?
I think he's doing it through in vitro fertilization.
I'm sure.
He jerks off into a FedEx tube and mails it to these ladies.
I thought about that. I thought about having a kid via like a machine or something, you know?
You think that's the way to do it?
I think because I was thinking about having a child with a friend of mine.
A guy or a girl?
A woman.
Okay.
Damn,
Just
bruh.
Just want to let you know what you can and can't do.
Yeah, Google what's the percentage of
dudes who can get pregnant. But you'll get confused now. Like how many men can get pregnant? All of them. They'll say all of them. Yeah. Today, no one knows what to say.
But I think
is it
those
a
men
man
are trying
or is
to
it a woman?
Those men are trying to trick other men to busting in them all the time.
I think we're talking about trans men. That's what they're talking about.
Oh, I see where they put the ovaries into a man.
No. Like a biological female becomes a man. Trans men.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when they said, "Can men get pregnant?" people say yes, and you're like, "Okay, I want off. I want off this planet." I can't take your fucking confusing reality.
But do you think ever that Mother Nature has a plan, a bigger plan, where in the end it all ends up that we're like trans, like Ben Simmons is like all like crossed? You know what I'm saying? Ben Simmons is like a he's a black and I think he's black and white, right? He played at LSU. He's a great basketball player.
What does it have to do with his sexuality?
But he's beige. You know what I'm saying? He's beige. Does it? You know what I'm saying?
Does it end? Because we don't. Here we go.
What the fuck? He's probably like, what the fuck, man? I'm a man. Leave me alone, bitch.
But if he put a wig on,
no.
If he put a wig on and shaved, I'm
with
just
those fucking arms and hands.
Yeah.
If you get tricked by that guy,
then you want to.
Yeah, you want to get tricked. You're trying to get tricked. You're like, trick me.
Propped up on the side.
Trick me, Ben Simmons. That's a fucking manly man. The size of his fucking hands. Go back to that picture. Bro, that guy's jacked. If you think that's a woman, I mean, maybe he is now. I don't know. I don't want to.
No, he's not. No.
He's 6'11". He's giant.
Go Tigers. He was the LSU Tiger, but what I'm saying is,
what are you saying?
Here's what I'm saying, man. I can't believe you guys can't understand.
I do understand what you're saying. I'm just fucking around.
Okay, and I'm just fucking around too. Okay, get that figured I was gonna say, if we're sending somebody in, if the trans community is gonna send somebody in to fucking vouch for them, they need to send in a fucking warrior. You know, they can't send
I
in.
don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
I thought I knew what you were saying.
I
but now-
switched to a new idea.
Okay.
What I was saying is, do you think we all end the same skin color and in some sort of a trans sexual type of situation?
I think it's very possible that we all become genderless. Yes, I do think that's possible. Yeah. I think that might be what is happening with like microplastics are changing people's hormone systems. I don't know if you know about all that. Do you know about all that?
You know, I don't know about that. I mean, I appreciate it.
There's a
though.
book called
Thank you.
Countdown
Nice of you.
by a woman. Her name is Dr. Shanna Swan, and she came on the podcast and she explained that there's certain chemicals that are in plastics and in some fertilizers that are disrupting the human body endocrine system, and it's causing people's penises to shrink, balls to shrink, sperm counts are lowering, and one of the ways they find out about this is the size of people's taints.
Oh wow.
Yes, in male mammals, the taint is 50 to 100% larger than female mammals. So like when they pick up a gerbil, that's how they can quickly tell whether or not it's a boy or a girl, is by the size of the taint. And when the introduction of phthalates, it starts with a P, P-T-H-A-L-A-T-E-S, I think it's how you spell it. You say phthalates, and phthalates are a type of chemical that disrupts the human body. And because of the use of petrochemical products, the increase of phthalates into the human body from contamination has caused people's taints to shrink, balls to shrink, dicks to shrink, sperm counts to drop, and miscarriages to go up. And they think that if you think about that, like that is like causing gender to just kind of compress and to become like more ambiguous. And in the future, if that continues to happen, what does that mean? Like, what do we become genderless? And then what do we do to try to keep the human race alive? Well, we may revert to genetic engineering, like some sort of a medical technological intervention, so we breed from like splicing genes.
So we get enough males and we get enough females.
Yeah, and that has always been what's crazy about this is, although this sounds nuts, we're talking about it now. For decades, people that have been abducted by aliens have always said that aliens are performing experiments and making hybrids with human beings because their genetic material has run stale, because they're breeding, or they're rather reproducing through genetic manipulation rather than through sex, because they don't have sexual intercourse anymore.
So they need our eggs and sperm.
They need all that stuff. They need our material. But because they don't have that anymore. So that might be where all biological creatures that develop technology, and technology in our case involves a lot of plastic. The more technology, the more plastic in the bodies, the more the bodies become genderless.
Wow.
Wild.
And is since there's plastic in our water, like little molecules and stuff, does that affect us too? Do you think?
Yes, it definitely does. Yeah, we found a statistic that's a little misleading, but the statistic is every week the average person consumes a credit card size piece of plastic through microplastics.
Jesus.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
But then Jamie found out that the way they calculate that is like worst case scenario.
Like some dude who really likes, sucks on the bottle.
A lot of like bottle.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of like chewing on vibrators.
Or chewing on, like that dog we saw the other day.
Yeah.
So let me think. I had a couple more questions for you. Is that all right?
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. Becoming like a celebrity in America, right? Like, I know you don't think of yourself maybe as that way, right? But you become real popular. Is it hard to keep it from like affecting your family and kids and stuff? Does that ever get like scary and stuff?
It definitely will affect everyone around you, and it affects people in a weird way where like people like contact family members and ask for things, which is like weird. And it's not, like want to meet. Like I've had people contact my family members to ask me to introduce them to people I don't even know.
Yeah.
Like as if there's some like sort of celebrity network that you become a part of. You get a card like, hey man, you got 15 million Instagram followers. Here's your card. Just call everybody on the list, and you could hook up your friend with Marky Mark.
Yeah,
it's weird.
And does it get scary having kids that are like, does that get scary at all? Like
all of it is scary. Yeah, it's scary. It's weird. Like having that many people, like I get a lot of people contacting me saying they got chips in their brain, and I'm talking to them through a chip in their brain. Not just one, like multiple people.
I used to have a woman like that who was coming to my shows in Texas, dude, and her chip kept telling her to fuck me, dude. That's the crazy part.
Did she listen?
I sent her away like so many times. Said,
was she hot?
It was like a scam or something. I thought it was like some kind of a setup or something, like I just got scared because that's scary when somebody tells you that.
You got to think of that too. Imagine if you're a guy and you're worried that every girl you meet is trying to set you up. Like if you're some oligarch type dude and every woman you meet might be a hit woman. Or it might be someone who's like trying to like get information with some Russian spy.
Yeah.
Who's trying to record you fucking.
Oh, even if I ejaculate, dude, I don't know if I'm doing okay. But I'll even walk out of the room backwards, to make sure, like.
How does that help?
Just so I can see if anybody's using any of the seed, if there's any loose in the room.
Doesn't Drake pour hot sauce into his condom? Is that real?
Yeah,
it's a story that went around a few months ago for sure.
So he's got like a little bottle of Tabasco by the bench.
Yeah, just in case.
Look, Dustin Poirier needs to step his advertising up. That's all I'm saying.
His hot sauce is excellent. Dustin has excellent hot sauce. It's very good.
It is good.
It's very delicious. Like a vinegar-based Louisiana hot sauce.
It's hot enough, but it's nothing crazy.
Tasty. It's tasty. It's very good. What is it called? Like diamond?
Yeah, I need to know this, man.
We'll find it. Jim, you'll pull it up. But he sent me a case of it. It is fucking very good.
It's good.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna ask him for more. I'm gonna buy it myself. Poirier's Louisiana style hot sauce. You can buy it on Amazon.
And look at him, dude, having fun.
Yeah, there it is.
He's so funny.
It's good too.
Oh yeah.
Like, when someone makes something like that that's good, I appreciate that. That's a legit hot. Dustin has some really good hot sauce.
Yeah, good.
He's
stuff.
a good dude too. I like him a lot.
Yeah, Dustin's neat, man. He's really, really funny too.
He's a fun dude. He's a fun dude to hang out with.
And he likes to cook too. Do you think that Nate Diaz fight is just like do you think he's going to care about it? Is that impossible for him not to care about it? Versus
Khamzat Chimaev?
Yeah.
I mean, he has to care about it. Khamzat is a fucking assassin. Khamzat is a terrifying human being. He's terrifying. He's really good. He's really good and really big.
I get scared at home.
You should be.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it is.
Yeah. Khamzat's a murderer. I mean, when he gets into that octagon, he's a seek and destroy. He's a dangerous man.
Do you think that it's just a setup fight for now? Like it's like because I know he's trying to get out of his contract. Do you think that, or do you think
Nate asked for that fight?
Oh, he did.
That's what Nate wanted to fight Francis Ngannou.
Oh, damn!
Nate is as game as a human being has ever been.
Wow,
that dude is wild. I mean, that's one of the things that Dana White said. They were like saying, "Why did you do this fight?" It's like that's the fight Nate wanted. He goes, by the way, Nate asked for Francis Ngannou.
Damn. That'd have been awesome.
Well, no.
Yeah, you're right.
No.
I mean, but you know what? There would have been something exciting about it.
Yeah, murder. Yeah, something exciting when Francis Ngannou, a natural 270-pound man who hits harder than any human being that's ever been recorded. He's the hardest punch ever recorded.
Well,
Francis is terrifying.
I think they could take him, dude.
You think so?
I don't know. I don't know. Nate just never ends, bro. He
I
can't.
hope you're never a bookmaker.
Yeah, no, that's true. I hope so too.
There's certain things that you just can't. There's certain physical attributes and advantages you cannot overcome. It's not saying that Nate isn't an amazing fighter. Nate is an amazing fighter and has been for a long time. I mean, you can go way back. Nate has been submitting and beating people for a long fucking time. He's a tough motherfucker.
Yeah.
Francis Ngannou is gigantic. He's gigantic. Francis is gigantic.
Why do you think gigantic people come out of Africa and stuff?
Well, I mean, gigantic people come out of Iceland. Gigantic people come out of areas where gigantic people met and bred. You know, and Francis's father was huge. And I don't know how big his mother was, but giant people in the world. When they find other giant people and they fuck, they make big humans.
Dude, they should. That'd be an OnlyFans right there. Giant people fucking.
Yeah, big giant people fucking.
Yeah.
I bet. I bet people would love that. If there's an OnlyFans where you only got together with other giant people and fucked,
I'd watch that.
And then have a little person in the room watching.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened there? Then the next day after I was there, when I officer.
Do you go on OnlyFans at all?
No, I logged on one night and then I logged off. You know, I'm trying to stay off of masturbation, stay off touching my own wiener.
Really?
Yeah, I don't need to do it. I'm doing cool. You know, I feel better when I don't do it.
Is it masturbation or pornography?
Well, pornography I think is nice to stay away from. We talked about this before because my thought was just that and you said it's fun. It's just people that abuse it, you know. So I think like I don't like to have those thoughts in my head. It keeps me thinking too much sexual side and not enough like connection side.
Right. That's the number one criticism of people who watch pornography is that it makes you think sexually instead of like romantic.
Yeah, and if I want to have a family and stuff, I have to have more like, you know, real intrinsic kind of romantic connection thoughts. And I have to be able to not control my own brain, but let my nature come through that way.
Not think like I want to recreate some shit I saw in a film.
Right. Or I won't even think that way, but like your subconscious just it remembers the stuff, you know, and it kind of mills around in there, just kind of loiters around your brain and dick a little.
How many girls have started to make a living off of OnlyFans now that would just normally have a job and never get paid the same amount of money?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we're not seeing that many hot chicks working at Chipotle, I think.
Is that what it is?
OnlyFans. I think it's definitely.
But how do they get an audience? Like just because you're hot and you show your asshole?
They bait through their Instagram, man. Dude, you know, no two assholes are the same. Is that true?
Well, sure, it's like a fingerprint.
That's great.
We're going to use that from now on to get into the bank. It's like your retina scan.
That's how you get into Dan Bilzerian's house.
I mean, if you really think about how many girls are making like stupendous amounts of money on OnlyFans.
Oh, it's baffling. But do you also think, Joe, that
OnlyFans is over 1 million creators. So let's imagine that's worldwide. Up from 70,000 in 2019. So all those people jumped on board during the pandemic. That makes sense.
This is what I start to worry about. That it's going to be like what is this called? A gig economy? No, what is it? Okay.
No, gig economy is like Uber.
right?
Okay.
What'd you think of OnlyFans? Does that count? Yeah.
I mean, you could get a gig. They could make a video for a specific person. Same kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Do you think it's
Like
going to
Cameo?
Well,
Yeah, it's very.
I watched some cameos the other day. It was sad.
I got one from Nick Nolte about some dogs at Christmas. I made him make like a video for some puppies that I never.
Nick Nolte does cameos?
That I didn't have. Yeah.
Why
He's
is
like, oh hey, Cinnamon and Whisker, Dad loves you. Yeah, I gotta find it.
Nick Nolte's on Cameo? How is it? Is that weird?
Oh no, Gary. Who's the other guy that looks like Nick Nolte?
Gary Busey?
Gary Busey.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. They look very different.
He's like, hey, Cinnamon and Whisker. Dad's home.
Gary Busey was a great actor who got in a horrible motorcycle accident without a helmet. Yeah. Okay, play some of these. Give me one right there.
Got my guitar, got my voice, got my thoughts, got my love to send to you in a cameo, however many you want. You send me what you want me to tell you, and I'll tell you better than you can feel. There you go. Cameos are us.
I love that. Doesn't that make you feel good? Though? Did you feel good when you did it?
No. No, maybe you think you should wear a helmet.
Oh, you think people are taking advantage of him?
No, that's what happened to him. He got in a motorcycle accident without a helmet on. Back when LA didn't have a helmet law. And he crashed his motorcycle and bounced his fucking head off a curb. And got serious brain damage. Like, so you can pull that. I want to say that was from like the early 2000s. He had a serious. That's why one of his eyes looks different than the other one.
Yeah, they remade it.
His fucking skull got crushed. Yeah. In 1988, the actor, then 44, had just picked up his Harley Davidson from his shop when he tried to maneuver around a bus and accidentally turned too hard, started skidding, and hit his back brake, causing him to fly over his windshield and land directly on his helmetless head.
Oh.
Yeah. So that is when things went sour.
And his hair still looks good, which is crazy.
He had great hair. He had great hair to hide that scar where they had to stitch his head back together again, I think.
That's unbelievable.
Not good.
Well, this is my question then. Do you think it's going to get to a point, right, where if we start losing jobs, right, and there's less jobs and more people are on like OnlyFans, right,
Mm-hmm.
that you're basically going to have chicks out there, like literally women holding each other at gunpoint, like, you know, subscribe to my pussy, stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know what you're saying.
You know, help, Jamie, can you pull up some help?
Pull up some help.
I need some help, man. Or, like, I always have this vision of like two Uber drivers, like, you're gonna be my you're my rider. You know what I'm saying? You're my like it's like people like it's all just digital. It's all online. And it's just like people just like subscribe to me now, you know? Oh, like literally at gunpoint. Like that's how bad it's gonna get.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but I think there's gonna be a lot of people that are doing that to make a living. The problem is, where's the money coming from? Is it gonna be subscribers paying other subscribers? Is it gonna be like a hierarchy, like someone who makes like $1 million a month paying someone who makes $100,000 a month, who pays someone who makes $10,000 a month? Is it going to be a pyramid scheme for pussy?
Yeah. I'd almost buy a fake pussy somewhere and put it out there.
I don't think that's good enough. I think you have to have the whole body attached to it. Like, what do most girls on OnlyFans do? Do they show like bikini pictures? Like, what are they doing? Showing feet?
There's bikini pictures. I know that there's like meetups where like manager companies like have them all go to like a location together, like at the beach, and then they do like, you know, tit touching and like you know,
they get together
smelling each other's crotch, you know, like stuff.
Oh, and so that gets everybody excited, and then they get more like. So they have managers.
Stuff animals do, like stuff animals do before their owner pulls them away real quick.
I heard that a lot of these girls, when they're interacting with people online, they're not really doing it. That they hire a company. And then someone writes these letters, because like if you feel like you're going to respond to people and text them, like how many of them are you going to do this to? Like how many can you? How many days? I mean, how much hours in the day do you have? And if people don't know how many you're responding to or who's doing it, like if you have like say if you have 1 million subscribers on OnlyFans and you get 100,000 messages a month,
Yeah, you got to have somebody helping you.
Maybe they just have a person, like a service, who writes like sexy things, like "Thank you, sweetie," heart, kiss, blowing kiss. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I
you're
think-
so sweet, thank you. And there's a fat guy writing those things. You know? Do you remember Marilyn Martinez? Did you know Marilyn Martinez? Marilyn Martinez was a comic at the Comedy Store, and very funny. And she used to do phone sex back in the day.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how she made a living when she was starting out as a comic. She would get on the phone with guys while they were jerking off. She'd talk them through it.
That's wild.
Yeah.
My daughter said,
Yeah, I think I just wonder if it's going to come to that where you're going to have, people just helping each other jerk off, and that's going to be,
I think it's going to come to the point where you can't jerk off anymore because you're not going to have any genitals. I think we're all going to slip away to neutral.
Like I was saying.
Aliens. Yeah.
Beige.
Aliens. We look at what aliens look like. What do they look like? They look like sexless, genderless things with big giant heads.
Autism, too.
You think so?
Aliens?
Yeah.
I think they have the highest, most acute form of fucking
Alzheimer's.
Autism.
Alzheimer's.
They might have Alzheimer's too, dude. They could have it all. I mean, at that point, they've mastered the diseases.
I was trying to say Asperger's. I came up with Alzheimer's.
Well, Asperger's should have a different name too. That is just
Asperger's. That's right.
That's a lot.
Right? I wonder if it's like a doctor. Is it Dr. Asperger who figured out Asperger's?
I don't know.
Take a guess. Let's find out and take a guess.
Ron Asperger? Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Like a guy out of Seattle.
I was thinking that Fournier's gangrene we looked up the other day. It's unfortunate for Mr. Fournier.
Exactly.
It was probably 1.5 times.
So let's find out where the name
Hans Asperger.
We hit that thing
There
one
it
time.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dude. Hans Asperger. There it is.
Oh, it's Perger.
Asperger.
Dang.
Asperger.
I've been putting meat in it.
Bone structures.
I'd love to be Austrian, huh?
Austrian?
Yeah. Yeah, they just seem so pure and they seem like outdoors. Yeah. They seem like
they hike a lot.
they're getting water for everybody.
Yeah, shorts with little socks.
The mills with the windmills going.
Hiking boots.
Beautiful flowers.
Yeah.
And probably crazy sex too. I think
You think so?
I think Austrian women.
Really?
Yeah. And you don't see them a lot in porn or anything. I think they keep it really, they're kind of like they feel almost to me like Disney Amish kind of.
Disney Amish.
Yeah, like kind of whimsical, but like also very like stick to an old script. Pull up some
Whoa.
dang it.
Ah, bring that on with that Disney princess.
Yeah. Yeah, very Disney princess looking. All of them. Damn.
Dang,
I wonder
boy.
like what nationality is known to have the most beautiful women. Do you think there's like a consensus nationality that has the most beautiful women?
I don't know, but I know that I've thought poorly that I spent so much jerking off in America when you could have done it in places.
Internationally?
Yeah.
It's a small world like the ride. Dude, why do you and I have the fucking Rich from Rich Rebuilds? We were talking about cars, and then you come in here. It's like,
You started with him. I saw you talking about horse sets out
tell you
there.
his reaction very different than yours.
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. I would like to get some different. I'd like to get some different hobbies and stuff like that.
Like what?
I don't know. Sometimes I thought about maybe getting into golf. Like that's one thing. Like in Nashville, it's like most people just drink. There's just a lot of drinking and golf.
Talk to this dude. He's a golfing fool. Him and Tony Hinchcliffe and Ron White.
Oh, Tony's built for it.
Built for golf?
I think so. He's just that perfect. He looks almost like Pinocchio's old, crazy brother.
And this is where I put.
You know what I'm talking about? Pull him up. Pull up Tony Hinchcliffe's body.
Pull up Tony Hinchcliffe. It's probably already in comparison. Tony Hinchcliffe side by side next to Pinocchio online.
Dude, that was so much fun, man. It's interesting. You guys definitely made a good case for Austin.
Yeah, we're having fun out here, man.
Yeah.
You get to see it, right?
Yeah.
How wild are these shows? Tonight's gonna be wild too, sir.
Really good.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, a lot of good comics out there. A lot of good comics on stage. Yeah, just felt. Yeah, it's like you said. That having a sense of community is really important.
Sports Center.
Look at this little notebook.
Based there.
But look right there with the mic at the ice house. That is a. It's almost like his hand looks like it was pulled up by a piece of cord.
Yeah.
To the right, one more, please, Jamie.
And so
Right there.
Yeah.
Everything was.
Yeah, it looks like his arm is hanging from his tree.
And that's where I had all this.
Crap. Fuck Geppetto.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to ask you, Joe. I feel like we covered a decent amount of stuff. You know.
We definitely did. You gonna move here?
Well, no, there's some other files.
Thinking about it?
I thought about it. I thought about it more today, and I thought about it yesterday. Yeah.
What percentage do you think you're thinking about it?
I thought 30%, which was surprising. I didn't think I would think about it that much.
30%.
I'll say this.
They had really actually
I Zillowed.
Zillowed? Really?
What'd you find last night?
Where are you looking?
It's pretty pricey. I found that.
Yeah, man. It got rough here.
Yeah.
During the pandemic, prices went way up.
Yeah, you got to have really. Yeah, it's pretty pricey, but that's okay.
Got to have them shekels, son.
I know. We got to shekel up. I got to up my shekels.
Yeah,
Man.
you can get a living.
Yeah, no, I do. It's been.
Did you buy in Nashville?
Yeah,
you could sell there for sure.
Yeah, it's already went up.
Great. Yeah, it's a great market. Nashville's another place like Austin where a lot of people move to, but it's like a smaller city, right?
Yeah, I would say it's probably half the size. I mean, I noticed that this feels more like a city. Nashville, it's still a city, but it's different. It's a different
I
vibe.
fucking love Nashville.
Yeah.
I love going there. I love doing stand up there. Fun, dude.
Yeah.
That's a fun town, and it's also like Austin, a town that like appreciates art, appreciates live performance.
Oh yeah, people come out all the time.
Yeah,
I
it just
mean,
has a smaller comedy scene.
Yeah, that's the tough part, and that's what I realized. It was like if I could get up a little more, you know, instead of having to go to LA to do like a month or 6 weeks at a time, you know, really build there. So I think about it.
Here you can go ham. I mean, we got Cap City just opened up. We have the Vulcan. We have Creek in the Cave. We got My Club that's going to open. And there's a bunch of satellite rooms, a bunch of smaller rooms that are outside the area. A lot of open mics in different places where people perform. I mean, and since the pandemic started, it's exploded. And definitely since Kill Tony moved here, and we all moved here, and Segura moved here, and Tim Dillon, and all these other folks. Duncan moved here.
I love Duncan. He's so neat.
He's the best.
He's really special.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one thing I was going to ask you about that. About
Sorry about that.
what were you talking about? Comedy. Moving.
Zillow. Shekels.
Yeah.
Vape pens. Nope. Should we end it?
I think so. I think I have one more question. I'm trying to think what it is. Can I just have about 8 seconds?
Was it about the rooms, the number of rooms in and around?
Nope. That's good. I feel like because I feel, you know, this is good. This is like a good consideration of if I'll come here.
Well,
you
you could
know.
always get an apartment.
Oh, I was going to try for one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll do 1 month at an Airbnb.
That's a move.
You know.
That's a great move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my question.
Okay.
So sometimes I've had times in my life where I've thought too much about regrets and stuff in my life, right?
Yeah.
And we've talked about that some in the past, like looking in the past too much, right? Or attaching myself to the past. Has there been anything along your journey that you've kind of regretted? And then how do you deal with regret?
I mean, individual choices and mistakes, yeah, but ultimately you learn from those. So, like, no, because like even the regrets, the bad things or the stupid things, you learn not to do bad things or stupid things. You know, all those things are beneficial in some way if you can get through them. You know, if you like did something that resulted in someone's death or something horrible like that, yeah, it'd be a terrible regret. But I've been very fortunate that hasn't happened. But the dumb shit that I've done or the bad mistakes that I've made, they've taught me. You know, you learn. Like that's why failure is so important. Like failing and fucking up and making mistakes, it's very important. That's how you learn. That's the bad feeling that you get from something that you shouldn't have done or wish you didn't do or wish you did better. Like especially failing at something where you half-assed it and you just feel like a fucking loser. Like that just teaches you. It teaches you to get your shit together.
Well, you have such a good ability to learn from those things. Some people, I think, kind of repeat. You know, it's just like it gets repetitive for some people.
That's dangerous. Yeah, it's dangerous to dwell on past mistakes because people sort of define themselves by the worst moments that they've ever had. And if that's the case, like some people are stuck in high school, you know, they're stuck in failures that they had like when they were first getting jobs, and they always think that they're a loser, and they don't like the feeling of failure, so they keep low expectations so that they never have to feel that. You got to get through it. You got to get through bad feelings. You got to get through failure. It's very important, and you get through it by just picking yourself back up and moving forward and going. But it's hard for a lot of people because that sting, they never get over it, the feeling of failure. And they don't have a good support system, like good friends. Like having a good community of friends is very, very important, because you can feel like down, like if you've been a girl broke up with you and you feel like you're the worst, you're a fucking loser, like you're a piece of shit. But then you go out with your friends and you have a few laughs, and next thing you know, you're laughing and you're like, I'm all right. We'll be all right. And then maybe you meet a new lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she like picks you up and you're like, oh, we're going to be okay. And then you learn from the last mistakes.
Yeah.
That's life. It just, those feelings of failure are so hard. They're so hard to get over, and they overwhelm people, and some people can't get past them. And then every time some new thing comes up, when you have to rise to the occasion, you have to perform, you think about that time you failed, and it fucks your head up, man. You think, I'm a fucking loser. I can't do this. I'm going to fail. I'm going to fuck up, you know. Like bombing. Like, how many times have you had a bad set and you're like, God damn it, I suck at comedy. I can't do this. I can't do this. I suck at comedy. That's just it. I just suck. And then you define yourself that way. You got to get over it.
Yeah, I do notice, thankfully, you never have too bad in a row either, which is kind of interesting.
Well, you learn from that one, and you're like coming out guns blazing for the next show.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it activates some senses in you. Did you feel like you learned that from somebody, or did you always just have that kind of intuition when it comes to that kind of stuff?
I think I learned it from martial arts, because you get your ass kicked. And like, you don't want to get your ass kicked again. You either quit fighting or you learn how to get a lot better, you know, and then you get your ass kicked in training, which happens all the time. And, you know, you learn from those mistakes. You learn, you know, like maybe you were stationary too much, or maybe you telegraphed too much, or maybe you got tired and you haven't been doing your cardio. Like, those failures that you have from martial arts are so consequential, because you get hurt. Like, you physically get punished. And then you don't want that to happen again. So you got to be either quit or get way better.
I like that. And that's great for a lot of my listeners. A lot of guys, you know, are just, you know, a lot of guys just trying to keep going in their lives, you know?
Yeah, with everybody. And my listeners, your listeners, anybody who's listening, people, just totally. People out there.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many self-help books. That's why there's so many motivational documentaries and motivational Instagram pages, is because people need stuff like that. They need something. And generally, the best version of it is coming from someone who's experienced fuck ups and got through it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You know, you're like a kind of like a library. I was thinking about the other day in a weird way. You're like kind of like a library, you know? That's interesting.
How am I?
Because you just have all this information that's passed through you, and you're able to like kind of, you're almost like a cleaners at the cleaners. If you ask a question, then it goes and gets the information and brings it to the front, you know, and it's like wrapped up kind of. It's cool. It's a nice skill, man. Because I was even listening to an old episode of ours, and there was information and like kind of suggestions and guys shared with me in there that were still resonating with me today. So it's just pretty cool.
Cool.
So thank you so much, bro. I appreciate your time, dude.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. My man.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
They told you that your license was in jeopardy. Did you? They indicated that that would be a very negative thing.
What convinced you that they meant business and you were really talking to somebody important?
I don't even remember who it was who identified himself. Was there any?
All right, looks like we're live. Hopefully we are. I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com and the English Fluency Guide. Welcome to another live video here on YouTube. Today we're going to talk about the secret to spontaneous speech. So this is really the same thing as fluent speech. It just means being able to speak without thinking or hesitating or translating. I will say, though, at the beginning of this, that it's not a bad thing to think in your head. Sometimes, like even right now, I need to maybe think a little bit about what I'm going to say. The problem is when you get stuck trying to think and translate, and you're more trying to plan out rules rather than actually trying to speak fluently. All right, it looks like, look at that. We got Asia represented over there. Tsubasa, nice to see you there. And I can't read the Hangul, but hello, nice to see you. Hopefully everybody, good morning, long time no see. Ganshin back over there. Ohio, Drew Sensei, Ohio, and welcome back. Good morning to everyone. So this should be actually not that long of a video, but I always say that, and then the videos are long. Let's see, Ramad Hans from Kurdistan, nice to see you there. K Chang Ni, I can't read that Chinese. I know, I can really guess what that is, but let's see. Well, Olympia is back. Oh, my heart. Okay. All right. Looks like everybody's excited. Oh, it's good to see you over here. A good sign. A good sign. Let's see, make sure I don't miss anybody. Well, Nils is back. Look at that. Martha, nice to see you there. Glad to see you. Well, it's a pleasure to see everybody over there. Let's get right into the lesson. So I wanted to begin, as I usually do, with a quick story. Well, and Sam is back, Sam Walton, the famous Sam Walton. Nice to see everybody here. So this is an interesting story. I want to, before I tell the story, though, just to give kind of an example, I often remind people of this, and especially if new people are watching the channel, I want to tell people right at the beginning of this video that there are really two ways of learning English or any other language. The first is learning English as a second language, where you're basically trying to learn the rules like a linguist, and you're mostly using your native language to translate things in your language into English. So you begin by thinking about something in English, or excuse me, thinking about something in your native language, and then you want to translate that in your head before you speak. And if you can do this process quickly enough, you can kind of speak fluently. But it's much easier if you learn English as a first language instead, and that's what we'll be talking about in this video. So I really want to talk about communicating with spontaneously, and I do cover this a lot on the channel, but I thought this was a slightly different angle, way I could talk about this to help more people understand how this process works. So let's say I'm let's just say I'm a native French speaker. I'm not. Let's imagine I am, and I'm learning. Actually, no. Let's imagine I'm like an Arabic speaker, because that's. So if I have a word that I'm trying to learn, like I learn a word like, make sure this fits over here. Super. It doesn't need to be capitalized, but let's just say I'm going to capitalize it here. Super. So I'm trying to learn a word, and I don't know any English at all, and the first word I learned is super. And I don't really have a way of understanding that, so I just get a translation through my native language. So I'm going from Arabic into English. I don't know what the Arabic word for super is. You can put it in a chat if you like. But this is basically how people are learning the language. So anytime I want to say something is super, then I would first think about that. I would kind of think about what I want to say in Arabic, and then I would translate that into English and then say the word super. But I wanted to tell you a quick story about me as a native English speaker and how I learned this word. So I didn't learn this word through Japanese or Arabic or French or any other language. I learned it as a native speaker, so all in the English language. All right, so this is an interesting story. If we begin with the word, we just have the word super. And I wanted to use a basic word like this just because it's an example that even a child can understand. And it's a common word, but hopefully it will make you think a little bit differently as I give you this story. So when I was a young boy, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, I knew who Superman was, like the superhero. I knew about superhero, Superman, and I knew that, wow, this Superman, so you have like a regular man and then like Superman. He's just like amazing and powerful and does things better than other people. He can fly and other things like that. So I learned that, like I knew what a man was. Like I could tell like man and woman, I knew what a man was. And so when I learned Superman as the comic book character in a movie, I understood this was a person who was more powerful, better at a higher level than regular people. Now, what was interesting though, I didn't really think much about the word super. I just learned, oh, okay, I guess, it's like this guy is like better than other things, so super must mean better. Or if you go to like McDonald's or something, you have like super size. Now, I don't think that's even offered at McDonald's anymore, but if you want to get a super size of something, it means you're getting a larger version of it. So a regular drink might look like this, but a super size is like that. This is why Americans are probably fatter than they should be. Excuse me, but anyway, so this is the super size over here. Now, here's the interesting story. So I was at I think it was like a play or an opera or something like that. Probably an opera. I don't remember how old I was. I was still young. But I'm watching this show. So I'm sitting in the, let's just put some chairs down here. Here's the show. We have some people up here, singing. I'm sorry, these are bad pictures of people, but here I am. I'm sitting down here, and I'm there with my mom, and I'm watching the show. And I noticed that you have there were words up here because the opera was in Italian or whatever language they were singing, probably Italian. And I saw there were words up here, and I knew oh, look at that, you've got like the words up there. And my mom said, yeah, those are the super titles.
How did they do that?
The super titles. The super titles. Now I said, oh, that's interesting because I heard when you're watching a movie, make sure I fit this in here, or even if you're watching this right now, this is a live version, so the subtitles will not be ready until after the video is finished. So if you're looking for subtitles and you're watching live, you'll just have to come back and watch it again later. But when I knew about that, I already knew about subtitles. So I had heard about that. I had seen movies, and I just knew that was the word, subtitle. But when I heard, oh, that's interesting, super titles. Super titles, that's for the words above the screen rather than under the screen. So we call them super titles. I think surtitles is also another word for these, but the idea of super titles, something being above what we have, and this is a physical understanding of, look at that. We have this thing over something else, and the subtitles are under the video. And so as I learned that, I understood what super meant, not because I was getting a definition of it, but because I continued to get lots of examples. And again, this is only like one more example. But each time you get another example of that thing, that puts another layer onto your fluency and basically coming from your understanding. And that's what enables you to speak spontaneously. So because I was feeding my brain, I mean, in this case, this is my mom teaching me something. She said, oh yeah, those are the super titles, the super titles. So I could have said, oh yeah, look at the subtitles above the play or above the movie or whatever, above the opera. But she said, no, those are the super titles. So isn't that interesting? So at that moment when I heard that, like you can feel that in your brain where you hear like, oh, look at that, that's interesting. Like even if you already know what super means, here's another use of it that you probably hadn't thought about, especially non-native learners. Most of them are familiar with the word subtitle, and they might even know, okay, sub means under, just the same way you might have, here's some water here, and a submarine is like under the water. So submarine, or subpar. This is from golf. Par is like what you need to, what you should normally be getting, how many times you hit the ball before you get into the little hole. So subpar is kind of like below that, like you're not very, very good, or you're not doing something very well. Like, oh, I just tried this new like pasta restaurant and it was kind of subpar. It wasn't very good. All right. So as you're learning these things, this is the way a native learns it. So you just learn this thing too as a first language. As a first language. All right. So I wanted to give you this quick example.
Weather balloons per se were not that.
Just to show you that really what we need for spontaneous speech is lots of input. So I don't become a better speaker by repeating the word super over and over and over again. I become a better speaker by understanding what the word really means, translation. I'm trying to get more connections of the word, just like we've got sub here, we've got sub here, we've got, I'll write the word sub, submarine, submarine. And so here we have, well, you can guess what marine probably means. Marine refers to the water, the ocean, that kind of thing, like a marine. So if we have marine life, marine life means animals that live in the water, in the ocean, marine life. And so as you get all these connections, again, I'm not doing this through another language. I'm not using Chinese to understand what something means. I'm getting more varied examples of these things to really understand them. And when I really understand something, that's when I speak, all right? So two things about this video that I wanted to make clear at the beginning here. The first one is that when you're learning something like this, again, we don't want to try to get translations or even definitions of words. We want to kind of form a natural definition or understanding of a word by getting lots of examples of it. So I've given you these with like the word super and the word, or the word part here, sub. So this would be like a prefix.
I do not know.
Even if we have a word like subscribe, similar kind of thing. So a slightly different meaning. We might have like subpar, submarine, or subtitle. But as you get these different meanings, you will come to understand, oh, that means like under or below. But you understand that naturally without someone telling you what that means. You discovered that yourself by me giving you this example. Okay? So when you feel confident, when you know the thing really well, it will come out from you spontaneously, automatically. So you will know, oh, wow, I can talk about something being like super good, like really good, or super in some other way, in the same way we have super titles. Now, the other thing is kind of a tricky thing about language learning is that people feel comfortable with a particular way of learning, even if it's not working for them very well. So many people will continue to try to practice their speaking, or they will continue to study more and more, even though that's not really helping them become a more confident speaker. But they do it because it's comfortable to do it. It's the way they know how to do that. So this is why when I'm trying to show you a different way of doing things, like learning English as a first language rather than learning English as a second language, I want to do it in easy, small, simple, very even tiny steps, like giving you an example of one word or two words or word parts, things like that, to help you understand the language. And then they get you used to feeling more comfortable and more confident. And these two things work together. All right. George says it's omni. Omni means like everything. Omni. So if we have a word like omni, I mean, you could even, if you get a word or like a prefix or a suffix, something like that, like these kind of things. So omni, like if something is omnipresent, it means it's everywhere. So you could think like God is omnipresent, like something that's present in every place, in every time, every location, omnipresent. Or we would say like omnipotent, P-O-T-E-N-T, excuse me, omnipotent, but we say it as omnipotent. Omnipotent means all powerful. So omni just means all, everything. All right. But as you get more examples, well, I don't want to just give you like omni and then here's a definition of it. The definition actually comes from your understanding, and that comes from getting lots of varied examples of that. Okay? Does it mean prompt? Or what does prompt mean? Prompt means like, well, it could mean different things, actually. If you mean prompt like being on time, then like I am prompt to the meeting, or like at a particular location, I am prompt for that thing. Or I could prompt you by getting you to do something at a certain time. So I say, okay, we're going to start speaking in 3, 2, 1, go. And so that's your prompt. That's me telling you, okay, now it's time to do something. But again, the point is not to get lots of definitions of words. So we don't really want translations, and we don't really want definitions either. And one of the problems with definitions is that it makes it's kind of telling you a way to think about a word, but almost always you will expand or you will deepen that definition as you get more examples. So it's important to understand the meanings of words in situations, and then as you get that same word used in other situations, usually related situations, you will come to understand that word better. Okay? So hopefully this makes sense. The basic idea is that we want to get lots of varied examples of things that really help us understand, because the understanding is what enables the spontaneous speech. So if we don't want to think and translate through our native language, we shouldn't learn that way. Okay, let me say that again. If we don't want to think and translate through our native language, we should not learn that way. So how you learn is how you speak. I've repeated this many, many times. How you learn is how you speak. Okay, but it's also important if you've been learning for many years. This is like the typical way of trying to study grammar rules or translations, and now you want to switch. You have to also have your brain feel comfortable with that. Because typically, if you don't know a word, the first thing you will do is look it up in a dictionary and usually get like a translation through your native language. But the better way to do that is to try to get a bunch of varied examples. So you can do that with YouTube or Google, anything, even like this. So I can type in a word in Google like super and like or Chat GPT or whatever, and just say, give me examples of words with this it could be like a prefix or a suffix or just something that has the word super in it. And as you get these different examples, the collection of these things together, it forms a network, and that's what enables you to speak fluently. Okay, so you become fluent in individual words and phrases as you learn them, and then you just do that with more words and phrases, and that's how you get fluent very quickly, and you're just doing it like a native. Okay, hopefully this makes sense. I knew it wouldn't take a long time to explain this. It really is a simple idea, and I have covered it many times on the channel before, but I thought this was a helpful example, especially because it came from my own childhood, me learning the language as a native speaker. So this is what it means to learn a language as a native speaker or to learn it as a first language. All right, let's go back and check chat now. If people have questions about anything, whatever, it could be related to this or not, I'm happy to answer all those right now. All right, let's see. Martha right there from Venezuela, nice to see you. And Ilder, nice to see you. Let's see, TDT from Ottawa, a newcomer. Yes, you'd say I'm a newcomer. Hisako says, hi from Aomori, Japan. Always fun to listen to you. Big thanks to you. It's my pleasure. Amy's from Indonesia. Let's see. And again, Sam says, hi, Sandra. Nice to see you again, teacher. Gansham, super mighty man. Yes. Super duper. Yes, you can also say super and super teacher. Yes, you guys are great. Guadalupe, hello there. Let's see. I think I answered that one already. Vitaly says, nice to see you from Ukraine. Excuse me. Nils, I love your examples. Glad to hear it. Gansham, do you mean subtitles under the screen and super titles over the screen? Yes, that's right. And submerge. Yeah. So the same idea to submerge something is like, you could have like merging something and you could submerge something as well. So we want to put something like under something else. And that could be a physical idea or a figurative one. Looks like Pablo, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, from Poland. Let's see. Okay, I answered that question already. Solomon says sanctions. I don't know if you're asking what that means. You left me on red. You left me on red. Are you asking like what that means, or if there's like a question about that? Let me know what you mean. Neil says, is there a difference between could and might, or both have the same meaning? Well, the way to answer questions like this is to look for examples where they do have the same meaning or where they don't. So all we need is one counter example to maybe change the way we think about something or to answer a question like that. So could. So when can we use could without being able to use might, for an example? So if we have could, like I could come to the party. Oops. I need to stop speaking and writing at the same time. I could come to the party. Now, if we change this to I might, do these sentences have the same meaning? I could come to the party, or I might come to the party. Now, could, here we have like the possibility of doing something. So I could come to the party. So if I'm thinking, well, what should I do tonight? I don't have any plans. So I could go to a movie. I could go swimming. I could go meet my friend. I could go have dinner someplace. I could come to the party, or I could go to the party. But might, make sure I'm answering this question if I didn't make sure we got that correctly. Yeah. So if I might come to the party, we're talking about how probable it is, like to what degree. So let's say I have, like, if we're going to measure this, so if we have, let me just draw like from 0 to 100%. So I might come to the party is like, I don't know, like 70%. I might come to the party. Or let's say if I'm definitely coming, that's 100%. All right. But 70%, like, yeah, I might or I might not. So here we have an example where they mean two different things. All right. Now we could also talk about like could you or like might you do something, like in that case we can use them in the same way. So this is an example of when they would have a different meaning, but sometimes they could have the same meaning. Like might, let's see, we're like, could you help me? So I said, could you help me? Or if I might, like someone might say like might you help me, or might you be able to help me? Might you be able to help me? And in that case, they're basically the same meaning, where you're just like, is it possible for you to do something? Okay. So here we're talking about how probable, like what is the possibility of something, like will I or will I not? But again, like we have an example where they do mean something the same, basically, or where they mean different things. All right. So you're looking for counter examples where we just really need one counter example or one example to show that they do mean the same thing or they do not. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if it does not. All right. Let's see. Cornelio says, good night.
And you lived out near his
Hey, teacher, what would the meaning of getting things short? Getting things short. I don't know. What? Give me more context for that. I don't like to get something short. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about specifically. Like, and this is why it's always important to understand vocabulary with the situation. So I gave this example before. I'm trying to connect the vocabulary with the situation rather than just like looking at the words by themselves, like they have meanings beyond the context or the situation. So vocabulary always means something in a situation. All right, just like I showed here, like the meaning of might, it means like you probably will do something, or like might you be able to do something, is asking like, is that possible? So possible versus probable. So they don't always have the same meaning. Or they can't, or they are not always used the same way. All right, we'll get to that question in a minute. But anyway, hopefully this makes sense. But let me know if it does not. Let me see here if I'm still. What was that question before? So getting things short. So let me give you an example of short in the same way that a native would come to understand this. I don't know what your specific example is from to get something short, but here's a meaning it could come from. So it might come from this. Like it could come from this, it might come from this. It's a possibility. It could, it might come from this. So let's say I have $5 in my pocket. I've got $5 in my pocket, and I want to buy a dress. So here's a dress or a shirt or something, $6. So I might say in this example, I am $1 short. I'm $1 short. So short meaning like this. So we can have long and short. We're trying to compare something. So you can think about it like I have $5. I want to get to $6, but oh no, I'm $1 short. I'm $1 short. Okay. So I don't know what specifically you're thinking about for like getting something short, but like this is the kind of example where you would come to understand the meaning of a word like short with different examples. So we can have something long and something short also. So we're going to compare two different things. But here we can also use this same idea like, oh, we need $6, but oh no, I only have 5. So I'm short. I'm short. All right. But let me know if that's still not clear. Again, if you have a specific example where you've heard something, try to think about the context. Where did you hear that? Who was speaking? What were they talking about? What was the situation? All right, let's see. Thayanara says, why your English is easy? Well, because I'm a good teacher. And basically, to be a good teacher means you're making the language understandable. So number one, like I'm speaking more slowly, more clearly, and then I'm also not using a lot of complicated vocabulary that you probably don't know. All right. So I'm using easier English to help you understand, and I'm using examples that you understand the language. Okay. All right, let's see if Nils got back to me. Sometimes I understand and sometimes it's confusing. Yeah, Nils, don't worry about it. What you need to do is get examples in context. And so you learn, okay, I can use can or could and might in the same situation in this context, but maybe in this other one I use it in a different one. So at first you kind of feel more confident about a particular context, but then you hear something different and it's like a counter example, or you think, oh, I didn't expect to use that word in this context. It's like the same example before that I gave about supertitles. So I didn't expect, like I would just use the word subtitles because I just thought, oh, subtitles are words that go with some kind of picture or something so you can understand what people are saying. So like my understanding of the word subtitle when I was a kid, I just thought it meant words that go with a picture or a movie or something like that. But it actually is the words, like the titles, with the location of it. So subtitles as a contrast to supertitles, which goes above something rather than below. Okay. So as you get these examples, like it actually feels a little bit uncomfortable, but it also is like, wow, like that's really interesting. That's the aha moment when you understand something more deeply. And so you will have examples like this, especially with words like could or might, because you will get lots of examples of these. So especially if you're if you're in Fluent for Life, you will get examples on Euclish, or just examples on ChatGPT or YouTube as well. Google will also give you lots of examples. So don't worry about it. Like you should understand the situation. So don't try to think about the and then you will understand it better. All right, Eileen from Brazil, nice to see you there. Mary Flowers, what does echo chamber mean? Oh, that's an interesting question. An echo chamber. So an echo is a sound that comes back to you. So let's say if I'm here, like if I just stand here and talk in a big open space, so I'm making a sound, blah, 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 and it will just kind of continue to go. But if there's something else like a wall or something else and the sound comes back to me, that's the echo. The echo. And so a chamber is just some kind of room, all right? So an echo chamber is a room where you stand in there, and if you say something, like the sound will continue to bounce around and you will hear the same thing over and over and over. So I say, hello, 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 and it keeps echoing like that, an echo chamber. So this is the physical understanding of what an echo chamber is. Now, you've probably heard it in the more figurative usage of people, like where I go to a place, like a physical location, or I'm online in like a group, and I'm talking to people who just repeat back what I say. So everybody agrees about the same thing, and everybody's just talking. And like there's no, it's like the opposite of debate, where you have one person that believes one thing and another person believes something else, and they have like a back and forth. They try to debate something like that. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. So when people, like, let's say you get all people who believe in one political idea, like liberals or whatever, they all get together in one room and they're all talking to each other, and they all say things and they all repeat things back to each other, and they all agree. That would be an echo chamber. And this is for anybody. It's not just like for liberals or whatever. This is for anybody who believes one thing, and it's continuing to go back and forth like that. So you'll hear that a lot recently, mostly because now people have like specific groups or places that they can talk with each other about, and they only kind of discuss ideas without having other ideas get in with that as well. Let's see. All right, next we have, hello teacher, I have a question. I want to know the difference between immigration and migration. Well, immigration means you're like moving into someplace, and migrate just means to move. So you can immigrate. So we have like I am, like immigrate, like to go into someplace, or you can have emigrate, like to go out of that place. And migration by itself just means motion. So like animals might migrate, it just means like to move from one place to another, or we might migrate like my website from one server to another server. So we're just moving something like that. Okay. So migration just means movement, and it could mean like a cycle, or it could mean moving from one place to another. But immigration means to come in, and emigration, you hear the difference? Immigration and emigration. All right. So going in versus going out. And again, this is why we want to pay attention to different contexts when we hear vocabulary. Good question, though. Let's see. Hi from India. Thanks from Brazil. I've learned a lot with you. My pleasure, Will. Hello from Paris, France, with the fire over there. So, Lana, what is out-of-pocket meaning? Out-of-pocket, like rather than something you plan on? This is an accounting term, usually for business, like you have an out-of-pocket expense, but you can think about it physically, like you have, here's your pants over here. Here's a pocket and you've got money inside your pocket, so you reach in your pants pocket and pull the money out. So this is like an out of pocket
Yes, he did.
expense.
I remember he said something about that you could.
So instead of like paying something where I might use a credit card or something, or I might have, there might even be a specific accounting definition of out of pocket, but it typically means like usually like a small expense or something that I'm paying either like with cash, I'm paying for that thing, or if there is like a specific definition that you need for like accounting purposes. But this would be different from like regular expenses that you might have. So it's a particular kind of expense. So you're paying out of pocket for something like that.
I told her that she was familiar with fabrics. And she said
All right. Okay, I'm gonna have to move faster. The comments are piling up. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's see, Paula, I've heard something like this. You left me on red. It means you didn't reply back. Or reply. Left me on red. I've never not heard of that. I don't know. Maybe that's a new expression. To leave someone on red. I don't know. Try Googling that and see what you get. David, but could is more common than might, more used. Yeah, and it depends on the situation as well. So Gansham is how to pronounce omnipotent. People here pronounce it horrible. Or you'd say horribly. They pronounce it horribly. Omnipotent. And again, if you'd like to hear me pronounce words and show you how to do that, you know what to do. Get Frederick. Click on the link in the description below this video. And hear me teach you how to pronounce over 2,000 words, phrases, and sentences the way I do. So if you want to pronounce things naturally and smoothly, I can show you how to do that. Cam says, I'm from Thailand. Wanted to get married with me. I'd have to ask my wife. We'll see what she says. I think it's hard and weird to pronounce maintenance, and another similar word, which I don't remember. Yeah, so sometimes you will get words that are similar, or they have similar roots, like omni becomes like omnipotent. Like we don't say omni and then potent, we say omnipotent. And the same thing with maintain versus maintenance. And then you will also hear slight differences between things like British English versus American English, and even within America, people might pronounce words a little bit differently. But this is another excellent reason why we get lots of examples from different native speakers as we learn. So if you only get examples from one person, then you will be surprised or kind of shocked when you hear different pronunciations from different people. So native speakers hear lots of different pronunciation from many different people. And you need to do the same thing if you want to become a fluent speaker. Let's see. Okay, I think I answered that one already. Okay, I got that one already. All right, is there a difference between may and may I and can I? If you're talking about it in the context of like asking permission or being able to do something, may is actually the correct way. Like, may I go to the toilet? So if a student is asking a teacher, they should be saying, may I do something? But the language gets a little bit worse over time, and people just say, can I do something when they're asking for permission, when it's really asking about ability. So there is a difference there, but typically when people say like, oh, can I come to the party? Like, you don't need to ask the other person, you need to ask for permission, which is, may I come to the party? But may almost sounds a bit more formal now because so many people use can. Let's see. All right, Dev says, one thing that is difficult to me is idioms. Sometimes I guess the meaning, other times I have to search in the context of the meaning. Yeah, so you will get these, and it's again a really good idea to pay attention for what natives are talking about, because kids will learn idioms in these same ways. So if I'm watching a cartoon with my kids, and like a character dies, and another character says, "Oh, he kicked the bucket." They might not understand the idiom. They're not trying to think logically about what that means. They just associate or connect "kick the bucket" with dying. And so that's how you kind of get that. And then usually as you get older or you start learning it more as an adult, you connect more with the specific, like the origin of something like that, and you can learn more about that. So if you're curious about the meaning of a particular idiom, you can look up origin of, so the origin.
Then like him, then he would.
Yes, it was unlike.
So go to Google or Chat GPT or whatever and just say, what is the origin of, and then that particular idiom. Cable and Fi says an echo is a reverberation. Yes, that's correct. All right, let's see. Okay. Tanaria, what's your name? My native language is English, but I also speak Japanese. Vinicius, hi, Drew. I would like to know what days of the week you are alive. It's boring to get the train rolling. It's boring to get the train rolling. You mean like while you're on the train, or? Typically, I'm here. Like it could be Thursday or Monday or both. It depends. Just whenever I feel like it. But I don't have a specific schedule. But it's usually around this time. I had a conversation with my boss at work in English. He thought that I've lived abroad. Are you? Well, where do you? Oh, so you live in Brazil, right? Does it? So are you saying that with like a good meaning or a bad meaning? All right. Yeah, good teacher. Guadalajara, Mexico. Hello from Brazil. Big fan here. Says Il, nice to see you there. Bobby says hello. You explained so well. Well, it's my pleasure. Brazil in force here. Yes, lots of Brazilians. Yes, if you know other people in Brazil who are trying to improve their speaking and they want to understand how to learn English like a native. You speak a little Polish? No, I don't. But I am from Chicago, and we have a lot of Poles in Chicago. Prashant says, great guru. I'm not a guru. I'm just a regular guy. And insurance copay. Like out of pocket. Yeah. So that, I mean, if you're looking for a specific, like a specific accounting term, then like that's slightly different. So out of my pocket equals out of my budget. Just be careful using it like that. You wouldn't use it that way, but you can use it that way. What is the best way to learn English? Maybe give us some tips. Well, there's really just one thing you need to do to learn English, and that's just learning English as a first language rather than learning English as a second language. Now, you might be new, or I know some new people will probably watching this, so I'll give my very quick explanation about how this works. What's the best way? Let me get some of my delicious water first. All right. So most of the people who are looking for help, usually they have problems. So we begin here. So these are the communication problems that people have. It could be like, we'll just make this very quick, forgetting words, needing to translate, not understanding native speakers, confusing grammar rules. These are the kinds of problems that people have with communication. And the reason for these problems, usually people think, so like people think.
Was there anything different about him after this?
So people think that they don't study enough, or they don't live in an English-speaking country, or they don't have enough speaking practice. These are the three main reasons why they think they have these problems. So because of these problems, they don't study enough, or they don't live in an English-speaking country, or they don't practice speaking enough. But none of these are true. The real reason you struggle to speak is because you don't understand English as well as you think you do. So there are three basic, we'll just put 1, 2, 3 here, levels of understanding a language. And so the first one is just exposure. To be exposed to the language means you're hearing it. Like I could go to Romania and hear Romanian speakers speaking to me, and I don't really understand what people are saying to the language. And next we have awareness. So awareness meaning I recognize it, I understand what people are saying, but there are, you notice now, different levels of understanding. So I can hear something and not understand it at all. Or I can hear something and I can recognize it. Or I can hear something and have what I call the ownership, which is the fluent level of understanding, which means I have enough confidence to say something. Okay, so the confidence only comes at this level. So I gave you the example at the beginning of this video where I'm talking about learning a word like super. So the reason people have the problems they have is because they learn English as a second language. And this means that they're either learning it through their native language or they're studying it the traditional way by trying to memorize grammar rules, or maybe they're studying flashcards. Or they're getting kind of slow, easy examples. Usually like ESL lessons will get you to the awareness level. And awareness level meaning you can understand, you can recognize things, but often it's kind of like the speech that I'm giving here. So you can understand a teacher, but often have trouble understanding native speakers. Okay, second language, it actually makes the language more difficult to understand. And because it's difficult to understand, you feel confused and you have doubts and questions and confusion about the language. Like you see all the questions I'm getting here. Every one of these questions is really the same thing. Drew, I'm uncertain about this point, or I'm uncertain about this grammar. I'm uncertain about this vocabulary or this pronunciation. It's all talking about uncertainty, and they have uncertainty because they learned English as a second language. So I have like experience teaching English here in Japan in the classroom, and most of the students are still learning this way. They have a Japanese teacher who doesn't pronounce the language very well. They're not really learning the language as a native would learn it. They're just studying rules and they're getting translations. So of course the language is difficult. They're learning it as a second language. Okay, so again, like people think that they don't speak well because they're not studying enough. But you can try to study as much as you want. You could study for 20 years and still not be a good speaker if you're not learning the right way. So the simple solution becomes learning English as a first language. And like I gave the example at the beginning of this video, that is an example of learning English as a first language. So I don't take a word like super and just like translate that into Japanese or French or Korean or Thai or whatever. I'm trying to help you understand it and build a network in your mind that really helps you use that language spontaneously. So at this point, if you want to speak spontaneously, you need to have the ownership level of the vocabulary. Okay? So just being aware of the vocabulary, being able to recognize it, doesn't mean you know how to speak fluently. It just means you can recognize vocabulary when you hear it, and it's much easier to recognize things than to speak. Okay? So again, the problems that you have, they're really just coming from learning English as a second language, and second language lessons are typically difficult to understand. They create doubts and questions and problems, and that's what stops you from speaking. So it's not like the amount of vocabulary you have, it's how confident do you feel about that vocabulary. If you are 100% certain that you will speak correctly, then you speak. But if you're not certain about speaking correctly, or if you think, well, I don't know how to pronounce this word, or maybe I'm using the wrong grammar point, or will I make a mistake if I say this word rather than that word, all those doubts that have, that's what really stops you from speaking. But if you learn English as a first language, like a native, then you actually feel confident about what you say. So you feel confident that you will speak correctly, and that's when you speak. So the big secret, like the big thing that I can tell everybody, the same thing I've been sharing for 20 years, is that you don't get fluent by learning more. You don't try to like study the language more. You get fluent as you understand the language better. All right. I know that it sounds like it sounds like a small, unimportant difference, but you don't just like add more vocabulary. You get fluent by understanding that vocabulary really well. Like I gave at the beginning of this video, the example of super. All right. So if I give you one example, like here's a man and here's a Superman, I can compare these two and think like, wow, like here's a regular man, just a regular guy, but Superman is like super strong, right? So I can look at these two and slowly, oh, look at that, like a man versus a Superman. I get it. But when I go to the opera and I see subtitles and super titles, then I get an even stronger, more confident feeling about that word super. So I know it means like over and above something else. So we think about it, super doesn't mean like really strong. It's just like over, bigger, better, higher than something else. And so rather than getting a definition, the point is to get lots of varied examples that help you understand the language like a native, okay? So I don't say to people you should learn like a native. That's basically what you're doing, but I just don't say that because people don't believe they can do it. But I proved you can do it earlier, all right? But I just tell people it's just the easy way to understand it is learning English as a first language and just do what natives are doing. And so that's how you get fluent, all right? So we don't need to study more. We need to understand vocabulary better. And as we do that, the process of fluency speeds up, all right? So it accelerates. We get fluent faster and faster as we learn more and we understand the language better. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. So this is, I know we have new people coming, but even, you know, the veterans, the old people, the people who have been following me for a while, it's always good to get this review. That's why a lot of what we do on the channel is helping people review things. All right. I spent a little bit of time on that, but it's important for people to understand how that works. All right. So if you have problems with your communication, you don't need to learn more. All right. All right. So Alaji, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, hello teacher, I'm learning from West Africa in Gambia. Nice to see you there. Thank you for making my English skills super. It's my pleasure. Thank you. Lots of learning here. Glad to hear you learning. Yeah, it's my pleasure. Really, I'm trying to the learning comes from you. All I'm trying to do is make it understandable so that you naturally are like, oh, look at that. I understand what we're talking about. I followed you since you started. Wow, look at that. All right, well, thank you very much. If you know other people we can help, send them our way. Let's see. Hilton says, I'm going to start teaching some English tips to close friends. I've already suggested them to follow you. Well, thank you very much. You're a regular guy. Great answer. Yeah. How often are your classes? Well, these classes, most of the stuff I do on YouTube is just, it's giving simple examples of how to learn English as a native speaker. So how to learn English as a first language. And if you want like classes all the time, that's what we do in Fluent for Life. So you can click on the link in the description below this video. In the description, you'll see that linked out. But these live videos are maybe like once a week, maybe twice a week. Drew is not a guru, he's more like a sensei. Let's see, I think you have classes with your dad about Thanksgiving. It was an amazing class. Yeah, so he's been in a few of those lessons in Fluent for Life. All right, Sandra says super class, our etymology and origin. Well, etymology is like specifically for words. Origin could mean anything. Like my origin, like you wouldn't talk about my etymology. You would talk about my origin. Big Nick, hi Andrew, I've been following your lessons for about 3 months, and I want you to give us a lesson on English humor and jokes because it's sometimes really hard to get them and laugh with the natives. If you're in Fluent for Life, we have lessons about that, about like sarcasm and humor, and I explain kind of jokes like that. Sometimes I cover those here, but if there's a specific joke you hear that you do not get, let me know. All right, Allergy, if I'm pronouncing Allergia, super lesson, glad to hear. Actually, it looks like you wrote lesion. Oh no. I think you probably mean lesson, but if I'm spelling that correctly. Solana, it's really hard, or really sad that I've been learning English the wrong way the whole time. I wish I had known about your channel when I got started. Yeah, don't feel bad about that. It's not your fault that this is the way most people teach, and this stuff, it's either unknown or it's ignored by most people, because most people don't need to, like, they don't need to be, and I really won't say most people, but when I'm talking about people who are learning English, like for school or trying to get a job or something like that, information to pass a test. So if you do need to speak, then you should be learning this way. I mean, even if you don't, this is faster than learning the traditional way as well. But most people just don't think it's possible, so they don't try. Let's see, JC Cento, hello, drill balls, well with you. Hey, I'm doing great. Olympia, you are a super teacher. It's my pleasure. Easier instead of more easy. Yeah, you can. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you will hear people say like it's more easy, but like, yes, easier is the correct way to say that. Spider-Man, thank you for teaching people English. I understand English, including the difficult accents, but I'm struggling to speak. Yeah. So the things that I explained when you talk about struggling to speak, there are specific reasons why that happens, and so it's basically all because of this. So how you learn is how you speak, and traditional lessons make the language more difficult to understand. Like those language lessons, they basically create doubts and questions and problems in your head that stop you from speaking. So humans, we are not computers. We are like emotional beings. You know, we feel bad, we feel embarrassed if we make mistakes, and so we can't just learn information like, okay, here's a grammar point, and we're not Chat GPT or a computer where we can just take information and memorize it like that. We really need to understand vocabulary very well, and if we don't know something very well, we won't say it. So and this is even in your daily life as a native speaker of your native language. So me, like, I can't talk about, I don't know, like government fiscal policy or whatever in the United States, even in English, because I just don't know much about it. Like I couldn't speak confidently. I couldn't give a speech about that. I couldn't give a speech about, I don't know, some biology things, like specific vocabulary for, I don't know, growing babies or something. I could explain it in an everyday way, a casual way, but I just don't. So it's not about like knowing the vocabulary, it's how confident you feel about that vocabulary. So if you feel you understand something very well, then you can speak about it. All right. Let's see. Muhammad Amor says from Mauritania. Nice to see you there. Elizabeth, origin and etymology are no synonyms. Legit points to the study of. So etymology means the study of the origin. Yeah. Jinjin says you're a great teacher. I'm glad to hear it. In your profile is you. You're talking about my picture? Yes, I have like an old picture on YouTube, and I'm too lazy to change it, so I have that one. I think actually maybe Facebook has a more recent photo of me. But Mustafa says I am struggling to use the word though. I always use but. What am I supposed to do? Well, you don't like have to use though. It's just another way of expressing something. So you could say that, like, I understand what you're saying, but I have questions about it. I understand what you're saying, though I have questions about it. So again, like the reason why you might not use one word rather than another is either you don't know it very well, or you just don't feel comfortable, like it's just more comfortable to use another word. And so you will notice this in your native language. When you speak, you likely use the same words and same expressions over and over again, rather than like difficult things or new things or things that you feel uncomfortable about. So that's another thing I mentioned in this video, where we're talking about your comfort level. So I want you to feel comfortable learning English as a native speaker, or learning English as a first language, rather than trying to translate or do things as you typically did. So most people who watch my videos, that's how they begin learning English in school. So that's the only way they know how to learn. And so you have to change the way you learn to understand and start speaking better. Let's see, Gensha, I agree with you. If you learn the language as a second language, actually makes the language difficult. Yeah, and so that's the frustrating thing about it is like you think you're trying to learn it the right way, and teachers tell you that you should be learning it that way, but like the human doesn't really operate that way. So I can tell my students, hey, just be confident, go out and speak, and people will not follow that advice. Like so it's actually not good advice to tell people to do that. So when I was first learning about language learning and I didn't know anything, I was like, yeah, you should speak, because I just heard other people saying the same thing. But when I thought about that, I said, well, why do people not follow that advice? And the reason is because they don't actually feel confident about speaking, and they don't want to make mistakes in front of other people, which is understandable. And so the smarter thing to do is not to try to speak more, it's to understand the language better. And that's how you get fluent. So let's see, David says, I think most English courses teach the wrong way, at least in Brazil. Since I've been learning the right way, I've improved a lot in the last few months. Glad to hear it. Yeah, so most people and most classes, like either they don't know about this or they do know about it and they don't care, or they just ignore it. So most schools, they think the better way to teach is just to try to give you a bunch of rules. But this way is actually faster. It's faster for everything. So it's weird that more people don't do it, but I guess more students for me, I guess. So that like what I tried to do by creating Frederick is creating a new. So I erased it up here, but if you click on the link in the description below this video, you can save your children from learning this way. So Frederick allows children to actually teach themselves, and it's not just for children, but especially for adults who have learned English the traditional way, and now they're learning English as a first language. You can actually start your kids learning English as a first language too with the app. Let's see. So food challenge, sister. That's an interesting thing. Your teaching technique is awesome. So glad to hear it. Yes, I'm not doing anything different than I would do with my own kids. So that's like again, like I'm trying to help people learn the same way my own kids learn, because they can only learn English as a first language. They can't learn it through another language. Although, I mean, I could use Japanese to teach them English, but that would be kind of a dumb thing to do. Neil says, I won't forget the example with super title and subtitle. Thank you for that. Yes. And so that's the whole, like, when you don't forget something, I've created an example that you think like, oh, wow, it actually sticks in your mind. That's the aha moment where you feel really confident about something. And so just do more of that. So continue to learn more like that, and you will become a more confident speaker. So as you get fluent in individual words and phrases, you will feel more confident and you will begin speaking spontaneously. Let's see. Will says, a tool that helped me was starting to write a diary with everything I do. Most of the teachers here teach rules, but students don't end up speaking fluently. Yeah. So like you will know the method by the fruit. So the fruit meaning like what is the result of that thing. So if your goal is to speak fluently, another like a really like insidious or kind of I don't want to say evil, but it's like it's a really disappointing thing about the traditional way of teaching. So it's mostly selling you like the hope that you will learn something. So the hope is that like, okay, people say, how many words do you need to speak fluently? Like, okay, you need to learn, let's say 10,000, just as an example. So we start over here, we learn the first word. Like, do you feel fluent and confident about that? No, not really. Let's try another word. Do you feel fluent and confident? No, not really. Let's keep going. And so we keep going. And so the hope is that like you will become fluent like at some point over here. And so that's why like it's a really frustrating thing for many people, because they think if they learn more words, remember I gave you those examples before. So people think that if they learn more words, or if they live in an English-speaking country, or if they speak more, that's how they get fluent. but there are people who do live in English-speaking countries and do try to speak every day and do study a lot, and they still can't speak. And the reason is because they don't really understand the vocabulary as well as they think they do. And it's usually because of the just the methods that they use to learn. And it's not their fault. It's just this is how everybody, almost everybody, teaches languages. And this is not just English, but learning for every language. And so what I'm explaining now about learning English as a first language, it applies to everything else. So it's how I got fluent in Japanese. Once I started learning Japanese as a first language, that's when I became fluent. So it's not a complicated process. It's just changing the way you learn. And so if you don't get fluent in individual words and phrases, you won't get fluent overall and have good conversations. So if you're just learning something, but you don't really feel confident about it, you're wasting your time. You should learn something and then feel confident about it. And then, oh, wow, so now I know this word. Let me move on to the next word. And then as I start learning more, again, the fluency accelerates. Your progress accelerates. So this is why, like people going through Fluent for Life, if they follow the program, you start learning at the beginning, you're just like getting examples of words and you start feeling confident about them. But as you hear them more and more, you really start to feel, I know the vocabulary very well, and that's how I can start speaking. So I don't want you to feel hopeful. I want you to feel confident and certain. Like that's why I just focus on a word like super at the beginning of this video. So you really feel that. You feel like, I got it now. I really understand that word. So you become fluent in that word. Now do it again with another word. And again and again and again, and the progress will speed up. And it's really a fast thing as you continue to do it. Let's see, what time is it? How have we been doing? 10:59. Okay. Going for an hour so far. Let's see. All right, Milton said, okay, I got that one. All right. Let's see. Tainara? Maybe I'm pronouncing that correct. Is it Tainara? Why can't I understand English songs? Well, it's a faster speech. Excuse me, it's a faster speech. It's blurred, and usually the vocabulary is difficult because people use idioms and you're in a video like mine. Let's see. Mr. Mario is back. Okay, let's see. Teacher, sorry. I wrote it. You see, I wrote in Portuguese. You didn't tell us your native language. My native language is English. Let's see. I didn't understand English, but brainstorm so much, says if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let's see. Mom Midamore says, I understand, but I have a problem when I need to speak about a specific subject. Yeah, it just means you don't know about it very well or you don't know enough about it. So if you want to speak spontaneously, you need to get more information about that thing. And so this is the great thing about getting fluent. You don't have to be in a particular place or be a certain age or anything. You don't have to have a person to speak with. You just need to get a lot more input about that particular thing. If you have not seen the espresso video I made, check my channel for that. Watch that video for an example. Ellen says, do you speak slower with us? I can understand 100% what you say. If I watch a movie, I understand a few things. Sometimes it seems they're speaking another language. Yes. So I'm changing the way I speak. I'm speaking more clearly. I'm speaking slower. And I'm also not using idioms and cultural references, things like that. So I'm intentionally making my speech easier for people to understand. So what we do in Fluent for Life is I go from this level, understanding teachers, to understanding the things in movies and real conversations, TV shows, that kind of thing. Let's see. Raul says, Master, it would be better if you take class every morning. Well, for the people who want to learn with me every day, that's what Fluent for Life is for. And you can click on the link in the description to learn more about that. Musi says, Happy New Year. Manuel says, hello. I'm not even going to stare. I've already heard a lot of fallacies here. Goodbye, teacher, Mr. Mario. Adios. I don't know what you're referring to. Let's see. Gibbs says, you made a video on vocabulary where you mentioned how to use different words of the same meaning to communicate effectively. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it's my pleasure. How long did it take you to become proficient in Japanese? Well, again, as I explained before, you get fluent in individual words and phrases. So you actually become proficient in individual words and phrases as you learn them. So rather than this process where you can spend years trying to learn something and thinking that you need to learn more words to become a fluent speaker, but you don't. You actually just need to understand that vocabulary really well. And this is why you have adult non-native speakers. They know a lot of words and they can't speak, but you have native children who know a few words and they can speak very well. So when you talk about how long does it take to become proficient, like I gave the example about super titles earlier in this video, how long did that take? I don't know, 2 minutes or something. And so you can become fluent in something very quickly, and then you move to the next thing and get fluent in that. And so you will become fluent much faster that way. All right. What is your favorite book you've ever read, Sister? My favorite book? I don't know if I have a favorite book. I mean, there are different books I've enjoyed for different reasons. Actually, let me see. Favorite book. I don't know. I'd have to think about that because there are a couple of books that I enjoy. Let's see. Yeah, I don't. It's weird. I guess it depends on my mood or what specifically I'm talking about. Like if you're talking about a novel or a business book or yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything because there wouldn't be. I couldn't give you one example, and then I'd probably think about something different later. This is a good question, but I'd have to think about that. Let's see. I have difficulties understanding speech, especially connected speech. Is there any strategy to improve my comprehension by listening? Yes, it's the same thing I'm recommending for everything else, which is learning English as a first language. And part of that is you're getting examples of different speakers saying the same thing. So you will hear people talking about, like it could be talking about the same thing or actually saying the same thing, like the same speech or whatever. Again, Cham, I can speak about cars and American food because I learned a naturally varied review and listened to watch many different native speakers talking about this. Yeah, so it's very easy and obvious when you start learning that way. So if you want to learn more about a particular thing, and you start studying that, you will be able to speak more confidently about it. So it's the same thing in English and the same thing in your native language as well. Is it possible to get fluent in English even if I'm not so fluent in my native language? Well, yeah, you don't have to be fluent in one language to get fluent in another. You just get fluent in different languages in the same way you can be fluent in some words and not fluent in other words. So you will be confident and comfortable using some things, but not others. Yes, I have a lot of Brazilian students. Yeah, we got people all over the world. Let's see, Milton says the ESL method that you have, we can apply it to any language. Yes, an EFL. So English as a first language, not English as a second language. The traditional, typical way of, hey, how do we learn another language without using our first language? And I say, well, how did you learn your first language? As the answer to that question is, you have to get understandable examples of the language, like I gave with the example of super at the beginning of this video. So it is possible to do that, and it doesn't matter what language you already know. You could not know whatever if you're born in Mexico and Spanish is the language you should be native in, but you don't know it very well for some reason. That has nothing to do with you learning English. I'm in USA now, and I can say I'm fluent in English. A few years ago, I was in Brazil watching your videos. Thank you very much. Glad to hear. Yes, if you know other people, yeah, we have lots of people, lots of learners, students, and these are people from all over the world who are now in these English-speaking countries, and this is very different from the language I learned in school, and now I can't speak. So yeah, we help a lot of people there. Let's see more. Taza said, hello, I recently moved to Canada. My English is not very good. We'll keep following my videos. Keep applying this idea of learning English as a first language and you will improve. Began says, hi again. So what would you do in a situation if some joke spoken in Japan hit everyone in the room except you, although you understood the whole vocabulary in it? In that case, I would just ask somebody, because the understanding a joke thing, that specific example, like I know the vocabulary, but that means it's a reference that I don't know. So we could call that, it would be like, that wouldn't really be like an inside joke. Usually an inside joke is like between two people. So if I'm standing with two friends talking and they make a joke to each other, I understand the vocabulary, but I don't know what that's referring to, then that's not a vocabulary problem. It's just I don't know what they're talking about. So that's a different problem from the vocabulary. And I would just ask, like, what is the reference of that thing? So that usually, like, a joke in that way, kids, if you're trying to learn kind of humor in another language, you like start with kids and look at the kind of joke things they get. A lot of those are puns. So I talk about this in Fluent for Life as well. So a pun is something like where we take different meanings of words, or something that like I ate something. So I ate something, like the sound ate sounds the same as ATE. So like I ate, like that's a joke for a child because it's taking a different meaning of the same sound. And so that's kind of a beginning way for people to learn humor. And it's the same thing in Japan. It's called like a dajare, like a dad joke or a pun, same idea. But my kids, they do that all the time. There are whole joke books just talking about that, about playing with words like that. So that's a slightly different. That's a thing where if you don't get the joke, it just means you don't know the other meanings of something that you might use. But again, like if you actually don't understand something at all, just ask. They're not gonna. You don't have to feel bad for not understanding a reference if you don't know it. DeTrecklin says, sir, the plural of person is people, right? Can we say persons like three persons? Yeah, you will hear that used sometimes. Like it's almost like a legal or it depends on the context though. But in general, like if you go to a restaurant, they will say how many people in your party. They wouldn't say how many persons. But on a legal document, you might see something like persons. Could you give some examples of this word, quixotic? Just Google that. If you're looking for like an example of like what, like quixotic, you like discover the meaning yourself. But it's an interesting word, quixotic. Daniel says, what can I do to improve my English level? I wanted to reach an advanced level, but it seems I'm stuck in where you have an awareness level of vocabulary, but not the ownership level, the fluent level where you feel confident about saying things about, whatever you don't feel confident talking about something. So that's usually where people get stuck. So they think they know something, so they don't review it anymore. But if you feel confident about something or not. So either you feel confident saying something or you do not. If you do not feel confident, it means you need to review that thing more or get more varied examples that help you understand that vocabulary better. Milton says, I've heard a lot of the word ain't in many songs. Yeah, ain't. Solana, another interesting question. What are your resolutions for the new year? My resolutions for the new year. I don't know. Keep doing what I've been doing, I guess. It's like the resolution I had 5 years ago, which is like just help more people. So I don't even have like a new resolution for this year, I guess. Hi, teacher. My first time here. Hope you have a good day today. I am, and nice to see the little puppy right there, student G. And Bridget says, hello, teacher. True back. Nice to see you there. All right, look at that. We got through all the comments. Amazing. All right, just to do a quick recap of the video, the main idea here is that if you want to speak spontaneously, you don't have to try to practice more and say vocabulary more. You should really get more information that will help you understand vocabulary better. And so as you do that, you will naturally want to feel kind of more confident, and that's what will allow you to actually speak without translating or hesitating or thinking about grammar rules, that kind of thing. So any of the problems that you have, as I talked about, all of this stuff comes from learning English the traditional way. So as you start learning more, and I want you to feel comfortable learning this way. So even you get one example with one word, if you feel more comfortable and confident about this way of learning, you will do it more. So just give that a try and continue to do that, and you will notice progress very quickly. Kasim says, my name is Kasim. Greetings and congratulations from Turkey, Nigeria. Natalia, I understand 20 to 30% of text. Is it worth listening to or go to a lower level? Yes, I would go to a lower level for sure. And again, the same thing with me. I'll still, like, my reading level is lower, so maybe I can have a much faster conversation in Japanese just speaking with people rather than trying to read. My reading is still really slow, and there's a lot of kanji. These are the Japanese written characters from Chinese that I don't know. So yeah, like if you don't, it will also make the process of reading information much more enjoyable if you understand most of it. So you should understand most of a sentence so that one word or one new phrase is understandable in context. But if you don't understand most of it, that will just be really frustrating for you because you will just spend time looking things up in a dictionary or whatever. So again, getting used to language. And another thing I would do is instead of reading like a long thing, whatever that is, like find something short and then get many examples of people talking about that. So whatever, if you're trying to learn learn about I don't know, changing a tire on a car. So watch videos about that, read different articles or blog posts or something, and that will help you feel more confident about it and learn the vocabulary better as well. Hound says, you look good, you look tired. Well, after speaking for 78 minutes, yeah, I feel a little bit low.
I don't.
You notice my voice tends to get a little bit weaker as I go through the video, but I'm always here to answer questions. But it looks like we did get to the end of the program, which is great. But again, remember, as you're starting the new year, think about just try to find some simple things that really make you feel more confident about the language and about this kind of learning. So you shouldn't have to hope that you're getting fluent. You should know you're getting fluent as you're learning. And that will make you feel much more confident. You're learning the right way. You're actually feeling more like you understand the language better, and you will start speaking more. It will naturally happen. You will start speaking more spontaneously, and you will feel more confident about what you say. So last couple of comments came through here. Thank you very much for everything. It was very helpful, says Nils. Nice to see you there again. Sandra, thank you. Teacher Drew, awesome class. Have a nice day. God bless you and your family. Happy 2024. Kasim says, thank you very much for reading my message. Yeah, it's my pleasure. Natalia with some nice, look at that thumbs up and the hearts and boom. I love the hearts there. Thank you very much. You're going to make me embarrassed over here. Things have a nice, it's nice to get questions about New Year's resolutions or books or whatever. I just don't even know what my favorite book would be. What my favorite book would be. It depends, I guess. Depends on my mood or what I'm talking about. Let's see. Thanks, Drew, for taking the time to teach us and for helping us get better at understanding the language. It's my pleasure. Then also, thanks. All right. Have a fantastic day, and we'll see you in the next video.
Bye-bye. About what you said.
I do know that you said
And that there were creatures
in it,
and you saw
people or whatever.
So,
and I believe he did describe it as a round thing, but let's say I don't know what.
Do you recall now in the subsequent years what his feelings about UFOs were? What's your feelings about it? What do you think?
Well, it's a true one. I know that it's true.
So you believe, based on what Barney told you, that
all right, we should be live.
And it's piloted by
All right.
beings from other planets. Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know who they're, I just know that they're real. Are they?
I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com and the
Was he ever
English
known to play Practical Joke?
Fluency Guide. Welcome to another live video here on YouTube. Today we're going to be talking about prepositions. I don't think this will be a really long video unless people have lots of questions, but it should be, especially if you are new to the channel, a good way to help you understand the way natives learn prepositions so you can learn them the same way. All right, looks like people are in. Let me know if chat's working. Gabriella, nice to see you there. All right, let's get the party started. Now, the point of this video is not to teach you a whole bunch of prepositions because you would probably just forget them anyway. The point of this video really is to help you understand the same way a native does, because that's how you speak. So the basic idea of fluency is when you understand things completely, that's when you actually have the confidence to express yourself.
So it might have been 49, 48. It might have been right after close to the time it happened. Do you remember the context? I'm sure you don't.
All right,
remember the context.
let's begin. Looks like we do have people there. Hello, nice to see everybody. I will keep my eye on the chat as we go. I'll give you a few examples of prepositions as well. But the reason I thought about doing this video, number one, is because I do get lots of questions about this. Prepositions are very commonly used. These are things like and, or like in, or on, or, well, we'll get into some examples of them. But I also wanted to do this because as my own children are learning English, they're understanding new meanings of prepositions and new ways of using them. And I thought just a really good story. This is something that happened yesterday with my older daughter. So I was talking with my family back in the United States. So usually we will just do video chat, Skype with each other, usually once a week. And I would talk with my younger sister and her family and my dad and my mom on occasion. And on this occasion, so this was yesterday, yesterday, my younger sister, she now has her Christmas tree up in her house. So she put a tree up. This is our kind of first little example of this. Actually, let me not use this black because it doesn't erase very well.
Okay, wow. This was sure short.
So my younger sister, she put a tree up. She put her tree up. And now, when you think about it, usually when native speakers are learning prepositions, they get examples of things from situations. And in this case, like her children would see her getting a tree, and so she brings a tree into her house and it's standing up like this in a little Christmas tree stand in her house. So she puts the tree up. This is what we call like putting it up like this. So this preposition of up, we just have a basic direction where people might think like something is up or down, or before or after, or in or on. Those are all basic things where we think about like a physical location something is. But if we talk about putting something up, to put up, this is where we get our phrasal verb of standing something like this. So she put up her tree. But what was interesting is during the call, so I'm talking with them and I was saying, oh, can you show us your tree? So my older daughter and I were watching, and my younger daughter, or my younger sister, excuse me, she showed us where her Christmas tree was in her house. And it was in her living room, in front of her window, So in her house, she has kind of a little area. I'm not going to draw this very well. She has a chair over here. There's another chair over here, the Christmas tree. There was a window here. This is the front of her house. She has a door here on the other side of this wall, and there's another couch over here. So she showed us this scene, and I said, oh, isn't that interesting? Like, very nice. You put up the tree. So you put up the tree.
It was scary.
You can also say you put the tree up, both of these. When you learn prepositions with phrasal verbs like this, you can learn that some of them are separable. So you can separate the words. So I can say put up the tree or put the tree up. Both of those are fine. But when I was saying, oh, look, you put the tree up, or you put up the tree in the window. Now, an adult native speaker would understand this like, oh, look at that. It's not physically inside the window. And so my younger daughter, or my older daughter, excuse me, I'm getting confused. Yes, my older daughter, Aria, was sitting with me. And I said, oh, look, you put up the tree in the window. You put the tree in the window. And so when she heard that, she said, what? In. Like you put the tree in the window. And that's because for her, for my daughter, it was a new understanding of the word in. Okay? So I want to make it clear that we begin with a situation like this, and that's how we get the vocabulary. Okay, so it begins with the situation, then we get the vocabulary. Okay. From the vocabulary to the situation, no. From the situation to the vocabulary. So I explained to her, you can kind of think about it, like imagine this is a kind of wider window area here. I can draw this perfectly, make sure this fits.
These United States are beautiful places.
All right, so if we have, imagine this is your window area, and you can imagine the tree kind of inside the window area like this. Now, it's not physically inside the window. The window is just it's basically just a hole in the wall, it's an area with some glass in it. But when we have this image, it's like you can imagine it as being inside this space. So the window area is really this whole area here. So it's in this window area. All right. Now, hopefully, I'm not explaining too much, but the point is that when you hear vocabulary, you should be thinking about where it comes from, when we use it, from the situation. Okay. So my daughter is saying, "Oh, like it's in the window," and I said, "Yeah, look, it's in this area over here." So in the same way that she is learning vocabulary, you should be learning vocabulary. You should be learning vocabulary in the same way that she is. Okay. So we can talk about this space being here. It's kind of in the window, just like you could imagine it would be, within a box kind of area. It's in this window space, right? But the tree is in the window. It's in the window. Okay. Now, a similar way that we would use this in preposition is when you go shopping. So you might be walking outside and you see a store. Let me give you a new image here. So you walk by a store, here's a little store here, and they've got maybe a big window in the front, and then they've got some clothes or something. I'm just going to draw this very quickly. That's a shirt, kind of. Here's some pants. Pants are nice and easy to draw. So you have some things in the window, okay? So they're not physically like inside. They're not like in the glass of the window. That's not what we mean. What we mean is they're within this space, within this hole that we call the window. Okay? So a window doesn't mean like the piece of glass in here. That's the glass in this, but a window, it just means an area. It's like a door. Okay. So a window is this little space that you look through, and a door is a space that you can walk through. Okay, so they're basically the same thing. So something could be, like I could be standing. What would I call this? There's a person, this is a door right here, and I'm standing right here. I'm in the doorway. I'm in the doorway. Okay, so I'm standing in this space, even if I'm not like right within the area of the door, it's basically the same idea. It's like a box, and I'm inside. Okay. So now Aria understands, oh, look at that. Like something can be in the window this way, even though the tree is in front of the window. And the same thing here. So I'm standing here on the outside. I'm looking, oh, look at the nice clothes in the window. We will often call this window shopping. So some people, maybe during the holiday season, especially right now in the United States, they would walk around and just look at stores and look at what stores have. Even if they don't buy anything, they're just window or shop. It doesn't mean they're buying windows. It means they're just kind of looking at things, just looking at the beautiful displays in the window. Okay. Now, similarly, so we have in over here, out the window would mean kind of on the other side of that space. So look, there's a bird. So if I'm inside my house, here's a window here. I'm inside my house and I'm looking out and there's a little, maybe a tree branch or something and there's a bird out there. I say, ooh, look out the window. There's a bird out the window. All right, so it's not kind of like within that space, but it's on the other side of it, okay? So if I have, if there's a bird like actually right here in this space, that bird would be in the window. But if it's behind the window, outside of that space, it's out the window. So we can talk about something going through the window. Like if I throw this marker through a space, it's going through, or I threw it out the window. I threw it out.
Recently have been written about this activity, all of which is verifiable.
Hopefully this makes sense. I wanted to give this just a very quick story about how this works, because when Ari is learning things like prepositions, she'll learn up. It's like, oh, the elevator is going up or the elevator is going down, okay? Or I'm in some place and now I'm outside of that place. Same idea. But she becomes more nuanced. She gets a more nuanced understanding, a deeper understanding that helps her really understand what natives are talking about when they say something like, oh, look at that, the tree is in the window. The tree is in the window, or something is out the window. It's on the other side or away from us in some way. Okay. Everybody getting this? Chat is a little bit quiet, but I want to make sure everybody understands how this works. I'll give you one more quick example of this, and then I'll take any questions people have. As I mentioned, this probably won't be that long of a video. Just get on quickly, share this story, and let people understand this thing the same way my daughter did. So when you are seeing situations, try to focus on what's happening in the situation and then think about why they might use that vocabulary. So when do people use it? So the sunlight is coming through the window or coming throughout the window. Is that sentence right in? You mean like the sunlight is coming? Well, you would say the sunlight, if sunlight, so if I'm here, I'm inside, it's me, and the sun is out here, and the sun rays are coming here. Yeah, the sun is coming, you could say the sun is coming in. The sun is coming in the window, or it's coming through the window. Both of those are fine. Now, if you want to say throughout, that would mean it's covering the whole area. Like there's sunlight throughout the room. It's not just in one space. So if I have a room like this and there's only a little bit of light over here,
This is why it's easy to understand that.
and this is one word, throughout, throughout. So that just means the whole area is covered. So you could have like people, there are people, let's say instead of a room, we have a park. So there are people throughout the park. All right. Now again, let's see. Amir Hossein says, "I never figured out when to is a preposition." Yes. And so again, it's what I'm trying to show with this video is that we don't begin with a word. We begin with a situation and then learn what words we could use in that. So there are different ways we could describe something. I could say, "Look, your tree is in front of your window," or "Your tree is by the window." So I could say in front of or by. So it's next to the window. There are many ways I could express it. But in this way, usually people would talk about this specific expression of having something in the window. I've got decorations in the window. So notice it's a little bit different than on the window. So some people, maybe for a Christmas decoration, they might put actual lights or something on the window itself. It's actually touching the glass or touching the frame of the window. So this part here around it, this is called the frame of the window frame. And so if we have a little decoration, maybe I put some little snowflake decorations on the window itself. Those are on the window. But when we talk about being in the window, it just means that space that the window means. So anything within this space coming out even is in the window. It's in the window. So we don't begin with the verb or, a preposition like to or any word and think, what does that mean? Because the meaning will change depending on the situation. So it's more difficult, and I think somebody asked me about this a few days ago, because I talk about both things. Sometimes I will teach a word and then talk about situations that you use it in, or I will talk about a situation and then different vocabulary you can use for that. Obviously, these things are connected. The vocabulary and the situation is connected, but really it's the connection. The connection gives you the meaning. Okay, it's not like the situation doesn't like mean anything and the vocabulary doesn't mean anything. It's a connection between the two. Okay. So in this situation, we have a Christmas tree in the window, or we might have a grocery store with some lovely food or something in the window. Okay. Now, I'll give you one more example. Let me go back and check chat to make sure people don't have any questions. But if you have questions about other prepositions, again, like having something like the word to or anything else, you could also search my channel. So just like if you have a particular preposition you want to learn about, and of course we cover all these things in Fluent for Life as well. But let me check the chat, see if anybody had any questions over here that I missed. All right, Big Boss, nice to see the Big Boss over here. Leonardo says hi from Thailand, says Ken. Hi from, it doesn't say where you're from, so Gabriel from Mexico. Victor says hi, Drew, this is my third live lesson. I've been watching your video since 3 weeks ago. Glad to hear it. I hope you've been improving with them. Diana says, thanks, teacher from Mexico. Nice to see you there. Hi from Brazil, says Asafi. Oh, and the psychotic is back. Hey, buddy, why don't you promote my channel? I'm an American teacher with an American accent. I like you. Well, you're here promoting yourself. There you go, Jose. Hi there, Allo Brasil. Victor again. I'm from Honduras. I've been living in New York for 22 years now. I wish I had I've gotten that comment from many people. But as we say, it's better late than never. Better late than never. So welcome, even if you do join us. Obviously, the best time to learn with me is 20 years ago, but the second best time is today. All right, let's see. Mr. De La Salas, Andres from Colombia. Victor says, good evening, everyone. Cyrus, good evening or good morning. Let's see. Saudi from, I guess where you're from, maybe Saudi Arabia. Solid. Love and respect from Afghanistan, says Suraj. Victor again. Yes, I answered that question already. Got it. Thank you. All right, got it. Thank you from El Salvador. This is B. Cruz. All right, let's see. And Jose says, what about the sun is coming into the window? Yep, you can say that as well. So the sun is coming in. Usually, and I've talked about this before, if you search my YouTube channel for prepositions, you should find examples of this. I know some of them are probably more difficult to find because they're in the middle of longer videos. But yes, you can talk about like something is in the window. So you would say this is in. So sunlight is kind of in the window, but when we talk about into, to usually implies some kind of motion or movement. So we're talking about not just it being here, so that would be in, but it's going into. The movement is important. Okay, so when you hear like I'm in the room, like maybe I'm not moving at all. I'm just I'm in the room right now. If I'm going into, it means there's motion from outside to inside. Into. So typically, to by itself is talking about direction or motion in some way. And again, I'm giving you just a little bit of understanding of what a word is, but it's always best to get lots of examples, and that's why I give lots of examples. But when you hear a word like this, don't try to remember the preposition like, oh, to means this. It's just you will learn different situations. And again, the point of this video is showing how, like, my daughter will learn a word like in, where she learns a very basic meaning of, like, it would be a preposition of place. So the marker is in my hand. Okay. So she learns, oh, like the doll is in the dollhouse. And so she recognizes, okay, if something is inside something, like we have in, and then we have out. In, out, on. Okay. So it's on my hand. And this is an interesting thing, like another nuance about these prepositions. I might have something like, here we have the marker is on my hand or in my hand. Okay. And so when we're learning things like this, if it's just inside that, the interesting thing that she discovered from that example of the Christmas tree is that, oh, look at that. Like you can have a kind of window area, even though it might not be inside the window itself, it's still in that general area. It's inside that area. All right. So her understanding expanded and she developed more of a nuanced understanding of that thing. Let's see. Okay, I got that one. Let's see. Nils, nice to see you there. Hello, Drew. Is there a time change in Japan? So winter time that the clock is set back an hour? No, we do not have daylight savings time in Japan. It's just the same time all the time, which is awesome. I guess when we're in Japan, but when we have to contact people outside of Japan, it makes it a little bit more difficult. A few weeks ago, when the time change happened in the United States, and I thought I was supposed to be there an hour earlier, but I was incorrect. But yeah, I'm not really. I don't really care about daylight savings time. I'm happy to just have every time be the same time over here. All right, Dran says, I'm quiet because I'm in awe. Dran, did you change your thumbnail image? Is that new? Let's see, Parham says, hi, Professor from Iran. Nice to see you there. Let's see. I'm confused between pronunciation and want. Pronunciation of want and warn. Want and warn. All right, let me give a quick thing. There's a little bit of, obviously, pronunciation is related to this, but just a quick lesson about this. So for people who want to improve their pronunciation, to understand native speakers more easily and to maybe lose their accent or to sound more like a native English speaker, remember that native English speakers are learning. They have a step-by-step system for learning pronunciation. So this is how children learn, like American children in the United States would be learning English pronunciation. They begin to read with simple things like just the alphabet, so A, B, C, D, like that. And then they move up through short vowel sounds. I'll just give a few examples of this right here from those you gave me. So one of the earliest ones they learn is like just a short vowel, like here we have cat. Now, as you move up, you would get something like wa. This is the same sound like wa, water. So we get wa. So wa becomes one sound, and then this is a blend here. But you would learn it like this, wa. So this A sound, these are two different, and this is, it's interesting, it works exactly like vocabulary. So the letter is the same, but the sound is not. Okay, so this is ah, this short vowel ah sound, and this is ah, wa, want. Now the other word you asked about is a higher level word. I think that was warn, and this is the AR sound. Is actually connected here. So instead of the W and the A connected like this, the A and the R are connected. So we have wa, R, warn, to warn. And actually it sounds the same as this. Warn. So if there's trouble, you want to warn somebody, both of these words have the same pronunciation. All right. So worn also like something was worn, like I wore some clothing, that kind of worn, or like it's getting old, it's worn out shirt. All right. But this is again how we learn the pronunciation of these things in steps. And rather, if you're trying to compare these two things, it's much easier if you follow the same process. So you can learn all of the pronunciation in the same way that natives learn it, and you will also be able to fix any particular errors or confusion or doubt you have about particular words, okay? So if we start with something simple like cat, then we know, okay, this is the short vowel A sound, at, so cat, fat, bat, like that. And then we move up to things like want and warn, like that. All right, hopefully that makes sense. If you'd like to do this, this whole thing is set up for you in Frederick. And you can get this app just by clicking on the link in the description below this video. So I built this whole system so that anybody could learn pronunciation and reading and spelling and vocabulary and grammar the native way with one simple app. It's very cool. Definitely get the app. And it will take you through this whole process, but it will be more like a game where you explore the app rather than just trying to memorize a bunch of rules. But the point is you will be able to compare different sounds, and it's the comparison of different things that lets you understand them like a native. Okay, so I don't want you to compare something like in your language to English. I want you to compare different things within English itself. So that will teach you how to think about them like a native speaker. Hopefully that makes sense. So if you'd like to hear like me saying words like this, like me saying warn, I think warn is in there, cat is in there, want is in there. All of those words should be in the app. You can have you can hear me pronounce them 1,000 times if you like. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see. Just curious, are you a Japanese citizen? No, I'm not. I don't know what I have a spouse visa currently, and that's a 5-year visa. I should probably maybe get that renewed. I need to check to see if I need to renew that or not. But I'm considering permanent residency. I will see. Maybe. See, Tampan, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Tampan. What is the difference between into and towards when we walk, when we talk about movement? Sure. Let's imagine we have a doorway here. So this is just a regular door frame. It's open door, and I am over here. Now I can be moving toward the door.
Gabriel Valdez stared out through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far from the side of the road, and then cursed under his breath. For the briefest of moments,
so you will hear people say toward the door and also toward the door, but I could still like continue moving closer and closer, but not actually go into the door. Once I cross this area, then moving towards something, I'm just approaching it. Like I'm moving toward the camera, or I'm moving away from the camera. So
before opening the driver's side door
moving further away. But once I go into something, then I've actually crossed some kind of border. Okay, like I'm crossing the door frame like that. All right.
The cursory inspection confirmed that this cadaver had been left just like the others he had attended upon.
All right, hopefully I got that. Like XDL back. I have an English class and watching you stream. Nice to see you. What are you learning in your English class? You mean like in a classroom or something? Let's see. Armando says, what is your opinion about singing songs for improving pronunciation? I think it works. Yeah, sure. I mean, the main idea is that you should improve pronunciation by listening to lots of different native speakers. So each person will have a slightly different pronunciation. So I have my own unique voice. Now I can try to change my voice a little bit and mimic other people or sound like other people, but each person is physically unique. And so my voice, like you can hear my voice is maybe a little bit more nasal sounding because funny nose or something, like just the way my voice is shaped, or just like how I make sounds, how high my voice is, or how deep my voice is. But each person will have their own unique voice, and so it's much better rather than like you trying to output something as you get more examples. So as you get more examples by listening to other people speak, that will help you feel more confident about what your own unique speaking voice is. Okay, so you will feel more confident about that. And then one of the ways to practice that, yes, is singing. You could sing, you could talk, you can do all kinds of things in order to improve your accent. But listening is like one of the big things that a lot of people, they kind of forget about that, because they think pronunciation begins with you speaking, and pronunciation actually begins with you listening to lots of other people. And so as you get a good ear for what other people are saying, you will naturally become able to make those same sounds yourself. But they will be within your own unique English speaking voice. Alejandro, greetings from Mexico. Lindo, nice to see you there. So somebody doing presentation in class. So you're in a class right now and but watching this video instead. Alejandro, thumbs up right off the bat. Thank you very much. Yes, if you enjoy the video, do click the like button. Video lovers out there, YouTube likes you when people click the like button. That's how they, because YouTube is not thinking.
The area's Native American
so you got to tell it what to do. So like the button. Kasam says, greetings from Sri Lanka. Victor again, for me, I struggled many times to differentiate the spelling of want and won't. And yes, part of that,
the inhabitants
you'll notice all of these skills are connected together. So if we have lots of good examples of native speakers saying things, and we will be able to distinguish those. So often people like non-natives will have trouble with words like can and can't, and that's because they just don't really have a lot of examples.
But by the late 1970s,
so they need more examples of those for native English speakers in order to develop a sense of that. But as you can hear them well, then you can learn to spell them better and understand which words natives are saying. But as I gave the example before, Frederick will teach you how to spell all of these things. And it will give you really good listening practice. There's games in the app that will let you practice listening and comparing different sounds. And so one of the things I encourage people to do is while they are scrolling through, there are different letters that you can scroll to produce words, and you should close your eyes, scroll different letters, and then listen to the sound and see if you can spell out the word. And then you can check your answer by opening your eyes and seeing what the app does. So lots of different ways to improve with the app.
Although key sensory and internal organs had been removed from the carcasses,
Carlos,
there were
parts
never
over there. Thank you very much.
the flesh had been consumed
Amir
by
can
a
explain
potential
how
attacker.
I'm angry with you works.
In fact,
well, it just means I'm
these bodies
angry
would remain untouched by
that
scavengers
like,
for
you
weeks
did
after
something
the
and I'm
event.
angry. I'm angry
The
with you.
phenomenon
So
previously
it's an
unheard of
interesting
within this
idea of
harsh
being.
and unrelenting environment.
You could almost have two meanings, or
The
you could
report
have two
submitted
meanings
by
with this.
Officer
One
Valdez
is
also
you and I are both
highlighted the lack
angry
of
together.
disturbance in soft
But
and sandy
usually,
ground surrounding
if I
the
say like I'm
remains,
angry with you,
offering
it just
no
means I'm
hint as
angry
to
at
who
you.
or
That's
what
another way
was
of saying it. But I'm
responsible.
angry with you. They
Due to the
both mean the
discovery of
same
shattered
thing.
bones in some
You did something
cases,
that
his
made me
suggestion
upset.
that the bodies
So
had
my
been dropped
mom
from
is
a
very
great height
angry
was
with me
something
because
we
I
were going to be
broke
questioned over
her
at some
favorite
length.
dish. So I dropped the dish
It
on
soon
the
became
floor and
apparent
broke
to
it.
his
She was very upset with
superiors
me.
that Officer
So she was
Valdez
upset
had no
with
fixed
me,
agenda
or she was
and was
angry
not
with
promoting
me.
any theory in
You can use
particular
both of them.
regarding
And
the
remember,
deaths of
if you're
these
not
animals.
quite confident about something,
Instead,
and this is a
his
problem
report
that
simply documented
adults have
everything
because
he
we're
had
trying to
encountered during his
logically understand
investigation.
how language
It
works, and sometimes
demonstrated
it
that he had
just
discounted all of the most
it
obvious
just seems kind of odd
explanations
how
for
we
the
would say it. Like,
deaths.
why would we say angry with?
But situations would
That's
soon
it's kind of
unfold,
because you're not
setting
really
in
with
motion
them.
a chain
You're
of
like
events
against them
which would
in this
quash any
situation.
hopes the investigator might
But
have
so
had
it's
in
better to
maintaining
just
a
get lots of
calm and
examples
rational
where you hear like I'm
assessment
angry
of
with
the
you, or I'm
incidents
frustrated with
plaguing
something.
his
It
community.
just means like my connection with this thing is either
During the
good or
summer of
bad.
1986,
So another example would be
a
like I'm
resident named
good
Jerry
with
Julian approached the
children.
local police
So I'm able to
department
take
to
care of
report that
kids and I
someone had
play well
attempted
with
to
kids or
abduct her
something
from
like that.
her
So I'm
home
good with
while she was
children,
sleeping.
or I'm bad with computers.
Julian
So
explained
the
to the
connection
attending
is
officers
the
that the
idea
evening
about the
prior,
word with in
she
this
and her
situation.
husband had
So
driven
there's
out in
me
their
and
flatbed truck to
computers
the
and
slopes
how do
of the
we
Archuleta
connect with each
Mesa
other. So
to do a
I'm
bit of
good with computers.
stargazing.
Like you put me with computers and that's
After
like
a
a
short
good thing.
time,
Or like you put me
Julian's
with you
attention
right
had been
now and I'm
drawn to
angry
one
with
star
you.
in
So like
particular,
in this
which
situation
seemed
when
to
we
be
are together,
moving
I am
through the
angry.
night sky.
So there are different ways you can try
As
to
she and her
logically
husband looked on
understand
in
or explain
wonder,
these things to
the
yourself.
celestial body in
But the
question
more
suddenly began to
situations you
descend from
see,
the heavens,
the more you will understand
landing on
these
the ground a
patterns.
short distance away.
So that's again the point of
Gradually,
today's video, is
the
trying to
bright light
recognize
before
patterns
them
the
began
same
to
way
diminish,
natives do by focusing on
revealing a metallic
situations
structure
rather than
from which
focusing
a
on
small set of steps
vocabulary and
descended.
trying to understand what vocabulary means.
Two small figures then slowly made their
Let's
way
see,
down
Dad
the
says,
metallic
hello from
walkway.
Vietnam.
before they set off on foot in the direction.
Let's see,
of the
she
married
buys
couple.
eggplants every day at the supermarket,
With a
in the
frightened
supermarket. Which
cry,
one is more correct?
Julian's
Both of
husband
those would
had
be fine.
grabbed her by the
So just
shoulders,
understand, and you can
bundled her
search
into
my
his
channel
pickup,
for videos
and
about
frantically
at
attempted
versus
to
in
start the
versus
engine.
on. But the
She
grocery store
continued to
example,
stare back in terror.
you can
as the
say
two squat
both of these
figures
things
slowly
and be
advancing
correct,
upon
but the
vehicle
nuance, the
as the
slight
engine
difference
repeatedly
in
failed to turn
understanding
over.
is clear when you look at
It
the
was only when the
examples of these things.
strangers
So
were
let's say we
mere
have
meters
here's a
away from the
grocery
rear of
store
the truck,
with some food
reaching
inside
out
it.
as if
So
to
right
take
now,
hold
let's
of
say I'm
it,
standing
that the
here.
motor suddenly fired
So I
into
can be
life and
outside
allowed
of the
couple
physical
to
grocery store.
escape.
I'm standing here, but I'm still in this general area.
Later that
I am
night,
at the grocery
having
store.
decided not to report the matter,
So I could be here,
the couple
I
had
could
gone
be
to
here, I
bed,
could be here, I could be here,
only
here,
for
here,
Julian to
here,
awaken
anywhere
in the early
within
hours
this
of the
general
morning
area,
due to
and
a
you could say
strange
I'm
tugging
at the
sensation.
grocery store. Okay. So
Looking
I
down
got
towards the
something
bottom of
at the
her
grocery
bed,
store. So maybe I'm
she
sitting
could see
on the
two
roof
shadowy
of the
figures,
grocery store. I am still
identical
at
to those she
the
had
grocery
witnessed
store.
emerging from the
But
strange
when
craft
people want to be more
earlier that
specific,
night.
if I'm talking with my friend and I say,
Suddenly
hey, let's
realizing she
meet
could
at
feel
the
her
grocery
shoes
store.
being pulled
Okay,
off the
I've just
bed to
said we're going to
expose her
meet
lower body,
somewhere in this
Julian
general
attempted to
area. So
scream,
it's not a different
but
location.
nothing
So
more
it's
than a
not at
hoarse
the
and raspy
post
sound
office,
had emerged
at
from
the
her
beach,
mouth.
at my house. We're at the
This
grocery
quiet
store.
whimper, however,
But
had been
maybe I
sufficient
want
to
to be
awaken
now
her
more
sleeping
specific, like,
husband,
well, meet me
at which point
inside the
two
grocery
figures had
store,
immediately vanished.
like at the fruit section.
When questioned further by
Okay,
federal
so I need to
agents
be
who had
more
been tasked with
specific.
attending the
So
incident,
now I say meet me
Julian
inside
claimed the existence
the
of these
grocery
entities
store.
was
I'm
common
talking about the
knowledge
physical
amongst the
building.
native
So I'm
community.
still at the grocery store, but now I'm
She even went
inside.
as far to
More
describe a large hole
And then
bored
maybe
deep into
at,
the mountain face,
the
hidden away much
the
further up
fruit
the slopes
section.
of the mesa,
Okay.
which she
So
claimed
right
the
now I'm talking about
creatures
this
used
very
to
specific
access
place
the
at the
surface.
grocery store. So to answer your question, if you're at some
Around the same
location, you
time that
can
the
buy
investigators were taking
something
Jerry
at a
Julian's
store,
statement,
or you can buy something in
separate
a store.
claims of
It's
a
the
possible
same
alien
thing.
base
Like
concealed
for the
beneath the
situation
Archuleta
you're talking
Mesa
about,
were being
like I can be
directed
right
towards
here.
the
I am
local
at the grocery
authorities.
store and I am in the grocery
Security
store at
staff
the
at the
same time.
Kirtland Air Force Base began to receive a string of
And
detailed
in
allegations
this
from a
way,
local businessman,
this is why I
stating
try
that he
not
had
to.
documented
I really
mysterious
encourage
activity both
people
above and
not
below
to
the
think so
mountain
much
chain.
about specific vocabulary and think like,
Paul
well, why did
Benowitz was
this
already
native
well
speaker
known
said
to
I'm
the
in the
senior
store,
officers at the
and this other
base.
native speaker said I'm
Following
at the store?
reports, he'd
Why did they say
submitted to
two
them
different
the
things?
strange
It's
lights in the
because it
sky
doesn't
above
matter.
his
You know,
home
for
in
this
the Four Valleys
situation,
district
they
of
both could mean the
Albuquerque.
same thing. But this is how you can
He now
understand
claimed
the
that in
slight
addition to the
difference.
lights he had
The
filmed,
nuance is like a
he had
subtle
intercepted
change in
mysterious
something.
energy emissions and
All right, so
radio
it's not, it's
transmissions,
like not this
and that
thing,
these
it's
were
this
emanating from
slightly
beneath the
different thing
mesa.
over here. This is the understanding of a
The
nuance.
businessman had also taken to conducting regular flights across the
Nuance.
mountains
So
in
to have
his
a
private
nuanced
aircraft,
understanding,
photographing anything he deemed out of the
understanding
ordinary.
of something means you're not just thinking like, well, in
Invited
means
onto
this
the
or
base
at
to
means
speak
that.
in
You're thinking,
person,
okay, like
he showed them
this is my,
photos
I
of
have
what he
a
believed to be
slightly
paths and doorways
deeper
cut
or
into
more
the rock,
interesting or more
miles away
precise
from any existing
understanding
road or
of what something
highway.
means, a nuanced
He
understanding.
drew maps of alleged air vents and access points, and cited interviews he had conducted with the owners of mutilated cattle and locals
So
who
Mexico
claimed to have
Lindo
been
is pretty
abducted
Mexico.
in
Yeah.
the vicinity of the mesa.
Let's see,
But the more
C.
detail
Tampon, do
that
you
the
ever talk
impression
about
Benowitz
passive
chose
voice?
to add to this outback briefing, the less credibility
I don't know if I have
was
a video
extended by his
specifically on that,
audience.
but I
began
try
to
not to
panic,
explain to people something like
citing
the passive
discussions
voice.
with
It's just
shadowy
more like
government agents,
like
claiming that
what
the
what is
extraterrestrials
happening
living
to
below the
you,
mountain
you know, rather
were
than
one
you
of
doing
3
something.
separate
And so try not
species
to,
to have
I just
visited
try
Earth.
not to use like
But
grammar
it was the
terms like
assertion
that.
that
I
a
mean,
whole
it's helpful
floor
if
of the
you
alleged
are
alien base contained
I
vats
guess,
filled with human organs
like trying to
and
look
body
up
parts
things like
harvested by
that. You want to
alien
be able to look up
visitors,
like what does the
which saw
passive
him
voice
ridiculed
mean? But
and
typically I'm
finally
just thinking
escorted
like
off
if I were to
the base.
explain that to my daughter, I would just say,
Shortly after
Hey,
this,
oh, like what are you doing? Or what is something being done to you? Okay. And then I would just give lots of examples like that. But I don't think I have a
businessman's
video
mental health
specifically
and
on
coherence continue to deteriorate.
Vietnam. Again, can you imagine that my teacher
On the
just
advice
speak
of
both
doctors,
language, Chinese and English, and
his
swap them
family
so
applied to have
frequently?
him
That
permitted to a
class boring, make
psychiatric
no
facility
sense.
in 1988.
Recommend your teacher watch my
seemingly
video.
removing any shred of credibility.
Or you can, or
His
at least
initial
share them
reports
with
to
the
military
other
may
students in your
contain
class. Let's see, Dagan, someone
perhaps
told
the
me
most
that if you
amazing
just
aspect
take
of
more
the
and more
stories told
input,
by
you can
Paul
have
Benedict
basic
is
conversation. You
that they are
cannot
by
achieve
no
the next
means
level.
the
What do you
outreach
think
of
about that?
detailed
Well,
allegations.
that doesn't make any
The
sense. Like
secret
that's
base
how
concealed
everybody
beneath the
learns
town.
every language.
Double
The
cell.
point, like when people think about input, I remember getting
During the
I got an email a
mid-1990s,
few months ago
the
from,
former
I
Air
think it
Force
was like an
technician by the
English
name of
teacher
Thomas
in
Costello went
England.
public,
And he was like, oh,
confirming
you
that there
do
was
that like
indeed a hidden
input stuff? And I
facility
was like,
beneath the
well,
Archuleta
that's kind of
Mesa.
how everybody learns any language. So
More
yes,
incredible
that's what I
still
do.
was that Costello claimed that this was not an
But
extraterrestrial
just to make
base,
it clear,
but
the
one
point is not to
constructed
just
by
get
the
like
United States
random
government,
input. It's like, well, I
where
need to just like be
aliens and human
around English or
scientists
hear
work
lots of
together
examples.
on
The
genetic
point really is to have
experiments.
complete understanding of something,
Costello
because
related how
complete
he had been a
understanding
US Air
allows
Force
you the
photographer
confidence
based at Nellis
to
in
speak.
Las Vegas.
Okay, let me say
But
that
in the
again.
early
Complete
1970s,
understanding
had
allows
been
you the
transferred to the
confidence to
secret
speak.
Dulce
And so you
base
don't
in New
begin by
Mexico.
just repeating things, and you also don't
Whilst
get fooled
there,
by just getting
he was
random,
responsible
like
for
random
maintaining the
information.
facility's
So if I
explosive
go to
surveillance
China
network
today and I don't
and for
speak any
documenting
Chinese, I
some
don't
of the
know any
work being
Chinese. I
conducted
know
in the
like a shishir or whatever,
laboratories.
but I don't speak Chinese.
Costello even
But if
went
I
as
go
far
to
as to
China
offer
and I'm
photographic
just like
evidence
sitting
of
in a
his
cafe
testimony
listening to
of
people
what he
have
purported to be
conversations,
some form
I'm
of
probably
alien
not going to
hybrid
understand
suspended
most
in
of
a
what
vat
they're
of
talking
fluid
about.
in one
Maybe
of the
like
labs.
99.9%, I
But
will not
barely did
understand. I might,
journalists
if I
time
hear
to
a
digest
word
his
and I
claims
try to
that the
recognize
Dulce
it and
base was
connect
just
it
one
with
of
something I
many such
might understand,
facilities,
but I don't
linked by
have
a vast
complete
underground
confident
railroad network
understanding about the language.
before he
So I really
disappeared
want to
from
make it
public
clear, it's
view
not about getting just
altogether.
random input. The point is not input. The point is just to
However,
learn something the
his
same way
claims
you
were
learn
later
your native
resurfaced
language
when a
so that you
further whistleblower
understand
came
it well enough
forward,
to feel
this time
confident
from within the
about
ranks
using
of the
it.
Dulce
Right?
Police Department
So the typical
itself.
way people think about language learning
A
is
former
they
reservation
spend a
police
little bit of
detective
time
named
learning
Avery
something,
Tafoya,
usually
who
through
had
their
been
native
researching
language,
the
or they're trying
testimony
to
of
study
Jerry
grammar
Julian,
rules or pronunciation or
related
something
how he had
like that. The
stumbled across
typical
the
way we're
report
going
written
to
by federal
maybe
investigators
try to
assigned to the
memorize some
case.
grammar tables or look at some
To his
flashcards,
amazement,
but it doesn't really help
in
you
addition to the events
understand
described by the
language.
victim,
And that's what
they had
creates all these
included
problems
detailed
that people
drawings of a
have about,
sprawling military
I can't remember
facility,
words or I don't
exactly
feel
where Julian
confident when I
claimed the
speak.
hidden
It's because
opening
you
in the
don't really
mountain
feel
was
confident that
situated.
you understand something, and that's
The
why you
drawings
can't
depicted
use
that
it.
the base had
Okay?
7
So the
different
goal is to
levels,
get input, and this works
including
at every
accommodation
level. Because if you
blocks,
think about
storage
even as an
facilities, and
adult learner of your
laboratories.
native language, this is how
It
you
was
get
also
fluent in new
serviced by an
words
underground
today.
train
So
network
even
similar
as
to
an
that
adult,
alleged
it's
by
not like
Thomas
a basic
Costello.
thing. You could be learning a new thing about, I
Armed
don't know,
with this
maybe your
information,
career or
Tafoya
some
stated that he had
news
made a number
event
of
or
attempts
something
to
like
climb
that.
the
You
mountain
learn
using
about
the
it through
facility
input.
for himself,
All right, so I don't
only to
like
be defeated
create
by
these
adverse
things
weather
from nowhere. I'm
conditions on
getting
each and every
input from other
occasion.
people, and when I understand something
Not
well
to
enough,
be
then I can speak
deterred,
about it. So it's
he
not
had
just
then
for
used a
basic
thermal
people.
camera to document
It's not
strange
just
apertures and
for like
vents built
kids
into
or
the rock
whatever.
of
It's
the
for
mountain,
anybody, and this is how we
and
continue to
recorded
get
what
fluent
sounded like large
in our
machines being
our native
operated
language as well.
beneath the slopes.
Thanks, an ocean sir. It helped me. Glad to hear. I believe the word "with" originally means
Over the
against,
years,
like in
the
fight
United
with.
States military
Yeah, I
has
don't. I
gone to
mean, the
great lengths
etymology
in
of that could
denying
be
that
different.
Dulce
Also,
base exists,
like in British
or that
English,
it's
they'll
part of a
use different
network of
words.
hidden
Like in American
underground
English, we say
facilities.
different from, but
And it would seem
in
that
British
part of
English
their
they say
strategy to
different
do
to.
so
I
has
thought that was
involved a
interesting, but
concerted
there are
effort to
lots of little
undermine the
differences like
credibility
that
of
between the
those
languages.
making the claims.
But it's it's good to look at the
background of
etymology,
Thomas
the
Costello
origin of
remains
words.
shrouded in
But
uncertainty.
again, trying to
With
focus on
attempts to
how people are
locate and
using
review
things,
his
you can
military
easily
service
do
records
also a
seeming to
Google
suggest
search.
he never never
and that will
existed.
tell you lots of different examples.
Photographs associated
how many
with his
millions of
testimony have
examples
proven to be
of people are
forgeries.
using something
And no
versus a
formal
different way.
interview with him
Victor,
has
again,
ever
my
been
coworker
unearthed.
speaks just English.
Members of the
I
intelligence
asked them
community have also come
when to
forward
use
and
the
admitted
word
to deliberately
whatsoever. I
feeding
hear
false
that
information
on
to
the
Paul
TV a lot, and
Benovitz.
they have all explained it to
It
me
is
like
alleged
200
that
times,
having
but I
become
still
comfortable with his obsession and
don't know
surveillance
when
of the
to
secure
use it
Manzano weapon
whatsoever.
storage complex.
Well, again,
The Air
like, so a
Force
word like
invented the
whatsoever,
fictional
like I don't
Bullseye
have any
base in
idea
order to distract
whatsoever.
businessmen.
It's kind of adding like
They
at
even
all.
claim
Like
to
I have like
replace
none,
machinery
like
and fake air
absolutely none.
vents on the Archuleta
And that's
Mesa
one
for them to
usage of
photograph.
the word.
In
But
order
it's
to
better to
convince him
get
that a base
different
existed
examples
there
of something
and
like
draw
that. So
him
I
away
just gave
from
you one
genuine
example,
military
but I would
facilities.
Google whatsoever and look at the different
Gabriel
examples
Valdez
you get.
himself
And
has
rather
always
than trying to
refused to
get
believe stories of the base at the Mesa,
like
extraterrestrial or
like
otherwise.
one example, or trying to understand what the
Prior
word
to his
means.
death
By
in
getting lots of
2011,
examples, then you start to
the former
understand
police
the
officer
core
told
meaning
his son
or
that he
the
believed it
multiple
was humans
meanings
who had
of
mutilated
words
the
or
cattle near
phrases.
the town.
So whatsoever could mean like I don't like
I don't like this
secretive
guy
nuclear
at all.
testing in and around
I don't
Mexico
like that guy
during the
whatsoever.
1960s,
I don't like him at all.
claiming
Like,
samples
it's not
had
like
secretly been
zero.
removed from
Right?
local
So that
cattle
could be one
to
usage.
test
But I would
radiation
Google it to
poisoning.
find many more, and then compare those different things, and then you can look for patterns.
There are
And that's where you
equally
start
detailed
understanding.
cases both for and against the existence of a
All
base
right.
beneath the Archuleta Mesa and the secretive work which is
okay,
allegedly
got that
being
one.
conducted
Max says,
there.
does nuance mean idea? You
With
used
so
the
many
word recently, and I
stories,
didn't
it is
understand.
difficult
Yes,
to
I
know
explained
which
nuance
sources to
before. It just means
trust.
like a slight understanding
It is
or a
not
slight
beyond all
difference of something.
possibility that
If
the
I
US
say like
government
turn the
is
crank,
possession of
like people
secrets
don't really know
around
like how
bases,
far, but a more
constructed
nuanced
well away from
explanation would be
prying
like
eyes.
turn it 2 degrees.
But at the
So
same
like just
time,
turn it 30
some of the
degrees
claims
or
attached
something
to
like
them
that.
seem so
So I'm giving you a
outlandish
more
that they
specific
push any
or
notion
more
of their
precise
existence
way of looking
towards
at something.
ridicule.
So often people will say like,
However,
is something good or
throughout
bad?
this episode,
It's like, well,
we have
maybe we need
deliberately
a more
avoided the most detailed
nuanced
and
understanding
impassioned
that like
evidence
there's
of
some
such an
gray
underground
area
structure
or
at
maybe
Dulce.
something in the middle. So often it's
That
just a
of a
better,
man who
kind of
claimed
more
he was a
clear,
former
more
worker of the
precise, more
secretive
specific
site
understanding of something.
and had survived the
Joseph said, how
horrifying
can I
battle
apply the
unfolding
EFL method
between human
correctly?
and
I'm
extraterrestrial
taking words
forces
that I don't know
during
when
the
I read something.
excavation
I
of what would
understand their
become
meaning and
the
context.
eventual
Write
facility there.
sentences in Excel. Is it okay
Join
what I'm
us
doing?
next week
Yeah, if that
as we
way
examine the
is
testimony
helpful for you, then
of
yeah.
one Phil
So
Schneider.
it's okay to look up in a dictionary, especially an English to English dictionary, to get idea about what something means. That's okay. I just don't recommend looking like, like an English to like your native language dictionary. So you should be able to look up things, especially at your level. If you can understand what I'm talking about, you can understand my speech. You should be able to use an English to English dictionary. In that case, yeah. So you can look up the meaning of a word and then just try to get many examples. Youglish is a good resource for listening to different examples of that. So youglish.com, I think, is a website for that. Youglish. And so you can type in a word and it will find examples of that from YouTube transcripts, I think. And then you can listen to those. But yes, I would look that up, whatever those words are, and then try to get different examples in that same situation. So even in your book or wherever you're reading something, like to be in, like you should try to get it from the context of the story or whatever you're reading if you can, and if not, then try to just get more examples of something. But yeah, it's good to get more examples, write them down, and help you remember those things. Let's see. Frederico says, I'm from North Carolina. Thank you for the effort and teaching. I greatly appreciate it. It's my pleasure. Nizar says, or Nazar, I work study in school. Yeah, and so it's the same thing. So I could be right here, like I'm at school right now. Even if I'm standing outside in the school parking lot, I'm still at school. But I can also be inside a physical building and I'm in school right now. And also just generally speaking, I could say, yeah, I'm at school, or I'm going to school, or I'm in school, even if I'm not physically there, just to talk about like I go to a particular school. So if I am a college student, but I'm not physically in that school, so I'm like at home right now, I'm away on vacation or something, I'm still in school, but I'm on vacation. Okay.
In our previous
so I'm still
episode,
in school, but typically I'm like at school would really be more used for being like on that
New Mexico
physical
town
location
of
on that
Dulce.
property.
But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one
Let's
man
see. Alex
who is
says,
arguably
hi
the
teacher,
most
could you
controversial
please explain
figure
the
in
difference between
allegations
farther
surrounding
and
the possible
further?
existence of Dulce
I think
Bay.
farther is
The
like
man who
it's a
claimed he was the
distance,
survivor
and further is
of
a
a war
distance or like a
the
difference
Mesa.
of degree. So like you could understand something further, or you could explain something further. Like I could go on, like I could explain something further with the UR further. But farther would mean like physical distance. So if I'm walking to my house, I could keep walking farther. All right. But in general, like native speakers will use them interchangeably. So they're again, that's a slight nuance that people might not care about, but get more examples of that. So look up more examples of both of those,
and you can see how people use them correctly or differently, or and again, it'll help you feel more confident about using them yourself. Victor, again, I've heard that heard of it too, and what I could get from it is it's kind of like
having so much shelter behind an equipment
just by
crate
context. Yeah. So again,
size,
like I don't like
lieutenant
something.
now tried to take stock of the
All right, if I just say I
situation.
don't like something, right? Say I don't like something
least
at all.
3
Like I
members
really,
of
it just
this
means I
platoon
really
were
don't
gone.
like it. So I don't
Their
like it
bodies
like
charred
whatsoever.
beyond all
I don't like it
recognition,
at all. All right,
following
so that's the
exposure to
general.
the
It's
horrific weaponry
adding
employed by
emphasis,
their
like in no
opponents.
way. So not at all
Despite
whatsoever.
this,
Hopefully.
as they had been ordered to do so.
Let's see. Juan says,
And if
hello,
they could
greetings from
just secure the
Tennessee. And
stairway in
Psychotic
front of
again
them,
says, do you
the
like the
mission
states? Are
would
you
be a
guessing,
success.
you're talking about like the United States?
Waving
Be
across
honest.
the corridor,
Well, I have a very
where 2 more of
nuanced
his team
view
members were
of the United
sheltering behind another
States.
crate.
And
He
that would
began
be a
to
whole
issue
other
us moments later.
see again, I am
The pair
boring,
were
I
up
am
on their
bored.
feet and heading
Well,
towards the looming
it
metal
is
door,
possible to be
each
boring.
tightly clutching
So let's
a
say,
satchel
like, some
charge.
people think I'm
Their
boring. Maybe you
intention
think
was
I'm
clear.
boring. You know, it just means I
But
am
before
like,
they could
I'm
reach
not
their
saying
objective,
anything interesting,
the
or people
door
don't like
suddenly
listening to
sprung
me.
wide open.
I'm boring.
The
I'm
skeletal
boring.
figure
But to be
materialized
bored means like
from
something
the
is
darkness
making
within,
me, like some
followed
other
by
thing
a
that is
terrifying
boring is
bright
making
blue
me
energy
feel bored.
discharge from its
So
weapon.
it's important to understand
The
like
2 soldiers did
I
not
am
even
bored
have time to
and
cry
I am
out,
bored
as their
is
bodies were
it's not like
engulfed
one
in
of
the
those is
board's
correct and the other is
flame.
not. It depends on the situation.
Almost
So
immediately,
if you are reading a
an
book
infantryman
and the
further
book is
down the
boring,
corridor,
then you feel
operating the
bored
platoon's
by
M60
the
heavy
book.
machine gun,
Okay,
opened
you
fire,
can think about like
shredding the attacker with a
let's
steady
see, what do
hail
you
of
think about this?
gunfire.
Like to bore a hole.
More soldiers then ran forwards,
To bore.
snatching up the discarded
Now this
satchel
is a little
charges
bit
and
different,
priming
but
them.
I'm trying to give you a
before hurling
logical
them
way
in
to
through the
understand
open
this because I
doorway.
know a lot of people have trouble with this
There
idea.
was an
To
enormous
bore
explosion,
means like to drill a
immediately
hole
followed
into
by a
something
shower
else.
of
So,
dust
like
and
turning
debris
a little
as the
crank and
stairwell
drilling a
caved
hole
in,
down into something.
preventing
So
their
this is,
enemy from accessing
there's
this
you
floor
like
or any
reading a book
others
over here.
which lay above them.
So you're holding a book, but you can feel like there's like a
Leaving 2 of
drill
his men
going
to
into your
cover the
head.
collapsed
It's like
structure.
boring into you. So the
The
book is
lieutenant and the
boring,
remainder of
and
his
you are
platoon made
bored
their way back up through the
by the
facility towards the main loading area.
So remember,
But upon
when you're
his
looking at
arrival,
things like this, you would also
he was
look at
shocked to
other
see that 2
examples
further
like
army trucks had
scary.
arrived,
So the ghost
discharging
is
several
scary,
more
and I
squads of
am
soldiers
scared.
wearing black uniforms,
Okay.
who hurried towards the
So you can get
corridor
more
from which
examples
he
of
and
those
his men
things,
had just
and it's
emerged.
understanding the pattern that helps you use
Turning to
those
his
things
commanding
confidently,
officer,
like a native.
He abruptly inquired as to what
All
was
right, Alejandro
taking
says
place,
whatsoever.
who this unit were,
Don't give
and why they were
a
now
bunch of
heading
translation.
underground
Don't do that.
towards the lower levels.
Are you prepared for Christmas in Japan? Yeah,
Curtly
actually,
dismissed,
Christmas
he
is
and
a
his fellow
popular
Navy
holiday out here,
SEALs could only
probably
watch on
for
as the mysterious
like
soldiers
holiday
continued to
shopping
head deeper
reasons.
into the base,
But it's also more
where
of
so
a
many US
couples
soldiers
holiday.
had
Little
already
kids
lost
do
their
get
lives.
presents.
In an effort
But
to contain
yeah,
the
so
marauding
Japanese people do celebrate and
extraterrestrial
enjoy
threat.
Christmas. Usually right after Halloween, they begin November 1st.
During the summer of
Halloween
1995,
decorations down and Christmas
Phil
decorations
Schneider
up.
gave a series of lectures across the United States, in which he went to great pains
Yeah,
to
so that is a
highlight
good
to his
example, Alejandro,
audience
but
the
yes,
dangers
see if
of
you can
what
do it
he was
without
doing.
using the Espanol.
He spoke of the murder of his
How
close friend,
linguistic space can
which
be
he
related
alleged
to
had
learning
been made to
fluency,
look like a
sir,
suicide.
and zero.
Then he
linguistic
related
spaces.
various attempts
Well,
on
I
his
don't know
own
what,
life
what specifically
and
are you
threats to
asking? What
harm
do you
his
mean linguistic
family
spaces?
in an effort
I mean,
to stop him
learning
from sharing confidential
languages
military
for
secrets
most
with the
people.
public.
I mean, I would say like almost everybody.
But
because
Schneider
we all
explained that
learn
his love for his country superseded
in
any
the same
thoughts for his
way.
personal
Is
safety.
if you understand
That the
something, then you
American
can speak.
people had a right
But
to
you
know
don't
the
get fluent by just
potential dangers
repeating what other
which their
people say
government
if
was
you don't
hiding
understand
from
what it
them.
means. I could begin speaking an
He would
alien
open his
language
talks
like
by explaining how he came from a family of public
yeah,
servants
just like start
who
speaking
his
some
father had
sounds
been a
like that, you're not going to
officer
learn anything from that. I have to make it understandable, and then I have to give you enough examples that you feel confident about using something too. That's how it works. So we don't begin by forcing you to speak. We begin by making the language understandable. You feel confident that you understand something, then you speak. So it's not a complicated process. It's just the opposite of what most people do. So remember, you don't need a speaking partner. You don't need to try to force yourself to speak. You really just need to get lots of good examples of things that help
He
you
would then
understand.
explain in great detail
All right.
how there was a vast
Let's see.
network of
How's the
underground
Christmas
military
day
bases
in
beneath
Japan?
the surface of North America,
Well, it's not.
linked
I
together
don't
by
think Christmas
miles
is.
and
It's
miles
not
of
like a
magnetic
national
train
holiday out here. I
tracks.
mean, people just, it depends on what day it
Finally,
is. Some families they do
closes
go do
lectures by
things, and
saying
there
when
are
his time
events for
just like his
there'll be
friend,
like Christmas
his
tree
murder
light ups
would
and
be made
things
to
like that.
look like a suicide,
It's not
reiterating that he
as
had
big
no wish to
like
end
in
his
the
own
United
life.
States or other mostly
Less than a year
like more
later,
Christian countries.
the
I guess.
impassioned public speaker
Let's
would indeed be
see.
found dead in his apartment.
Let's see if I'm pronouncing it
His
correctly.
death,
I can't
perhaps
really state for
unsurprisingly
this
to
last.
anybody
I'm
who
just
had
going
ever
to
heard
tell you.
him
Appreciate
speak,
your words a lot. Thank you for that. Yes, my pleasure.
being
Remember, you don't have to watch these
suicide.
videos live to benefit from them. You can come back anytime.
Much as the
Let's
former
see.
Air Force Sergeant
Says,
Thomas
I agree with
Costello
you.
had
I don't
done
know what
before
you're
him,
referring to, but thank you.
Phil
It's
Schneider
good
told
to have
anyone
people
who would
agree.
give him the time
I've just
that there was
started
a
to get
military
used to the
base
language.
deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa.
Whiskey Shen
But
with
unlike the
the
enigmatic
little
Costello,
smiley heart
Schneider
faces
chose
over
to
there.
deliver his
Sam says,
evidence in
how do you
far
guys
more public
practice your
manner,
speaking skills?
speaking
Well,
openly
the
to
practice of
roomfuls of
speaking, it
interested
actually comes
people
from
and
understanding the
fielding any
language very
questions
well.
they might
And
have.
so you should
Now,
language.
since the
So
end of the
often I
Second
will
World
have
War,
like
the United
people
States
who have very
government had been
advanced
building a
knowledge
vast
of
network
English
of
who
underground
join because they
military.
still can't speak. So they
Schneider
think
explained deep underground military
understanding is
bases,
a process,
or
and I
dummies,
gave an example of
hidden
that
beneath
in this video.
plains,
So here's
mesas,
my
and
daughter.
mountain ranges of
Give her
North
some
America.
long hair here. And
9 of
she
these were clustered in
learns
close
like the
proximity
meaning
to
of
one
the
another,
word in.
located
And
in
so
and
she
around
hears
Green
this like,
Lake,
oh,
near
the
the
present
infamous
is
Area
in the
51
box. So I
testing
am in
facility
the
in
house or
Nevada.
something like that. A very basic
All of
usage of
these
something
bases were
being
linked by a
inside something
seemingly
else.
endless series of
But
tunnels,
she has a strong
which housed the
understanding
maglev
about that.
train
But when
line,
I gave her the
allowing
example
workers
of,
to travel
the
between the
Christmas tree is
locations at
in the window,
speeds of up to Mach
that was
2.
a little bit confusing to her because it was a
As he
slightly
stood and
different,
summarized
slightly
how
more
these tunnels had been
nuanced
created
understanding
and how each
of
of
the
the
word
secret
in.
bases
And
had
so the
been
situation is a
constructed,
little bit different. And also, you
audiences
might
found
have words
themselves
that have a
visibly
completely
impressed by the
different
level of
meaning,
technical
like the word
detail
bark.
Schneider used.
So bark could
Having
be
listed
talking
his
about the skin
credentials
of
as
a
a
tree, or
geologist
it
and
could be
structural
talking about
engineer,
like the sound of a
he
dog, like
related
wow,
how
wow,
he
wow.
had been
We call
brought
that a
onto the
bark also.
project to assist
So
with
a
the
child might
complicated
hear
and
bark
advanced
one
construction
way, like
methods
the
being
dog is
used.
barking, but then they also learn the
The
bark of the
maglev
tree, and they
tunnels
think,
had
well,
not
that's
been
weird.
drilled or
We have the
blasted
same
through the
word, but
ground,
it's got
but had
two
instead
completely
been
different
created
meanings,
using laser
and they just, they
technology
come to
that
understand
vitrified
the
and
language
melted
that
its
way.
way through the
But in this
previously
way,
impenetrable rock.
so my daughter had like
In order
100%, she
to
had
create
complete
each base,
understanding. So
4
like
gaping
it
holes
went
were
all the
bored
way up to
deep into the
100%.
earth.
Complete understanding that when something
Each
is
separate
inside
hole was
something
then
else,
blasted out
you
of
can
the
say
rock
in,
before
or you
being
can say
linked up to
inside.
these 4
But then she
gigantic
got this
corner
other meaning. Well,
shafts.
here's a window over
And
here
it
with
was
a
amidst
Christmas
the
tree
construction
in
of one
front of the
facility in
window.
New
So
Mexico
that the
during
tree
the
isn't,
late
it's not like
1970s
physically
that
inside
Phil
the window,
Schneider
but it
became an
basically
unwitting
went
participant
in
in what
this
would
space.
become known
And
as
so
the Dulce.
she would learn that and think, oh, that's interesting. Now, like her understanding of the
Schneider
word in
maintained that in
expanded.
August of 1979, construction on the Dulce
So as she
base had
learned
begun to fall
different
behind
ways of
schedule
using something,
due
or
to
she learned
issues
more
relating to the
advanced
drilling of
phrasal
one of the
verbs,
corner
and
columns.
also use the word in, like to
The
put
facility
something
was
in,
being tunneled out beneath
or
the
to
southwest
like
corner
to
of the
take something
Archuleta
in.
Mesa.
I'm looking at like
But
a
every
beautiful
time the drilling
scene
team had
outside,
attempted to
or
pass a
even I'm
certain
looking at a
depth,
lovely Christmas
they
tree
found that their
in
machinery
someone's
was
window.
mysteriously
So I could be
failing.
outside of someone's house and I see the
In an effort
Christmas
to
tree
discover
behind
what was
their
frustrating
window
the drilling
from my
operation,
perspective.
Schneider and
And
the Green
then,
Beret
like,
bodyguard had been
okay,
lowered into
here's
the
a
incomplete shaft
Christmas
via a
tree here. I was like,
crane.
look at that. I'm on taking in, to
But
take
as soon
in.
as he stepped out of the crane basket
Phrasal
into
verb.
what appeared to be a
To
pre-existing
take in,
cave
to
network,
treat means I'm like
he had
absorbing
instantly
that, I'm just
realized that
enjoying
something was
the
very
beautiful
wrong.
view, to take it in. I'm taking it
There
all
was a
in.
bitter and unnatural
So
stench
as my
in the
daughter
air
learns
as
these
the
different
drilling
things,
operation had
she
now
kind of
allowed
hears a
ancient
new
gases to
usage,
escape from
and then
that
she
void
gets some
beneath.
examples until she feels
Along with
very
the
confident
mysterious
about
and sooty
something. Okay,
residue
now I
on
understand
the
something.
unusually
I
smooth
understand
walls
it
of the
completely.
caves.
I understand it fully. So it's
It
not
was
just
at this
like
point
there are different
that a
levels of
tall and
understanding.
slender grey
So what
figure had
happens with
suddenly
most
stepped
people
out
that
of
are
the
learning
shadows in
is
front
they
of
will
him,
hear something, they will
carrying
hear
what
it a few
appeared to be a
times,
weapon
and
of
they
some
get to the
description.
kind of awareness. I call this
Utterly
the
terrified by
awareness
this
level
creature's
of
unearthly
understanding.
and
So you
intimidating
recognize something,
appearance,
but it's different
Schneider had
than
used
having
his
complete
sidearm to
understanding
kill
where
it,
you really feel
only for two
confident
more to
about
then
speaking.
emerge out of
Okay.
the
So
darkness
you need to get
behind.
more examples or something to go from the
Backing
awareness level
towards the
to
crane
what I call
basket and
ownership
firing
level,
wildly,
but it's really just
the engineer
complete
managed to
understanding.
fell one of
Okay,
the
so it's
pair,
not like
only for
there's
the
not
other to
only
then use
one
its own
moment of
weapon
understanding.
upon him
It's
in
like this. There's
retaliation.
like a grade of
Schneider was
understanding. So
instantly
you move from
consumed
here
by an eerie blue
up to here.
light and felt a
Okay,
huge
so the
jolt of
point of this
electricity
is that
burst
your
through his body,
speaking
which had
ability
sent him
comes
crashing
from
to the
this.
cave
So
floor.
as you get more understanding,
When
when you
he
get
came
complete
to,
understanding,
he found
then
himself
you
being
have the
bundled into the
confidence
crane
to speak
basket
about
by the
something.
Green Beret,
Okay.
who then
So it should be
turned
pretty
and
easy
engaged
this way.
more
So
of
you
the
should be spending
creatures
more of your
as the
time.
basket
The
began to
real
ascend
practice
without
that
him.
gets you fluent comes from understanding the
Upon his
language
return
better
to the
over time.
surface,
And then you
the
speak.
doctors who treated
So
Schneider
speaking
found
is the
severe
result
damage to
of
both his
having
left
that
hand and
complete
foot,
understanding of the
with
language,
several
and then you
fingers and
speak.
toes missing.
Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So
After he
again,
had
for people,
explained
I
to
will
his
get new
superiors
people
what had
all the
taken
time watching my
place,
videos, and
he
so I
was
like to
removed from
remind
the
people,
project,
especially my people
but
who've been
later discovered
watching
that
for a long
construction had
time, don't
continued
worry about finding native
despite
speakers
his
to practice
encounter.
with. The practice comes from
For the
understanding
next
the
year,
language better. So this
it
is
was
what we
alleged
do, and
that
we
further
prove in
battles
Fluent
beneath the
for Life.
Mesa
So as you get
ensued
more
as
understanding of
U.S.
something,
Special
you feel more
Forces
confident
clashed
about
with
it,
alien
then you speak.
interlopers
Now, when
who
you're in a
appeared intent on
conversation, of course,
frustrating the
like you can
construction of
improve
the
even
base.
more by using more words, and you will
Schneider
learn more.
claims
You will
that in
get even
total,
more input from the
66
people you speak
soldiers
with.
and
But
countless
most of the real
extraterrestrials lost
practice
their
that gets you to
lives
fluency
before an
just
uneasy peace
comes
was
by
finally
yourself as you
formed
get
between
more
the two
examples
opposing
and help you feel
sides.
confident about using
He
something.
went on to allege that the
Okay.
aliens who had been residing beneath
Hopefully
the
that makes
Mesa had worked with humans ever since,
let's
creating numerous
see
scientific
here.
breakthroughs which had
And look
gone
at you
to
guys still
assist
speaking. Speak English.
mankind.
What are you guys doing? Gracias por la explicación.
Throughout 1995,
Let's see, is there a
Schneider
difference?
continued to tour the
Pronunciation
United
eat and
States,
it. Yes, there is a difference.
giving talks in which he listed
and
numerous
it.
other
So
alleged
it,
conspiracies,
that's a
alongside
short
the
vowel
revelations of deep
it sound,
underground
and
military
E is a
bases.
long E sound. Get
Over the
Frederick, we
course
put
of
this
these
up on the
lectures,
board
however,
for people again.
it soon became apparent
If you
that
want
the
to
former
understand
engineer
the
was beginning
difference
to struggle
between
with what he
sound,
had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents,
click on the link in the
killing
description
one in
below this video
self-defense,
to get the app.
and how
It
an
will show
attempt had
you
been
how to
made to
pronounce all
kidnap
these
his
things. It will help
daughter
you
in a
understand the
bid to
differences
force him to
between them.
stop delivering
So you
his
can say
lectures.
it, and then E.
Then, in January of 1996, 2
All
months
right,
after his
let's
final speech in
see.
Denver,
I'm
federal
damn late.
agents
It's
arrived
okay,
at the home
Tom.
of
You're
Schneider's
better
ex-wife,
late than never. It's okay.
Cynthia.
All right, I got it. Let's see. The
They
Spanish was
explained
Victor.
how
Sorry
Phil
for
had
that.
been
Though.
found
No, it's
dead
okay.
in his apartment
See,
in
this is
Wilsonville,
like to
having
be a
apparently
good
decided
teacher
to take
of
his own
languages
life.
means that you can make something
The agents
understandable
went on
with
to conduct a
in the
search at
language.
Cynthia's
Now,
house,
sometimes I get it.
removing
Like
any
people
notes
just
or
want to give the
materials relating to Phil
translation. It's
and his
faster and
lectures
easier to do it that
before
way.
then
But
leaving.
if you can really help someone understand something in
The
that language,
circumstances
then
surrounding
you really
Schneider's
got them
death
thinking.
have
They
always
feel
raised
confident then
questions
about
about
how
the
to do
speed
something.
with which the
That's why I
authorities
do what I
moved
do.
to attribute
So
it to
most of
suicide.
you'll notice my lessons. I will give some
Phil's
Japanese
body had been
examples
found
sometimes,
slumped
but
between
my
his bed
channel
and
is not
wheelchair,
for
with a rubber
specifically
catheter
or
hose having
only
been wrapped around his
Japanese
neck
people
3
to learn
times
English, like
and
many
tied off
channels
with a
are.
knot.
So you can find lots of channels on
Both
YouTube
his feet
that
were
are
wedged
it's like
hard
English for
underneath the
speakers of
bed,
Portuguese,
with his
or
head resting in
Portuguese
the
for
seat of
speakers
the
of English, or
wheelchair.
whatever.
It's an
But to
angle
me, you
that would
shouldn't
not
have
appear
all
to have
these
been
different
easy
languages
or
for
natural for him
languages
to
and channels
achieve.
or whatever. It should just be here's
There
how to
were
learn
traces of
Chinese
blood
all
on
in
the floor
Chinese.
nearby,
That's what I call the
but no
holy
injuries
grail.
or wounds
Most
were found on
important
the body
way,
itself
what
to
everybody
suggest
should be
where this may
using
have
because
come
that's
from.
what everybody does as a native.
When the
So
family
non-natives should
later
be able
asked
to
if a
do
suicide
the same
note
thing
had
as
been
well.
discovered, they were told that all the papers seized from the address had now inexplicably gone missing from the
Victor
police
says,
storage
Percocet t-shirt,
facility.
in my experience, music does it,
Subsequent
but you
requests
need
for additional
to
toxicology
dig into
testing
it.
on
I mean,
Schneider's
words, also the
remains
rhythm.
were
Yes.
refused on
I
the
published
grounds
my
of
first book.
adverse
Unfortunately,
cost,
first copies are
considering
bootleg
the
copies.
cause of death had already
Well,
been
congratulations,
determined.
I guess. Sam, that's
Further,
nice to
and
see you
more
there. Nice to see you,
adamant demands
Sam.
for these
You
tests
helped me a
would
lot with
also be
English, too. Glad to hear it,
refused
Margie.
because the
I
samples
have
had
a
apparently been
question.
destroyed by the
Your
laboratory
any
which had
level.
been stored
What does that
in them.
mean? Explain that again. Max
One
says, I want to
detective
read
who later
science
spoke
textbooks
privately
myself,
with
but I
the
cannot do that
family
because my English is
stated
weak
that
for
with
that.
the
Well,
missing
you should try
fingers
to
on
read
Schneider's left
science
hand,
books for kids.
it would have been almost
Read
impossible
science
for him
books
to have
for
tied off
children.
the
So
catheter
you will
himself.
get different explanations.
When
I've
the
given this
officer in question
explanation
had shared these
before,
concerns with
but
his
there is, I think,
superiors,
Wired
he had been
magazine
ordered
did a
to keep his
series
observations
on
to
YouTube
himself
about different
before
levels
then
of people
being
explaining
reassigned to a
things.
different case.
So like a person is trying to explain a black
It
hole
appeared
or,
that even
you know,
in death,
different like
Phil Schneider
particle
was
physics or
continuing to
something.
raise
So
awkward and
complicated
uneasy
things,
questions
but they try to
for
explain that to a
those in
child. And so I would
positions of
start getting more
authority.
examples of that. And that will help you understand things. So don't
When
wait
taken
until
in
you
context
try to
of the
like
many
get to
accounts
the
which already
college
exist regarding a
level
possible
or
underground
something
base
like
at
that of a
Dulce,
difficult topic.
the testimony
To
of Phil
start with the
Schneider
basics
appears
that
to be
even a
compelling.
child can understand. Omar
Many
says,
of the
is there any
experimental
PDF or
compounds and
dictionary for
construction
most
techniques he
common used
listed during the
prepositions
course of
with
his
examples? I'm just
lectures
struggling
were
with
mere
prepositions.
concepts during the late
Well, yeah, so
20th
Tom would say
century,
Fluent for Life.
but have gone on to become
Yes, like that.
commonplace in
We
modern
do have all
building
that
wear.
in Fluent for Life. But
His
yes, you can just
descriptions of the
Google, I
base
mean, if you're
layout
looking
and
for
the
a
functions
list
of
of
each of the 7
prepositions, but
levels
remember
were
that
also
getting a
eerily
list of
similar
things,
to those
even
offered
with
by other
examples, it's
witnesses.
not going to really get you to
People
perfect
whom he'd never
understanding.
met or
You need to get
associated
lots
with.
of examples of natives using things
And
until you
yet,
feel confident about
even the
using
lightest
them
touch of
yourself.
scrutiny has
Okay.
shown his accounts
So
to be
don't just go
marred by
looking for a list or a
falsehoods and
PDF
inaccuracies,
because
which make it
that's
difficult to
unlikely
take
to
some of
get
his
you to the
claims
fluent level of
seriously.
understanding. Guadalupe
He
says,
made
hello,
repeated
teacher. This is the
assertions that
first
his
time that
father,
I say hi.
Otto
How are you
Oscar
doing? I'm doing
Schneider, was a German
well,
U-boat
nice here.
captain
Well, and again,
who
I
had been
understand
captured by the
almost
US
everything of what
Navy
you say.
and then
Now let me
turned
stop
against the
right here.
Nazi
This is
regime.
a common misphrasing that I
Yet
will
a
get from
cursory
people.
search
So
of
just
both
for
German
everybody
and
here,
American
I
wartime
understand almost
records shows
everything
this to be an
you
apparent
say. So you don't have to
fabrication.
put the what in
With
there.
Otto
You could
having
say
been
that.
born in San
I understand
Francisco
almost
in
everything
January
that
of
you say.
1906.
That's possible. You could say that, or you could just say, I
Similarly,
understand almost
his
everything
claims that
you
the
say.
original
So you don't need to
attack
put
on the
it
World
there.
Trade Center
In your
involved the
videos,
use
but
of a
when I watch
tactical
other
nuclear
videos, I listen to
weapon,
music, I just
and
don't
that the
understand.
occupants of
I
Waco
feel
Ranch had
like
been murdered
behind
using
of the
chemical
beginner. Yes.
weapons
And so
have
again,
apparently been
I'm
debunked.
making my language in
These
these videos
revelations would appear to
understandable.
suggest that Phil
Okay, so
Schneider
I'm
was an
speaking more
individual
slowly,
prone to
more
exaggeration,
clearly, even though I'm still
sometimes
blending my
verging
sounds
on the edge
together,
of
so you can hear
delusion.
what it's like to speak more like a native, but I'm still blending
But if
my
this was
sounds
the
together so you can
case,
hear that.
then where did he
And I'm
sustain
also
his
using
life-changing injuries?
just
And what happened
like
to
kind
the
of
missing
simpler,
samples
maybe
and notes he had
less
brought with him to his
complex
lectures?
vocabulary. So I'm not using idioms
Why
or
is there
movie
so much
quotes or other
evidence that he
things
was
that you
silenced by
probably would
unknown
not know.
persons?
So in order
And
to get
efforts
to that
made to
level,
present
this is
his
what we do
murder
in
as
Fluent for Life.
suicide.
So we take you from this level now of being able
Schneider's
to understand
detractors
me
argue that he
to
was not a
understanding
well
music,
man,
movies, and
and
having
merely seized
conversations,
upon
that
the
kind of
alleged
thing.
testimony
You
of
can
Thomas
do this
Costello,
by yourself
using
if
it
you
to
get
conjure
lots
a
of examples,
fantastical
but that's really
backstory
what
of
you
his
need to
own.
do. So I would think about
But to
specific
his
things you want to learn about
supporters,
and then get
the
many, many
inconsistencies
examples.
in his account
So
are
like
explained away
watching
as the
videos
US
about
government
how to
rewriting
train
his
your
family
dog,
history,
whatever, just
designed
as a
specifically to
particular
undermine
thing. It doesn't really
Schneider's
matter.
credibility
But get lots of
and keep
examples.
prying eyes away
Sam says,
from
thank
the
you, teacher.
Dulce
I'm having
base.
problems with how to
They
use
point to the
whether
same
or not.
methods used against
Yeah,
Bob Lazar
so it
and
just
his
means
removal
like
from
whether
college
we
and
go,
employment
so I could talk
records
about like if
as an
I do something
example of
or
the
I do
lengths
not
the
do
US
something.
government will go
So
to
whether I do
to cover
something
up such
or not,
revelations.
it's just you can remember it as a particular
With
phrase
the
like
advent
this.
of the
So
internet,
whether it's raining
each
or
passing
not,
year
so
sees
even
more
if it is
information on
raining or
classified
if it is
military
not raining,
projects slowly
I will still
creeping into the
go
public domain.
to the park. So whether or
It is
not.
therefore
Now,
entirely
another way of
possible
using
that at
this is
some
I
future
don't
point,
know if something will
evidence
happen.
proving the
So
existence
I don't know
of deep
whether
underground
or
military
not
bases
it
will
will rain
finally
tonight.
materialize.
But you can, in that
Or
case,
it
you can
may
just
be
say,
that
I don't
advances
know
in
whether it will
technology
rain
enable
tonight or
investigators
not.
to finally
You can even
disprove
break
the
up
existence
break
of
up
such
the phrase by that way.
facilities once and
But
for
typically
all.
it's talking about like
For
two
now, at
different
least.
options about something. So I have to go to, I don't know, I have to go get a new suit. I got fat and now I need to get a new suit. I don't know if I will go to this place or that place. So I don't know whether or not I will go to that place. So if I'm talking about like one location, maybe I will go there, maybe I will not. Or tomorrow, like I don't know if the weather will be good or not. All right, whether or not. So there are different ways you can use it. I would Google that, look for more examples of that, and as you get more examples, you will feel more confident about speaking. Let's see. Psychotic again. I speak Arabic and I still teach English with English to my students. Yes, good idea. And is either the same as any? No, because either is talking about like one or two things, but any would be talking about multiple things. Okay, so I don't have like any clothes at my house. So I don't have pants, I don't have shirts, hats, gloves, jackets. I don't have anything in my house. But either would only be talking about two things. I don't have a coat or a jacket. All right. And again, get more examples, and that's how you will know if you're using something correctly. Remember, people have doubts about whether they will use something correctly or not. Whether or not. Okay, I don't know if I can use it correctly or not. So if I can't use it correctly, maybe I will not speak. So you need to get more examples of things, and that's what will make you feel confident. Okay. Margie says, I'm having difficulty using between on and with. Now, I don't want to get too, I'm going to get too many comments over here asking me about specific prepositions. So I would Google that, or also just go through my beginning grammar playlist right here on YouTube. So watch all those videos, and I cover prepositions like that. Today's video is just giving a specific example about how my daughter got a more nuanced understanding of something, and that's how she was able to feel more confident, and she was able to kind of level up her understanding of that. Let's see, Gilbert says, could you turn up? You mean the volume? I think most people can hear me just fine. Just turn up your sound. It shouldn't be all the way up. Thanks for your guidance. Grasley says, hello. Drew, can you please explain how to pronounce can and can't? Get Frederick, it's in there. Can and can't. But in general, yes, you're paying attention more for the context. So if I say, no, I can't. Like, look at my head. No, I can't. Or yes, I can. Yes, I can. So I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. My head is moving up and down like this. I can do that. I can do that. Lander says, what is the best way to improve speaking if you don't have communities to practice with? This. You increase your level of understanding by feeling more confident about something as you get more examples of it. That's how you do it. So if like most people, like a lot of people will find my videos or my content, even if they live in the United States and have people to practice with, but they still don't feel confident about speaking. So having people to practice with is not what you need. You need to first feel confident about the language, and then you will speak. So don't worry about finding people. The practice actually comes as you get more examples of the language, and then you'll feel more confident about using it. That's how it works. It's really that simple. Let's see. I don't know whether or not I will do my homework. Yeah. So you can say I don't know whether or not, or you can just say I don't know whether I will do my homework. Yeah, I don't know if. It's like I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will do it. And most people just say I don't know if I will do it or not, or whether or not. Both of those are fine. See, I forgot to ask how to use the word had instead of have correctly in past situations. I've covered had before. Search my channel for that. Yesterday, I played COD. Always look at that. Zombies made with a teammate from America. It's wow. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad you enjoy it. It's awesome. Okay, I see. I can talk about it. Nice. Very good. And thank you, says Veil. John says, hi, Drew. I arrived late, but I only passed here to tell you thank you for all the valuable